Mandatory minicamp yesterday, and Courtland Sutton was in attendance. But you can tell, still a little bit for him anyway, where he feels like he deserves a couple of more $1 million a year. And if you guys didn't hear it, so this is, we're approaching quickly training camp, leading into preseason games and blah, blah, blah. You know, we're hitting about that last sort of month before you get full gear into football a little bit. And I always like this time of year to take an assessment of where your team is at. Kind of assess what you think the goals are going to be, what the roster looks like. Are they built to accomplish what the goals are? And typically, every year that we've gotten here, at least since I've been here, which is January of 2019, the Broncos have been in the same spot almost every time. It's been a team that is holding on to whatever they can to try and stay competitive and piecemealing together the other stuff that's probably not going to come to fruition. Like, outside of the first year that Russell Wilson got to camp, you know, the offseason of the Russell Wilson trade, I don't know any time that the Broncos fan base, or me, I'll speak for myself, felt like this team was going to be actually competitive in one way or another. Just all the other quarterbacks that came through, whether it's Keenum or Flacco or Bridgewater or Locke or whoever, you know, maybe a little bit with Drew Lock because he was a younger QB. But the first year with Russell Wilson was the only one that you felt like, okay, maybe you can actually compete now. The nice thing I think about where the Broncos are at is that you don't need to lie to yourself in this moment. You can take a full sort of view at this team and say, they aren't built to compete with Kansas City. Hell, they aren't built to compete with, you name a mediocre team across the league. Like, if I were to do this just from draft positioning, where I think best case scenario they would fall as far as win-loss record, it would be somewhere in like 15 to 18 range. And that's if I think everything went perfectly well. Team stayed pretty healthy. Bo Nix had a really good rookie year. Like, outside of that, what I don't see is this. I don't see what the Texans did last year. And maybe it'd be different if we were in Houston and you could kind of see Nico Collins and, you know, you make that addition of Dalton Schultz, which I think really gave a boost to the offense, you know, all that different stuff. I don't think that there's really any scenario in which it pops like that. And CJ Stroud is the exception. He's not the rule. Rookie QBs don't come in and do that. I'm trying to think of the rookie QBs that stepped in and immediately became these kind of players. Like, name the all-time greats. They didn't even do that. Peyton Manning certainly didn't. Aaron Rodgers, I know he sat for a while, but even when Rodgers got his first year as a starter, it didn't look like the Aaron Rodgers we know now, or at least a couple of years ago. So it's a lot easier to be honest about your team when you take a look at some of the moves in the offseason and you say, is this a team that's building to win right now, or is this a team that's trying to keep it together and build a core for a couple of years from now? And I think it's the latter. There's an article that came out on SI that said they were the least improved, or one of the most least improved teams in the NFL. And I think that's obvious. You take a look at all of the big positions that you've lost. Did you get better or worse? Quarterback, I suppose, remains to be seen. I would assume Bo Nix isn't going to have a 26 touchdown. What was it? The final tally, 26-9 or something like that for Russell Wilson was the TD to interception ratio. You know, if you just take that on the surface, we know it looked different than the numbers would bear out. But just from a numbers perspective, it's pretty good.
But do we know how many bathrooms Bo Nix has in his house?
I don't even know if he has a house yet. I would assume that he does. I mean, he's a 12th overall pick. He can certainly afford to buy one, even in Denver. Yes. But I say all that to go back to Courtland Sutton. And I want to play a few clips here. He spoke to the media yesterday as he showed up for mandatory minicamp. And let's just start with cut 3. And cut 3 here from Courtland Sutton is if he won't go to training camp, if he doesn't get a new contract by the time that rolls around in about a month. Here's what he said.
Yeah, I don't know who talked to them, but I mean, it's obviously it's something that has been conversed about. There we go, conversed about, and you know, my team and I have been in contact with you know, the guys upstairs to handle all of that stuff, and you know, we kind of were going back and forth trying to figure out the best way to, you know, kind of find a middle ground for the situation, and you know, we are at a stalemate in a sense, but you know, I have confidence and faith that the right thing will be done.
And here's what I don't understand. I am somebody that completely, especially in the NFL, sees the player side a lot easier than the teams. Here's what I mean. Do you remember a few years back when everybody was up in arms because Chris Harris Jr., this is still with Elway as the GM, he got a $3 million raise with nothing that the team got in return. They had money. They threw him the money and said, here you go. Does that make you happier? And the whole scuttlebutt around that was, why would you just give a guy extra cash for nothing that you get in return? And I go, well, how often does that happen on the other side? For example, if you are an undrafted rookie free agent, or you're a 6th or 7th round draft pick making chump change, and you play well above that number, does that guy ever get compensated for the years that he gave you that level of play? The answer is no. The team gets a deal for a few years. Now, when the contract comes up, you got to pay him, but you're missing out on really good seasons that were given to the team with unfair compensation towards the player. On the reverse side, because these are mostly non-guaranteed contracts, a player can even get a good contract, a good deal, make a good amount of money, and the team can find a way to wiggle their way out of maybe a mistake that they made. That doesn't happen in hockey. It doesn't happen in the NBA. It doesn't happen in the MLB. If you pay somebody money, they make the money. Like Chris Bryant is going to see every cent of his contract, and it was a bad move by the Rockies. They can't get out of it.
Conversed about.
But when Courtland Sutton finishes that quote by saying, do the right thing. Can I hear the last 5 seconds again there, Nelly? Let's hear it one more time.
Are at a stalemate in a sense, but you know, I have confidence and faith that the right thing will be done.
What is the right thing will be done here? Because I was looking at Courtland Sutton's contract. He is not making, like, no money. Courtland Sutton got a contract extension a few years ago. Here comes the sneeze. Wait for it. Ooh, it's leaving. It's leaving, Nelly. We lucked out. He got his contract a couple years ago. He's making a $13 million base salary this season, and it would be $13.5 next year. For the player that he is, that sounds totally fair to me on both sides. That sounds like a player. You know, yes, he had 10 touchdowns, But as far as guys who are paid that level of money, at the end of the day, touchdowns are important, but he had 59 catches for 772 yards. Making somewhere in the ballpark of $13 to $14 million sounds about right for that money. Big catches, made some big plays. But when he says the right thing, I have confidence the right thing will be done, I can't make a very strong argument that Courtland Sutton is underpaid. I think he's paid exactly what the market should be paying him. And that's where it gets tough. Because you know what else is a very odd thing about the situation they find themselves in with Courtland Sutton? He's one of your best players, like a top 3 best player on this team, but it's because the team's just not very good right now. If I took Courtland Sutton and put him on probably half the other teams in the league, I don't even know if he's top 5. Like, name a random team, Nelly. Do me a favor. Just pick a random team in the NFL and shout out a name at me. Maybe a team that's at least okay. So find one team and just shout it at me, Nelly. Give me an NFL team. Who is it?
Just any NFL team?
Yep, any team.
Houston Texans.
Is he a top 5 player in the Houston Texans?
Jeez,
No.
with all the offensive weapons they have for Stroud, no way.
Name another team.
49ers.
Top 5. He might not. He's not top 10.
Okay,
Niners.
so you'd rather maybe I name a team that
Well, no,
a team where he could be a
fine.
top 5. Let's see. What about the Colts?
I don't think so. He's not better than Pittman. He's not better than Jonathan Taylor. He's not better than Quentin Nelson. I don't think he'd be top 5 on the Colts.
What about the Panthers, who would have been
Yes.
the first overall pick in the NFL draft?
He would be, but they stink. They're terrible. I think he's paid exactly what he should be. And I want to know what the argument is for him, because I know where his mindset is. The mindset's very simple. I'm about to turn 30, and I would like to have one more contract while I'm still in my 20s to make as much cash as I can on it. And the Broncos, if I'm them, I'm just like, yeah, I know you'd like that, but I'm not gonna. So if you feel like if your whole key here is money, you want extra cash, then I'm going to play a game of chicken. Like, you and me can go on the highway. We can go 60 miles an hour, headlight to headlight, see who bails out first. And if I'm the Broncos, it's not going to be me. Because he's got, a tricycle, and the Broncos have a semi-truck in these negotiations. If your top concern is cash, then we're going to dare you and see if you'll sit out in training camp and start paying actual fines and checks when you're out of practice. But I just can't make the argument that he's underpaid. I don't think he is. I think this is actually a really good deal for both sides. It's very rare that that happens, by the way. Somebody's either getting overpaid or underpaid almost always in a contract. Just the way that it goes. But I think this one actually fits. And I just wonder what his argument is. But it's good that he's in camp now. Get a little bit of chemistry with the new quarterbacks that are there. There's some other quotes from him I want to get to as well. I think he was the one. Did he tweet out the Will Smith Fresh Prince of Bel-Air meme when Russell Wilson was traded and Judy was gone and Simmons was gone and all of that? It kind of felt like he was the last guy standing of that sort of core 4 or 5 guys from the past couple of years. So some other quotes I want to get to from him, along with Sean Payton, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. So Sutton shows up to camp yesterday. I'm actually more, maybe not more interested, but as interested as another person that showed up to training camp at that position yesterday. And, kind of peeking around a couple of different articles that were written yesterday. One of them surrounded ranking across the NFL the best and worst sort of position groups by wide receiver. Had them in tiers. By the way, this is something you will learn, Nelly. Once a year, before the season starts, it's going to be sometime in August, I do something that nobody does. People do their power rankings, and then people have tiers. I do power rankings with tiers because I am incredible.
Yeah!
Only few can do it, but I will in August.
Oh, good for you.
But they ranked them in tiers in the NFL for wide receiver group. And the interesting thing is almost every year when we've gone into training camp, especially over the last 3 or 4, you felt like wide receiver is a strength. So they have tier 1, which is 1A and 1Bs, meaning you have multiple really good wideouts. So those are teams like the Bengals and the Texans and Eagles and Niners and Dolphins and Rams. All of that makes sense. The tier 2 here for CBS Sports is a superstar headliner. So you got one really good one and maybe some nice little pieces surrounding it. That's the Vikings. That's Detroit. That's the Cowboys. It's the Raiders, the Jets. It goes on and on from there. There's a tier 3, a tier 4, a tier 5, a tier 6, and then you get to the tier 7, which is the very bottom, and they call that the developmental stage. So this is the last tier, and in that is the Cardinals, the Steelers, the Giants, the Broncos, and the Patriots. So the Broncos are in that last tier. Courtland Sutton being there, he's their best wideout. I don't think there's any question right now. But who could be, and we've seen before, this isn't an unknown. This isn't a Marvin Mims. This isn't a Troy Franklin. This is somebody we've seen already, is Tim Patrick. This is Sean Payton. Now, remember, you missed the last 2 years with major injuries, both suffered in training camp, and I want to cross every finger and toe that I have when training camp rolls around that this will not happen again. But this is Sean Payton on Tim Patrick coming back.
Just those intangibles, I do know and obviously have seen healthy tape. Granted, I wasn't here, but so I kind of have an idea or vision for the player, and then all the other things that he brings relative to his competitiveness, his versatility. He's a great teammate, and I think he's an important part of the locker room. And so it's good to see him getting work, and we'll be smart with that.
All of that is true. He was a team leader. He was the most sure-handed wide receiver on this team. He would always make a play if you threw him the ball. He mattered. But I have no idea what to expect when you're off for 2 years. Like, there's another guy in town that's been gone for 2 years that you're hoping can come back and be the same player he was beforehand, but I think it would be almost foolish to think that way. And that's Gabe Landeskog. I don't know anybody in sports that has missed 2 seasons, come back, and been the exact same guy. Doesn't mean they still haven't been good, but been the exact same. Like, this wide receiver room hinges on a couple of things, and again, I think this stuff is important for this year 1 developmental stage for Bo Nix. It's basically a 4-pronged approach of what you need to happen to ensure the most ideal scenario for your rookie quarterback in year 1. Number 1, Courtland Sutton has to be there. And I think it's been established that he's going to be. He said that I want to be a Bronco for life. So I don't think he's missing any camp or anything like that. Number 2, can Tim Patrick be the same guy? Because if you can have both of those guys as your 1 and 2 on this team, you're at least in decent shape. It might not be in the grouping of those Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua duos or T. Higgins, Jamar Chase duos. But it'll be decent enough that you have two viable options to start things off. The third would be, can guys like Marvin Mims make a jump? All that potential that we see in him, can it actually be realized and capitalized upon? And then the fourth one is, can Troy Franklin be a dude? Or more specifically, Nelly, I guess, will he have the opportunity to be one? Because rookies had a tough time seeing the field last year under Sean Payton. But go back and look at the Texans. So the Texans had Nico Collins, who was a decent wideout going into that year, and then blew up because the quarterback play was better. They added Dalton Schultz, which helped in the middle of the field, and then they got a pop year from a rookie guy in Tank Dell. All of that came to fruition at the same time with a really good quarterback to have them make a sizable jump in whatever the expectation was. I think we all went into last year thinking the Houston Texans were going to be picking in the top 5 again. And instead, they were damn near one of the last 5 teams standing in the NFL. But Tim Patrick's going to matter here. Tim Patrick's going to be somebody that can be another veteran on this team, that we've seen what he's done before, and if he's healthy and ready to go, can provide a nice little other safety valve to Courtland Sutton to help development along. And so I think he matters a lot, like big time. And I was happy to see him going through drills again, because, God, that's got to be hell. For as bad as the Gabe situation is, tried to rehab on that knee and then had another surgery that was way more invasive and involved and required way more attention and detail. Tim Patrick is almost worse to me because he had an injury. He fought back. He got back to training camp, was ready to go for the season, only to have another season-ending injury go down. And you've now rehabbed for 2 straight years on 2 different injuries, just hoping that you can get an opportunity to be somewhat the same guy. So it's tough. But God, was I happy to see him back on the field, doing some drills and looking like a normal human being again. Couple of things here. Rockies win last night. 3-run homer from Zeke Tovar. That's his 11th of the year. Just keep in mind, by the way, that 22-year-old shortstop that you have is leading the team in home runs. Leading in home runs at 22 years old. At this juncture of the season, he's on pace for over 20. And for a guy, it's not like Zeke Tovar is a huge human being. For a guy of his stature and his age to have this kind of season so far, it's really, really nice to see. Also,
Rock it, cock it, rock it, we suck it!
Shout out to Cal Quantrill, who's having a really good year. Another win that he got last night. 6 innings of 0-run ball. Now 6 or 6-4 on the year. And an ERA in the mid-3s. Couldn't ask for anything more from him. He's pulling his weight. He's doing his job. The problem is the bullpen is still a mess. Despite the win last night, we kind of talked about this yesterday in regards to Bud Black. Like, what more can he do as a manager? Where does the criticism come in for him when you feel like the team's just not that talented? And I'll give you the one example that has bothered me with Bud Black, if there's anything over the past couple of years. His reliance on veteran guys who just aren't very good kills me. So you're going into that game, you got to lead late, and it's always that you're white-knuckling that moment, right? Because the Rockies, they have a lead, but it's towards the end of the game. The bullpens come in. Can they hang on to it? And once again, you enter that 9th inning, which, what was the record, Nelly? What was it again? It was 5 times they've given up 5 or more runs in the 9th inning or later, which is already an MLB record this season. So you go into that ninth inning with a 5-2 lead in Minnesota. And I see Tyler Kinley being brought out of the bullpen. And, of course, he gives up a 2-run bomb, and then it's nervous time, able to close things out afterwards. But I don't know what the obsession is with Bud Black and Tyler Kinley. He's been here for 5 years. He has not been good for almost any of them.
What's the question?
Why is he still here is my question. And why is he getting the most clutchest of moments late in the game? There's literally nobody else you can point to. Like, they got a couple of guys in the bullpen this year that have been pretty good. Jalen Beeks. Now, he was the guy who was largely responsible for the last big blow-up, but over the course of the year, he's had a good year. You know, Vodnik's another guy who's had a good year out of the bullpen. Tyler Kinley is still getting consistent playing time with an ERA over 8. What are we doing here? And it's not like he's new to this roster. It's not like he's a 22-year-old guy. He's 30, 33, I think. Enough time has passed where you have an answer on whether Tyler Kinley's good or not. And he's not. So that's the only stuff that kind of bothers me is that. We've had enough of a sample size. It's not working. Please don't let him close games out. Please. Secondly, in baseball. So I have become obsessed, along with a lot of other people, about this guy in Pittsburgh named Paul Skeens. So, player of the year last year in college baseball. Started his career at the Air Force Academy before transferring to LSU. He is also, if you're on TikTok, which I am not, but if you are, you're probably aware that he is the boyfriend of Olivia Dunn, the LSU gymnast. He's got a pretty good life going for himself. Not to mention, he's incredibly good. Like, was in college last year, pitching in the bigs for the Pittsburgh Pirates already, and I mean mowing through people. As a starting pitcher, he's hitting 101, 102 miles an hour on his fastball. So he pitched in St. Louis last night, and I saw something I've never seen before. You know, in Denver, it's a little bit different. You can go to a Rockies game, you can see a whole bunch of opposing uniforms, and you can hear cheering that maybe not just rivals, but outdoes the cheers of a home crowd at Coors Field. Transplant town, whole bunch of people from all over the country live here. They take their fandoms with them. And so if you're watching a Cubs and Rockies game, you can find a situation where maybe a standing ovation is given to a Cubs player at Coors Field. You know where that doesn't happen is St. Louis. And I'm trying to figure this out. When I saw the video, and I don't know if you saw this, Nelly, of Paul Skeens walking off the field in St. Louis as an opposing pitcher and getting a standing ovation from the Cardinals fans, I thought that he had like a no-hit bid going that just got broken up. I didn't know the situation. But it's the bottom of the 7th. They're one out into the bottom of the 7th. He gets pulled, and the Cardinals are giving him a standing O, and I'm trying to figure out why that is. Because these are Cardinals fans. This wasn't Pittsburgh fans in St. Louis. No, it was people wearing Cardinals uniforms were giving the opposing pitcher a standing O. And why? I've never seen it in my life. You give a standing ovation to an opposing player, and maybe if he made history, you know what I mean? Or let's say, Nelly, it was the bottom of the 9th, 2 outs, and he gave up a base hit for a no-hit bid to end, and then they pulled him. Perhaps that makes sense. It's the bottom of the 7th. Like, yeah, he gave up 0 runs, but what was the point? And what I've heard is that this is the Cardinals' way of trying to say, wouldn't it be fun to play here at some point? And I'm like, you guys know he's a rookie, right? He's not going anywhere for a while. And again, Skeens was great. 6 1/3, 5 hits, 8 Ks. But you're giving standing ovations to opposing players?
And it's not like he used to play there, and so the fans still are happy for
Right.
his success elsewhere.
I thought I was missing a part of the story. Like maybe he was born in St. Louis, or maybe he played in college there, or maybe, I don't know. Like, I don't know what it would be. But it looked really weak in my estimation. Yeah, birthplace was Fullerton, California, so no ties there. Just super bizarre. And I'm trying to think, is there anybody that I would give a standing ovation to just by merely being in their presence?
And are we talking specifically baseball, or would this apply to any sport?
Well, I don't think it would happen in any sport. Like, the only reason you would give a standing ovation to somebody else in another sport is if something historic happened.
And in this case, it's a rookie. It's not like somebody
Yeah.
who's been in the league for 20 years that you enjoy seeing compete on the field, even if they're for the other team. It's a rookie. So
I'll give you an example. Like, if the Saints played at Mile High against the Broncos and Drew Brees set the all-time touchdown record and they stopped the game, I think you stand up, you give him a standing O. Congratulations, hell of an accomplishment, like that sort of thing, right? In basketball, God, man, I don't
would
know.
it be, I guess, for the rookie comp, would Wemby get a standing O when he came to Denver if
But
he
the-
dropped like 30?
Yeah, but the question is, why? Why would you do it? A texter says, it's just respect from a true baseball city. For a 6 1/3, 5 hits, 8 Ks, that happens every day in baseball. Texter says, I stood up and clapped when Mariano Rivera closed out my Rockies. Well, you know what? If it was Rivera's last game, then I would too. If he set the all-time saves record, then I would too. This is the only thing that's made sense so far from Amato on the text line. Sometimes you just got to give it up for a guy with a smoking hot girlfriend. If that's what they did, if they stood up and they're just saying, hey, man, good for you, nice job, then fine.
They were going, we want Livy.
Yeah. I mean, then that would make sense. I just don't get it. Give a standing O for a guy like Derek Jeter's last game at Coors. Totally fine with me. That one makes sense. I don't think that's the last time he's going to play in St. Louis. It's such a weak look. All right, 303-504-0925. Broadcasting live from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. chalk this up in the category of things I didn't know people would give a damn about. Story from the New York Post. Joey Chestnut, perennial winner of the annual July 4th Nathan's hot dog eating competition, is out of this year's beef barf over a deal he made to represent a different wiener brand, the Post has learned. So Joey Chestnut, I guess, is endorsing an Impossible hot dog, right? Which is the vegan version of a hot dog. Now, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, and maybe I'm just stupid. That is totally viable and possible. I didn't put together Nathan's hot dog eating contest that Nathan's was like a hot dog brand. I just thought that was the name of the thing, right?
You thought some guy named Nathan said, "Hey, Joey, just eat all these hot dogs."
Yeah, famous Nathan's hot dog. I don't know. I thought he was maybe the guy who had the weird hat, the circle straw hat looking thing with the American sort of ribbon around it, whoever that guy is. I thought maybe that's Nathan, and he put this all together. But I had no idea. But he's not going to be able to participate because that Impossible hot dog brand that he's doing is, I guess, competition with the actual hot dogs. I don't understand this at all. Like, there's two things I don't get. One, why does that matter? If he's going to eat your hot dogs that day, isn't it just the competition? Like, if there was a Minute Maid lemonade chugging contest, and I'm the best lemonade chugger in the world, and I represent, I don't know what another, Simply, right? Simply's another one, right? And I'm a Simply endorser. Does that mean I can't chug that day if that's the famous lemonade chugging thing?
Well, the thing I wonder is if he's endorsing these Impossible hot dogs, this is now what he would have to eat, right? So maybe that's different stats. Somebody's eating a regular beef frank, and then he's eating these Impossible vegan franks.
He would have to eat their hot dogs.
But you got to level the playing field. Everybody's got to eat the same dogs.
Yes, he would have to eat their hot dogs. But when they said they basically claim this is a problem in competition. You're with a competing brand. Can I ask you a question, Nelly?
Shoot.
Has a regular hot dog and an Impossible hot dog ever been in competition? Isn't that for two completely separate markets who do not overlap with each other?
Right.
If you're a vegan person, you aren't eating Nathan's hot dogs anyway. Pardon the pun, what's the beef here?
Right, exactly. It's not like somebody's going to watch Joey Chestnut. Suppose he's allowed into the competition and then he crushes everyone like he's supposed to. No one's going to watch that and go, I think veganism is for me. Look at that guy who likes the vegan dogs. He just ate 100 hot dogs in an hour. I'm going to go vegan.
Let me let you guys behind the curtain of Brett Kane for a second. And I'll let you know where I have hypocritical stances on things.
Is this going to be some confession music?
No, it's not a confession. It's not a confession.
Okay.
It's just a hypocrisy that I have. I love meat. I really do. Midwest guy, beef, it's in my blood. You throw a steak in front of me right now, I will eat it at 6:49 in the morning. Give me a burger, same thing. I do not discriminate against the meats either. Pork, beef, whatever you want.
You're just Brett Arby's Kane. We have the meats.
I will never eat an Impossible anything because I don't understand the purpose other than being vegan. That I get. But I am also not somebody I'm not a hunter. I can't bring myself to go kill. Now, if push comes to shove, apocalypse comes down, I'll take Bambi's head right off. You know what I mean? But I don't have to do that. We live in a civilized world at the moment.
Oh, good God!
Maybe that changes at some point. All I'm saying is I can't go out, and I'm not the kind of guy I can't right now, Nelly, just go out with buddies, hiding in camo somewhere, and just go and take somebody down. Can't do it. But I got no problem walking through the store with that stuff all nice and neat put in front of me. I can't walk by the meat counter at King Soopers and be like, yeah, I don't want any of that. I look at the bacon, I look at the steaks, I look at the hamburger, I look at all that stuff. And I'm like, I would eat all of that immediately.
Well, now, here's the question I have, because somebody brought this up on the text line. They brought up that this is a brilliant move by the Impossible brand because every sports, radio, and TV station in the country is talking about Impossible hot dogs. I knew about the Impossible Burger. I didn't even know they made a hot dog until like 12 hours ago. So it's a brilliant marketing campaign. What I wonder is, Joey Chestnut makes what, $700,000, $1 million from, how much does he make per appearance?
So here's what it says in the New York Post. It said a source said Chestnut was paid $200,000 to appear in Nathan's hot dog eating contest last year and was offered a $1.2 million 4-year contract moving forward.
So if you're the Impossible brand, how much did they offer him? If they said, "Oh, you're making $200,000, we'll give you $1 million to endorse us. We'll multiply your salary times 5, and even if you get booted, you'll get residuals or something." I wonder what the deal was, because this is absolutely brilliant marketing.
It definitely is. And what I tell you is, here's the other question I had. What is the hot dog eating contest a poll because Joey Chestnut's in it? Like, is anybody going to be like, "Oh, Joey Chestnut's not in this, now I'm not watching"?
Honestly, yeah.
Really?
That's the only reason anyone's cared about the hot dog contest for like 15 years. At first, there was the rivalry with him and Kobayashi, and then Kobayashi hung up his proverbial hot dog skates. And for the past like 10 years, it's just been Joey Chestnut. Without him there, I don't think as many people care. He was the draw.
Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I find that entire thing disgusting and revolting to watch. Now, I'll give an example. Last year, I actually went to a Rockies game the day that they had that. Because it's July 4th every year, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think I went to a Rockies game. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I was at Tom's Watch Bar before the game. There with my wife and a couple of her friends. And they had the TVs on ESPN, and it was just on. And it was one of those, like, that's the only way I'm watching the hot dog eating contest. If it's on a TV that I have no ability to do anything about. I would never be like, Chestnut's in it, appointment viewing, gotta watch.
Yeah, man, I don't know if this is a bad take, but I think the hot dog eating contest is one of the most disgusting things that's ever put on TV. And they're not even eating it. They're just shoving wet bread in their faces. It's not even eating. It is gross and just abhorrent, and I can't bring myself to watch it. But you know what? I support all of you who do, but as Sean Payton says,
I think
it's not my hump. It's not my hump,
yeah.
Dude.
By the way, Texture says, if someone gave you an Impossible Burger, you would not be able to tell the difference. Look, I have nothing to base that off of. I would highly doubt that you're right about that.
It's
I think
close,
I could totally
man.
tell the difference.
It's pretty close. I've had the Impossible Burger before. It's like, it's right there. They did a good job.
Well, I'll take your word for it. But I'm telling you right now, if you slipped me an Impossible Burger and when I thought I was getting a regular burger, I might start swinging just on principle. That is like, don't hit me with the old bait and switch. I do not like to be tricked. When I make my order, I do it specifically.
You're not going to take the Pepsi challenge with the Impossible Burger?
Absolutely not. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can shop Safeway's Summer 4X points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer on the Safeway app and opt in to convert points into cash off at the checkout automatically. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moser Lombardi and Kane next. No, Nelly, I'm not talking to you. I'm waiting for Moj to get done yelling curse words so I can turn my microphone on. That's all.
Every other person at this station is an absolute moron. Why do they do their computers this way? Why do they set up their computers in a...
off. Take your sunglasses off, first of all, because I'm not talking to a man wearing sunglasses indoors. We know the rule.
I wear my
Vic,
sunglasses at night.
Vic,
so
I'm not talking.
So
Vic, I'm not talking to a man who's wearing a sports bra this morning either, so you got to
agree.
take that off.
You know what's funny? Nelly gets on in my ear before the show and goes, "Why are you wearing a backpack?"
For those who don't know, I've got to explain this because we all know each other's lives immensely. The harness, it's basically a harness. What Vic is wearing is a harness that forces your back to be straight.
I was born with scoliosis. I have scoliosis.
Yeah, I understand that. All the inbreeding, I understand.
I was just going to say why. That was, I swear to God. Oh, no! When we went out to Sanctuary on Sunday, it was one of the funniest things ever. We were making fun of Vic's back, and Vic goes, "We're inbred. What do you think's going to happen?"
Mario's got a new hip. Vic's got his back is all jacked. And I'm like, I've been to the village. I get it, buddy. It's all good. No. Good morning,
my
Vic.
mother and father claim they're second cousins. They could be brother sister. I have no idea. There's no way to prove any of this.
Right.
All right. Hell of a start to the show. Just a classic talk about inbreeding. I mean, who doesn't start that 2 minutes into a sports radio show?
Dude, I'm dead serious. Take your glasses off or don't put your camera
I will.
on. Yeah,
Hold on a second. I had a bulldog one time.
Okay.
Named Winston. He's a good boy. I adopted him. But he was the problem with him is that he was so inbred.
Yeah.
Like he got to be 3.5 years old and his whole circulatory system just collapsed. It was awful. I went to the rock and roll show last night, so I'm going to be a little bit slow this morning, boys.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Good talk. All right.
Yes, good talk is right. Vic, were you at minicamp yesterday, right? You said you were going to make it down there, go check out some of the newer guys, but also see Cortland Sutton back on the field.
He looks big. He's so much bigger than the other receivers. Just bigger, more muscular, stronger, taller. Tim Patrick is tall, but he's not as muscle-bound as Cortland Sutton. So he really stands out. He did show up. He did do the individual drills. He sat out during the team drills. Now, when they went to the team format, he just watched from the side, just caught passes from the side. So the decision on that, and they keep pushing this too. The reason he's been in Florida, not necessarily because he's mad about his contract. They're spinning the story that he's just working on his ankle rehab. Now, which story do you buy? Do you buy that, or do you buy the story that, he's not happy with his contract?
Maybe a little bit of both.
Because he mentioned they're nowhere close.
A little bit of both because he could work on his ankle here if he wanted to. I mean, there must be a guy down there. There's those Florida witch doctors. Brett, you know all about it. Those are your people now, right?
Yep.
Those Florida witch doctors. You can't really rehab an ankle anywhere but specifically where he was in Florida. So, I mean, that's pretty well known, right? I mean, it's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both, dude. He's got his guy down there. He's a little bit torqued. He wants some more bread. He's proven a point. That's all it is.
It's hilarious to me because I've seen this many times with Bronco players who don't come back for workouts and they insist on staying in Florida, not Wisconsin, not Idaho, not Maine, not Vermont, Florida. Apparently, Florida has a wide array of training areas and ankle doctors. It's always Florida. It's Florida or Arizona or California. Again, it's never Alaska. I don't hear anybody staying in South Dakota for rehab.
Yep.
I was in Minot, North Dakota for rehab for 2 months during the winter. Right.
It's who I really trust. But to answer your question, you're talking about, is it really the ankle or is it the contract? I think there's one quote yesterday, and Nelly, can you run this back for us, where he was talking about his contract situation, and he used two different terms, but I think the most important part is the very end of this, but let's hear it all. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know who talked to them, but I mean, it's obviously it's something that has been conversed about. There we go. Conversed about, and you know, my team and I have been in contact with you know, the guys upstairs to handle all of that stuff, and you know, we kind of were going back and forth trying to figure out the best way to, you know, kind of find a middle ground for the situation, and you know, we are at a stalemate in a sense, but you know, I have confidence and faith that the right thing will be done.
That last part there. So they're at a stalemate, but he has confidence in faith that the right thing will be done. You know, and I got to thinking about that when I heard that yesterday. I'm like, what exactly is the right thing here? I mean, to him, it's going to be that he gets another contract and he gets a couple $1 million more a year and all that stuff. And then I looked at his contract. He's making anywhere from about $13 to $14 million a year with some incentives included in it. That sounds exactly right for the player he is to me. Like, that's the thing. Like, most of the time, you will find players, and I think especially in the NFL, the players get screwed. There is not a Chris Bryant contract in the NFL. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, that guy is not producing anything at all, and there's nothing you could do to get around this, and blah, blah, blah. I can find you a whole bunch of examples of guys who were 6th-round picks making $800,000 a year who are playing at Pro Bowl levels, who are being severely underpaid. This is one of the rare cases, and I don't know how often this happens in football, where I think the money is actually perfect for the player. Like, I think $13 to $14 million for his production is right on the money.
I don't think it's necessarily about the salary. It's about the guaranteed money if something were to go wrong.
Sure.
He only has $2 million in guaranteed money. That's the issue I think he has with this deal. But reading Sean Keeler's piece this morning.
We'll talk to Sean at 9 o'clock, by the way. 9 o'clock this morning.
Sean Keeler makes some great points. I mean, he compared Sutton's contract, not the guaranteed money, the contract. According to Sport Track, he makes more in guaranteed money than Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, DeAndre Hopkins, and Garrett Wilson. So his money is appropriated perfectly, according to what you just said there.
Yeah.
I mean, would you take Courtland Sutton over Jamar Chase?
Nope.
Stephon Diggs?
Nope.
I mean, DeAndre Hopkins is a pretty good player. I know he's on the closing end of his career, but the money's the money. And I know that when your deal's up, you want to be the next one in line. And I'm still confused because the first thing that Sean wrote is the thing that I've always intimated here when it comes to Courtland Sutton. I love the player. I love the dude. I mean, he plays with heart and passion. I love everything about him. But the Denver Broncos cannot make the playoffs with you or without you. Mm-hmm. So what's the difference?
Yeah, I asked Nelly this question. I said, Nelly, just rapid fire, give me some random teams in the NFL. And he shouted out a couple in the appetizer. And I said, for each of those teams, is Courtland Sutton, because he is on this team, he's probably a top 3 player on this team. Is he a top 5 player on half the other teams in the league?
Nope.
No, he's not. And again, this sounds like we're being disrespectful to Courtland Sutton, and I'm not. I think he's a very good player who can
just
serve a very good role on teams.
No, he's the Broncos' best receiver.
Yes, no doubt about it.
I mean, let's make this abundantly clear. As soon as I saw him walk up yesterday, I go, whoa. You know, he's the Broncos' best receiver. He's next level. There's no doubt about it. That tells you more about the Broncos' receivers room than anything else.
That's it. He's the best player. So is he a number 1 wide receiver? Well, on this team, he is. But he's not on contending teams. That's
correct.
For sure.
Exactly right. And look, I don't blame him. The market has been reset. And so he's like, well, what can I do? And maybe it's a little prodding of his agent, or maybe it's him saying, oh, my God, these guys are all getting this unbelievable money. How about a little bit more something for the llama, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, fine. But I completely agree. He's right where he should be. He's right where the Broncos need him, expect him, and want him. Enough of this, man. I understand you want more money, but it's not your time. When it's your time 2 years down the road, it'll be your time. But it ain't right now.
Conversated about.
I love that, by the way.
Yes.
Brett, Nelly, and I'll ask our listeners. This is where I beg our listeners, because in sports talk, people sometimes have agendas about what they talk about, right? It's always agenda driven. But I like to think this show is fan driven, viewer driven, listener driven. We want to talk about stuff you like to talk about. I can't spend the summer discussing Courtland Sutton's contract squabble. I can't. Listen to me. Listen closely. If we do this every day, I'll wear this over my mouth.
Yeah, dude, I completely agree.
Well, here's the thing.
I can't do this.
I would
It's
rather
done.
discuss your bro.
But
Yeah,
this is done.
I know. We just led with it, and I understand it's a big story because he showed up to minicamp. But if we do this again tomorrow and the day after, talking about, well, this is the worst part of sports, in my opinion. I hate it. You can write this down. Hell, record this.
No, what I'm telling you,
And again, I will ask our listeners to advise us. Is there any value in sports talk hosts discussing ad nauseum contract squabbles?
No.
well, again, here's the thing about Sutton. This is over. Like, he showed up to camp. He's not going to miss training camp. If he's concerned about cash, he's not going to be writing, $100,000 checks when training camp rolls along because he doesn't want to show up because he knows he's not getting it. There's no reason for the Broncos to budge. Like, the one example I'll give you, Vic, that I was kind of blown away by, and it still sticks out as like a really odd thing. Do you remember when John Elway was still the GM and Chris Harris was not happy and they just like threw him $3 million with no strings attached? They were just like, well, here, just take this. It's like, what does the team get in return? Nothing.
No, you just get more money out of the blue. Correct. Here's free bread.
Has that ever happened? Like, hey, can you think of another scenario in football in which they just gave somebody money with nothing in return?
I can't think of any sport where
Yeah,
they just go.
I do. They gave
Where?
Kyle Orton some extra cash when he was here. I remember
They
that
did?
specifically.
Kyle
Yeah.
Orton?
Yeah, and then they traded him to Kansas City.
For what?
They gave him a deal
They gave him extra money for what?
for being Kyle Orton. I don't know.
Here's an extra $10. Go shave that stupid beard.
Yeah.
I remember that. This stuff happens more in the NFL than any other sport. I mean, when you think about it, in the NBA, you don't have many contract squabbles. I mean, you have James Harden who wants to play for a certain team, so he says, I'm out unless I get my extension. But you don't get this for every position. Only the superstars, right? I mean, the NFL is known for, God, every position's got some sort of contract problem.
Well,
My
it's not
goodness, it
guaranteed
gets
money.
old.
It's not guaranteed money.
That's
So
why.
every single guy is trying to get his. That's what it's all about. It's the only league without guaranteed money.
In fact, Moj, is the only real hockey situation where there's been a contract issue, is it like Val? Is this like the only one that No, but you know what I'm saying, where it's like the team is actively trying to find a loophole to get out of a contract?
Oh,
Because you can't do
Yeah.
that with fully guaranteed deals.
That's
It's like
correct.
the deal's the deal.
Right.
You might not like what Chris Bryant's doing for the Rockies. You might hate that he's hurt all the time. He's making $180 million no matter what you think, no matter what you can do.
correct. You have no recourse whatsoever. You can find the world's biggest cannon, try to shoot him into the sun, but it ain't going to be allowed. You're paying him the money. Actually, you could shoot him into the sun, but you're still paying the money. Doesn't matter.
But you just have to strap all
Right.
that cash on his back first and then let him go.
correct.
303-504-0925. We can talk about this more with Sean Keeler, who will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Something happened yesterday that I need you guys to help me make sense of this because I don't understand it at all.
Something happened yesterday that on the field, that is my favorite thing in the entire world.
Okay, we'll get to both of those next.
You start to get older and you have decreased energy. Maybe a decrease in libido, brain fog, all these different kinds of things, but you can do something about it like I did. Get to Castle Rock Hormone Health. It's their 3rd anniversary right now. And they're not only doing the free consultations, they do that all the time, but also all free lab work. And if you need their help, the first month is only $99. Think about it. You won't have that decreased energy anymore, greater libido, you have brain fog gone. They are absolute professionals, and they can help you right now. It's incredibly easy and quick, the treatment, and you're going to feel better. You're going to get back to being you again. So do yourself a favor. Just check out what your hormones are doing. It's nothing to be ashamed of. As you get older, your hormones are going to change, but they can get you back to where you need to be. Go to crhormonehealth.com. That's crhormonehealth.com. 6 locations in the Front Range and more coming. They'll get you back to being you again.
All right, so yesterday, Rockies get back in the win column. They beat Minnesota 5-4. 3-run homer from Zeke Tovar. Hey, shut your mouth. I got something to say about this.
Okay.
Your 22-year-old shortstop, Zeke Tovar, is
a
tied
stud.
for the lead on your team in home runs. It's his 11th of the year. By the way, he's not a big guy.
No, he only weighs about 100. Dude, if he weighs 170 pounds, I'd be shocked.
I'll give you his exact dimensions. But for him to be leading the team, what?
You said dimensions. What? How much?
Yeah, dimensions.
How much does he weigh? He's like a skinny dude, man.
Zeke Tovar is 6 foot, 162 pounds.
Where's he
No
from?
way does he weigh
Venezuela.
162.
Venezuela?
Are you sure?
He's 162. That's what's listed on ESPN.com.
He's thicker than that.
Sure?
But 11 home runs. He's hitting 292, having this great year. The issue that I had, because I watched the game last night, and I got into that, it's the ninth inning, you're up 3, and it's the white knuckle moment, right? Where you're just oh, God, here comes the bullpen. Because who had another good start yesterday? Cal Quantrill did. Another 6 innings, no-run baseball. He's having a great year.
He's a winning pitcher, by the way.
He is, which is rare to find in these parts, especially over the past couple of years. 6-4 on the year, Cal Quantrill.
Yeah, he pitched really, really well.
But see, we were just talking about this yesterday. The one beef that I have with Bud Black, because I think a lot of this stuff is out of his control. Like, I'll give you a perfect example.
What's the question?
Why is Tyler Kinley still here? He's been on this team for 5 years. He's had an over 5 ERA almost every year that he's been here. His ERA this year is at 8.1, and we're still trotting him out there to close out games. He's 33 years old. What's the point?
Well, can I follow up that question? Is that Bud Black's decision? He's given the roster spots, and he fills them. He's not the one that decides who sticks around, is he? That's not his job.
Why didn't Beeks close?
But he's closing games. That is his decision. Yes. That is his.
Yes. So you're saying, and I don't disagree with you here. I agree with you. What is the goal this season? Because people have the misinformation that the goal is to win games. Is the Rockies' goal to win games?
No, I think they're in the same place as the Broncos are. You would love to win. Obviously, you're trying to win every day, but it's about developing guys.
Exactly. And if you win games by developing, bonus.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Bonus. If you, it's the Oklahoma City model, the Thunder. They weren't supposed to be that good this year.
Mm-hmm.
They won games and developed, correct?
Yes.
And they developed quickly, and they won quickly. So play the young guns, as many as you got. Call them all up for all I care. Hell, bring up your AA team for all I care. Bring them up. I agree with you there. Why are they wasting time with players who don't have a future here in Denver? What's the point?
That's the only beef that I have. It's like, look, Jake Cave seems like a nice guy. He's in his 30s, though. Why is he playing? Tyler Kinley, why are we trotting him out to close out games when, first of all, he's not good, and second of all, he's 33 years old?
Because you're chasing short-term victories at the expense of long-term picture here. And I think sophisticated fans understand where you are and just say, listen, just tear it down and let's start. Let's go. Let's start now. Well, if the Broncos had taken that approach 8 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Okay, you're right, but here's the difference. I think that fans believe that eventually the Broncos are going to get it together, figure it out, and they're going to win football games. I understand why the Rockies are doing what they're doing. I'm just afraid there's never, ever, ever going to be any payoff, and that's where the frustration comes in for a guy like me, not the drunkies in the friggin' outfield at the party deck jerking around.
Moshe, there will be a payoff if you do it the right way. And let me give you 2 classic examples. Who are the 2 closest teams, the 2 most recent championship teams in Denver?
Understood.
Okay, so the payoff for the Colorado Avalanche after a 48-point season, a miserable season, nobody went to the games, the arena was half empty, people were wondering if the coach would keep his job, it was that bad. The payoff was a Stanley Cup championship. The Denver Nuggets went through the Brian Shaw era where people had to take their cell phones and leave them in a basket at halftime during games. It was awful. The payoff after going young and starting over was an NBA championship. That's the payoff. You build, and then when you get close, you can bring on veterans to help you get over the top. That's the model.
Do you believe? Agreed, Vic. That is the typical model. But we're talking about the Colorado Rockies here. We're talking about a whole franchise. They don't have baseball is different. You can get there and you can take a stab at it. You have these spike years. But do the fans truly believe there will ever be a payoff? Brett, I buy into what you're saying. I completely agree with you. The Doyles and the Tovars and so on and so forth. I don't want to get rid of Rymack. I still like him too. The question is, if you go through all the labor pains, right? Mm-hmm. You go through the 9 months of pregnancy. When do you get the baby?
Can I Can I
When
give you an example
do
of
you
who they
get
could be?
the baby?
Like, this is who I think the Rockies could be, because everybody is going to yell and scream about if they ever do get good, then they'll just sell off the players. Do you know who's kind of got what I think an ideal Rockies business model, what it should be, who's got it down, is the Kansas City Royals. Have you seen them this year? 10 games over 500. They won a World Series back in 2015, I think it was.
right about there.
And then they
fell
totally
off the
sell
face
off.
of the planet.
They sold
Yep.
off all their players because they couldn't afford them anymore. And then what they do? They restarted. They built young. They developed guys. They took a couple of 90, 100 lost seasons, and now they're right back to being a contending team again, where you go out and you buy a pitcher like Seth Lugo to lead the way, and like they're right back in it. Bobby Witt Jr. is one of the best players in baseball now. Like, this is a model that they could follow. But all of that, let's put it to the side for a second. Because what I witnessed yesterday in the MLB is something I can't understand, and I don't know if I've seen it before. We're big fans on this show of Paul Skeens, former Air Force Academy pitcher, transferred to LSU, dating Olivia Dunn, jumps to the majors in year one, his rookie season, and is just tearing people apart. Did you see what happened to him in St. Louis last night?
I did.
So, Moshe, he pitches 6 1/3, 5 hits, no runs, 8 strikeouts. Good start. Nothing like amazing, incredible. That happens every night in the MLB. It's a good start. But this game is in St. Louis. This is not Coors Field. This is full of Cardinals fans, correct?
Right.
They gave him a standing ovation when he left the field. And I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah.
What's that about?
You know why? I'm going to tell you exactly why. Because Cardinals fans are smart. Because those baseball fans in St. Louis, and I'm not trying to offend Rockies fans. I'm not trying to offend our own. I'm not. I'm just telling you, those are good baseball fans. And they understand when a guy deserves something like that. And those are great baseball fans in St. Louis. See, here's Mosier. Mosier doesn't like that statement. When you actually give some credit to an opposing fan base, St. Louis fans are good fans. Smart, sophisticated, longtime baseball fans. They understand it. They get it. What's your problem?
He's asking you a question, Moshe.
I swear to God, I'm going to call you during the break, and I'm going to say some really foul words. And I'm not kidding. You've gotten so soft. Jesus God, are you soft?
Retort what I just said. Give me a retort for that. I don't understand what is so unhinged about what I said. Giving credit to an opposing fan.
Turn him off, Nelly, please. Thank you.
You still haven't answered his question.
Yeah,
Thank you, Nelly.
The day that people at Ball Arena gave an ovation to Russell Westbrook for setting the triple-double record, I was so incredibly pissed off, you can't even believe it. You don't do that to somebody who's doing it in your joint. And then, by the way, who gives a crap? Skeens throws, 6 1/3, throws 5-hit baseball.
Yeah, it's a decent start. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, what is he, some
give you the
friggin'
difference.
Nolan Ryan? Oh,
No,
I'm
let me give you
sorry,
the difference.
reincarnated Tom Seaver. Let me come on out there and lick you. It's just stupid.
Let me give you the difference between the two.
Time out. Shut him off. I swear to God, if anybody did that at Coors Field and Rockies fans gave him a standing ovation after 6 1/3 of no-hit ball against my ball club, I swear to God, I would end up in the clink because I would be hooking with every jerk face around me. Every jackwagon who's going, yay, Skeens! Skeens! Screw you! You know what? And the fact that you even defend those idiot Cardinal fans is offensive to me. I don't care how sophisticated you think they are. I don't even care how much you love the city of St. Louis. The fact that you defend them it's an abhorrent thing on this program, and I won't allow it anymore.
Let me offer my rebuttal.
Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
After you're done yelling. You make a great point comparing and contrasting what the St. Louis fans did for Paul Skeens with what Nuggets fans did for Russell Westbrook, which left me mouth agape and disgusted. Here's the difference.
There's no difference.
Here's
no
the
difference.
Can I speak?
No, you can't right now. Hang on. Let me say this too. Let me say this. What Westbrook did is at least somewhat historic.
I wasn't here for that. I mean,
what Skeens did happens all the time. It's like a
Can I-
daily
can I
occurrence.
speak?
Oh, you wiped your own butt. Great. Standing ovation. Yeah, now speak, please.
When the Nuggets fans applauded Russell Westbrook, they did so after he made a game-winning three-pointer from 35 feet to complete the game. The applause didn't come at any point then. It came after Oklahoma City beat the Nuggets in a very important game, and it hurt to lose that game, and the applause came then, and that was terrible. You don't applaud when your team loses. The game in St. Louis, the game wasn't over yet. The guy was pulled from the game. As pitchers go to the dugout, there's usually a reaction. The fans there noted that he put up a hell of an effort, that he put up a really great line, and they applauded his effort. They didn't
Thank you
applaud
for
the fact
kicking
that
our
their team
ass.
was
We love
losing.
you.
It was a tie game. It was 0-0.
Okay, so the game wasn't over yet. Their team still had a chance to win the game. There's a big difference between the two. And all I'm telling you is St. Louis Cardinals fans understand and recognize greatness. That's all I'm telling you. That's it. That's
See,
all.
but
when
can I say something real quick, Vic?
Yeah.
The thing I don't get, if that was the bottom of the ninth and he took a no-hitter into it and he had, one out and then they got a base hit and then they pulled him, I get it. It was just a regular start that happens every night in the MLB, and that's what I don't understand.
Yeah.
We kind of went over the scenarios. Now, Russell Westbrook hitting a game-winning shot, that's a weird time to do it. But if something historic in nature happened, if you had somebody who threw a perfect game or a no-hitter or got close or something like that, if you had somebody said, I stood up and gave a standing O to Derek Jeter in his last game at Coors Field. Like maybe that one, right? The last time I'll see this guy, congrats to you,
Sure.
whatever.
Sure.
This guy was just 6 1/3, 5 hits, 8 Ks. I don't get that part. Like, are they trying to sell for later on, years down the line when he's a free agent, that this is, hey, fans here appreciate you? Is that what they're doing?
I don't know, but everybody in baseball says it. Larry Walker came on this show and said it. He came on this show after he made the Hall of Fame and said it. St. Louis Cardinal fans are great fans. They're great fans. They're notorious for being great fans. I mean, and there's no other way to put it. And I don't know if that hurts Mosier's feelings, but that's the truth. Those are great baseball fans in Middle America. They understand the game. They recognize greatness in the game, and they gave the kids some due. Big deal. Big freaking deal.
I like what a texter said in the appetizer. I think it was a motto. He said, sometimes you just got to stand up and cheer for somebody who's dating a hot chick. And maybe that was it. They're just like, congratulations. I don't know how you did it, but
Vic,
good for you.
Vic, you couldn't. What I don't understand is what's happened to you. I don't understand what happened to the guy that I used to know, the competitive guy.
A guy,
I have no reason to be competitive because the team here is not competitive. If I had some competitive arsenal, if I had some
Can I talk
weapons,
or not? Can I
There's
talk?
no, I'm going to tell you why it means nothing to me. Because what happens in the rest of Major League Baseball, there's no reason for me to get all bent out of shape. The team here is not competitive.
Guy comes into your joint, dealing, sitting you down. 3, 3, 3. Right? He's dealing, right? And if I'm in that Cardinals dugout, I swear to the Lord above, I take maybe I got a cracked bat, right? Maybe I had one that I in batting practice I fouled off the end of the bat, got a little crack in it, but it's still somewhere in the clubhouse. I get that. I walk out of the dugout, I climb the screen, I go into the stands, and I start beating. I start beating people. If my fan base gave a standing ovation to a guy that's just some rando, he's not a rando, I understand that, but just some random start to a guy that's mowing us down, I swear to God, dude, it's just embarrassing, Vic. I don't care how sophisticated they are. I don't care about what good fans they are. I don't care that they get it. I don't care about any of this stuff. If a guy comes into my place and is mowing me down and my fan base gives him a standing ovation, I tell them all to go to hell. I'm not even kidding. I'm being genuine. Yeah. That's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing for the city of St. Louis. It's embarrassing for everybody at that ballpark. It's ridiculous. It's dumb.
They're not embarrassed. They're not embarrassed.
Well, you know what? But they should be. Have you ever seen somebody who's not embarrassed, but they should be? They should be.
Let me ask you this: When Hideo Nomo threw the very first no at Coors Field, no hitter, I was not here for that game. I did not go to that game, but I would have to imagine that even Rockies fans, the most loyal Rockies fans, after the first no-no in Coors Field history was thrown, I would imagine that a lot of Rockies fans stood up and applauded Hideo Nomo. Good or bad?
Dude, if Adam Lowry comes in here and scores 4 goals and the Avalanche fans give him a standing ovation, I swear to God I would lose it. I mean, knock it off. What are we doing? What are we doing, man? Some goalie comes in from Minnesota and throws a 41-save shutout against the Avs, and the fans give him a standing O. I mean, how embarrassed would you be for the Avalanche fan base? You'd be incredibly embarrassed, and you know you would.
You want to hear Mosier get really mad? You want to hear Mosier get really mad? Listen to this. Do you guys remember when Nolan Arenado first returned to Coors Field after being traded to St. Louis, his first series back here, and he was introduced to the fan base? Do you remember the standing ovation he got from Coors Field?
You bet I do.
I was proud of Rockies fans. I was proud to call myself a Denver fan, a Colorado resident. I was proud of those fans giving Nolan Arenado a standing ovation for what he did in Denver, even though he now wore Cardinals colors. How did you feel about that, Moshe?
Hold on a second. Watch this. I was fine with it. I think the fan. I mean, I would have put it in his numbers, but I understood why they did it. Okay, this is Garrett. It's the worst take Mosier's ever had. You simply don't understand baseball. God, you're stupid, Garrett. Stop trying to project hockey standards onto other sports. You're proving you simply don't get it. What don't I get? That a guy could.
I feel like I know a little bit about baseball, and I was very confused by the reaction.
Yeah, Brett knows a little bit about baseball. I know a lot about baseball too, Garrett. A guy comes. I mean, swear to God, if somebody from the Dodgers, name your guy, Bueller, name a guy comes in. If a guy comes into Coors Field, just imagine you're at Coors Field, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
Kershaw. I mean, whoever you want.
Okay?
Ohtani. No, but not. Yeah, if Shohei comes in and hits 2 dongs off you into the fountains, are you giving him a standing ovation? I swear to God, if you do, I'm going to fight you. Seriously, Vic. I mean, you're. Oh, Rockies fans are so sophisticated.
Hang on a second.
They appreciate greatness of a guy hitting major dongs on their team.
Moshe.
You're just an idiot. You're so dumb.
Moshe.
And Garrett, you're dumb. You're all dumb. What?
Moshe, if Eric Johnson returns to Denver next year, playing for whatever hockey team he'll be with, was he with Philly now? If Eric Johnson returns and has a Hattie for some reason,
well, dude, he's a beloved player here. Skeen's never played for. He's a rookie.
No, but he beats the Avs. Hold on, he beats the Avs with a late goal and a Hattie. What's your reaction?
I'm going to be mad because my team lost. Okay, I love EJ,
but you'll be mad.
Yeah,
you'll be mad. You'll be mad. I get being mad. I get being mad because your team. But how will you feel about him?
It does.
How will you? What will you say to him?
Yeah, I say, you know what, man? I love you, buddy. I if it had to be anybody that did it against the Avs, I'm glad it was you.
One last thing on
baseball. This is a rookie who went 6 1/3, Vic. You're completely out of perspective on this, and that's what's so frustrating about it. And all these Cardinal fans, you think they're so sophisticated and they're so good. How'd they earn this reputation? They're a bunch of jackwagons over there, man.
Well, I'd rather be
a crap hole, and you're a crap.
Put it
Why
this
don't
way.
you move there?
No, put it this way. I'd rather be a Cardinal fan over a Philly fan. Would you rather have the Philly reputation?
Well, you know what,
Which
Brett?
fan base would you want to be?
I'd rather be a Pinto over a Yugo.
I'm going to ask you slowly. I'm going to ask you very slowly. You know the reputation of Philly fans. Which fan base do you respect more? The Philly fan base or the St. Louis fan base? I will ask it slowly.
Come on, Moshe.
I respect the St. Louis fan base more.
Thank you. That's all.
Just quickly. 2 things really quick before we get the break.
I don't understand. I can't believe that you came out with this perspective. I can't believe it.
Texture, Nathan, who must have, a long-time listener, he has to be. Because he said, my favorite part of this is Brett knew the standing ovation combo would erupt into a war between Vic and Moshe. Yeah, see, that guy's been listening to this show for a long time. I just set the ball on a tee, and I let these guys both take their bats and start hacking at it.
I mean, listen, I'm sorry that I got so over the top about it, but Vic, and this is genuine. I don't understand how you can accept a guy coming in throwing 6 1/3 in your joint.
Okay, hang on.
Dude's a stud, man. Dude's a special talent.
He's fun to watch.
That's all I'm saying. When his highlights are on SportsCenter at night, I watch him. He makes it look so easy. and I admire special talents. Now, if he hurt my team in a certain situation, if my team were competitive, I'd be upset. But he's playing a random team in St. Louis that I don't care either. I don't care. St. Louis fans, you do what you want. I don't care. It's better than Philly fans being Jaguars.
Just really quick before we get the break. I'm going to steal this from Le Batard. I was scrolling through Twitter yesterday, and it was just a 20-second clip. They had a stat of the day. If you removed Barry Bonds' 7 MVP seasons from his stat sheet, 7, by the way, 7 MVP seasons, if you just took those away, he would only have 440 home runs and 359 stolen bases, which no player in MLB history has.
It's amazing.
What does this have to do with anything?
We're on the subject of baseball. I heard that yesterday, and I'm like, that is one of the most remarkable. If you remove 7 seasons from his 7 MVP seasons, 440 homers and 359 stolen bases.
Hey, Sherman,
now
why
you're bringing
don't
up
you
another.
take a timeout during this commercial break, all right? Why don't you go take a timeout and go hard in your ass? Because right now you are as soft as baby poop. And I don't want
you
to
want to hear what
right
soft
now.
is?
I'm out.
You want to hear what soft is? I'll bring up another topic we can say for the next segment. When it comes to Barry Bonds and his alleged steroid use and all that stuff, Mosier is Mr. Purity, right? Mosier doesn't want Barry Bonds in the Hall of Fame. He thinks the Hall of Fame should be cherished and protected. You and I, Brett, and most rational human beings recognize that Barry Bonds, in my generation, greatest hitter I've ever seen.
Ever.
I don't care what's he injected into his
ever.
body. Greatest hitter I've ever seen. Okay, greatest hitter I've ever seen. And Brett, does he belong in the Hall of Fame?
Of course
Is
he
he a
does.
Hall of Famer?
Of
Okay,
course.
what does Mosier say about that?
He says no.
Why
are you so pissy?
Because he's soft. Because he's suddenly a St. Louis fan.
He's not even in the studio anymore. He left.
Of course he's not, because he's a
gone.
hypocrite. He had to get out and go poo.
He probably did. All right, 303-504-0925. We got Sean Keeler at 9 o'clock. Stick around. That's the lucky sound of Tulatero, and you ever missed out on buying a lottery ticket because of a busy schedule? Well, say goodbye to those days. Tulatero, the app that you can play your favorite lottery games anytime, anywhere, ensuring you never miss out on a big jackpot. We got the Powerball tonight, $20 million up for grabs, and if you download Tulatero right now and use the code MAGIC, you can get a free lottery ticket. The lottery app, Tulatero, Tulotero. See if luck is on your side today with that free lottery ticket using the code MAGIC. Good luck.
Will hand over the baseball. 103 pitches. He'll leave with a runner at second, one out.
Look at this, Greg.
Yeah,
We got
Cardinal fans giving him a standing ovation.
Incredible.
All right.
Can I offer one last volley? One last one.
Yeah,
Just got a text from someone who listens to this show. And by the way, we want to thank our listeners. Our listenership continues to climb as the number one rated morning show, number one rated sports show in the Metro Denver area. We thank you. We thank you for taking us there. We're nothing without you, so we appreciate that. Somebody just sent... Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, I just saw the news you saw.
Yeah, wait a minute. Before I get to this text, just got the breaking news, and I just saw him on a 30 for 30 last night, and this is a punch to the gut. Because this guy is the freaking logo of the NBA.
Don't tell me Rick Barry's dead. Don't tell me. I can't hear it.
Rick Barry?
Rick Barry.
Rick Barry, sorry.
Jerry West.
Jerry West, sorry.
NBA legend Jerry West has passed away at the age of 86.
Oh, man.
The logo.
God, isn't that crazy that you would be the logo of a multi-billion dollar enterprise? Obviously, a little too young to ever watch Jerry West play. Very aware of Jerry West, though, one of the greatest players to ever live. He was he? You guys watched the Showtime HBO thing, right?
He was miscast in that show, and there are a lot of people in NBA circles angry about that. They made him look like some angry, drunken fool, and that's not who Jerry West was. Not even close. That was drama-laden. That was made for television, the way they did that. And it was bad, man. They made him look bad.
But you got
Jerry West, a couple things about Jerry West. First of all, very few NBA greats, Hall of Famers, very few, make the transition from player. And as great a player as he was, right, for those Lakers teams all those years, as great a player as he was a better general manager, man.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think how many. Pat Riley's done it. Pat Riley went from player to coach to GM to president. Pat Riley, one of the greats of all time. Jerry West set the mold. He is the mold on that transition.
But you're talking about
nobody better.
One of the great, like, Pat Riley was a good player. Jerry West was one of the greatest players and then became one of the greatest executives.
He was a very good executive.
What did he win? 8 championships, I think, as an executive, right?
Really, really
But he was
good.
a very good executive everywhere he went.
Yeah.
I mean, follow his timeline. Follow where he went and see what happens to the teams where he arrived. I mean, it's almost illegal what he pulled off in L.A., allowing the Lakers to do certain things, and the league just...
Well, he's basically
they bent over backwards.
He's
for him.
basically responsible for assembling that Showtime team. I mean, he was the guy with Magic and Worthy and Kareem and Jamal Wilkes and all those great players. I mean, he was that guy.
Yeah,
what
sad
a
news.
bummer.
Sad news, Jerry West.
Well, the logo will live on forever because I know there's been talk. I've heard chatter, maybe changing the logo of the NBA. Maybe MJ's involved in it. I don't think you change something like that. No. I mean, that should forever be the logo. It is what it is. Jerry West, as a player, he played for 14 years. He played at West Virginia, first of all. He played NBA for the Lakers. It's the only team he ever played for, by the way. The only team. First in Minneapolis, then in L.A. He was an NBA champion once because he couldn't get over the top. They kept losing to Boston. Retired with the Lakers, went into the front office, and worked for so many different teams. He moved around for so many different teams. And everywhere he went, he won. He won. He built teams everywhere. He helped build that team in Memphis.
Yeah. Memphis, then Golden State. With the Clippers since then. Go ahead, Nelly.
And to this day, he's still the only player to win NBA Finals MVP and be on the losing team.
Oh, God, that's right.
Back in 1969, like you said, the Lakers lost to the Celtics. I believe that was the last ring that Bill Russell got, and he was the Finals MVP even though the Lakers lost.
That's crazy.
I just feel sad. I feel sad that the man passes with that bad taste of, it was a great show, the show Showtime. What was it called? Was it called Showtime? What
I think it was
called?
just Showtime, right?
Winning Time.
Yeah, or Winning Time.
Winning Time. Great series. I really did enjoy it. But so many longtime NBA folks were upset at the way he was cast. And it's upsetting to know that he had to deal with that in his final years. That sucks. That really does. Because a lot of people got the wrong viewpoint, the wrong narrative of Jerry West.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sad day as Jerry West passes at the age of 86. So we're going to talk to Sean Keeler at 9 o'clock this morning about a write-up he had in the Denver Post about the Broncos. One of the subjects being about Courtland Sutton. Another one being about should Sean Payton just cut the nonsense and name Bo Nix the starter right now, which I think is an interesting thought anyway, because we all kind of see where this is going. So we'll get there in just a little bit. 303.
Can I quickly get back to that text I was reading?
A couple of minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, quick. This is a text from a loyal listener who listens to this show daily, who also happens to be very high on our station's food chain and is in control of Mark Mosier's salary, I would say. And this listener writes in, completely agree with you, Vic. I've gone to a bunch of Cardinals games. That's how the fan base is. They respect good play, home or away. I've developed a respect for them after that. It's about respect. Clearly, this person who signs your checks has no respect for you.
Can you imagine giving a standing
it's right here. I
ovation
can show it
to
to
a
you.
rookie who just
I
mowed
can
you down
send
for
this to
6 1/3. It's so. I'm not saying the fan base isn't sophisticated and appreciative and knowledgeable, but what that fan base did in that moment is completely weak, incredibly weak. I'm sorry, it's weak. Weak.
Again, 303-504-0925.
And by the way, I've been to a game in St. Louis. So at least I've been to the ballpark. I've seen a game there. Okay?
It's humid as can be.
Weak.
You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. All right, talk to Sean Keeler at 9 o'clock this morning. Just quickly, though, can you...
By the way, I never got to my story.
Of?
Well, we came back talking Rockies baseball, and then we got into...
How was your satanic concert last night?
Wonderful, thank you.
Is that why you're such in a foul mood?
No, I'm in a foul mood because you're being a moron. That's why I'm in a foul mood. You know what?
2 hours of Satanism?
I should... listen to him. Signs everywhere. Sign. That's Satan all the time. I shouldn't let Vic and his complete weakness as a human being affect my life. So from this point on, I won't. But I love this story. You know, my solution, and maybe this is a better solution, for people who run onto the field, what do I propose?
Dogs.
Correct. German Shepherds and Doberman Pinschers. If you run onto the field, the dog is released. And I think
why don't you go straight pit bull? Pit bulls are relentless.
Sounds good. I mean, any dog that will go get a guy, okay? Last night, Cincinnati, the Reds are hosting Cleveland. Dude runs onto the field. Runs through the outfield, right? Guy named, what's his name? William Hendon of Cleves, 19 years old. Probably drunk, stupid, underage drinking booze. He's been charged with obstructing official business, misdemeanor, and a felony criminal trespass. Hendon was wearing a throwback Johnny Bench jersey, ran into the outfield, and appeared to say something to Cleveland outfielder Tyler Freeman. The fan then did a backflip next to a police officer, then ran away from the officer. When the officer pursued
That's
Hendon...
pretty impressive.
It is,
hold
actually.
On. He walked up next to the police officer, said, watch this.
Yeah. And then the officer ran after him on the field and did this.
Oh, taser. Yeah,
He
it's gonna hurt.
He tased the mother.
That's even cooler.
Dude, I'm telling you right now, watching idiots get tased, I don't know there's anything better in this planet. I mean, listen, I love a good breakaway goal, okay? I love an 80-yard touchdown bomb. I mean, I love it. Brett...
But watching the stiffen up and drop happen.
Well, the cop was already in the outfield trying to stop him, right? Because he was talking to the Guardians outfielder. I don't know if we can put this up or not, but Brett, I want you to watch this and give me the play-by-play. Okay?
Yeah, it looks like he's getting away.
There's a cop in the outfield.
Stops, turns, backflip. There he goes. Take off again. Cop goes, enough of that. Boom. Hits him with the taser.
I don't know how many volts a taser is, but this guy got tased, and he's like face down in the dirt. I absolutely love it. I just think it's the greatest thing ever.
I thought the backflip was better.
Really?
Have you ever been tased, Moj?
No, I never have been tased.
I never want to experience that ever.
My brother has a taser. You know, he's in an industry where he gets some craziness. And they tried it out, and one of his producers took a tase, and he peed himself.
I bet he did. That it looks like the most miserable, helpless, especially when the body stiffens up like that and you're like stiff as a board and then it's just
Well, it's what my back feels like every time I bend down to tee the ball up. That's exactly what a taser is.
Like at least the
or
kid
as one of our loyal Twitchers says, it's a Devontae's slap shot, a taser.
Yes, it is.
I like it. I like that. Hey, would you rather, though, honestly, would you rather see the cop in the outfield tase that kid after doing a backflip, or would you rather see that kid try to run away from Adobe?
No. See,
Okay, I'm going to give you three options.
I would love to see that kid try to outrun a German Shepherd. It ain't happening.
I'm going to give you three options.
And then one of those Belgian. What's that Belgian dog that can climb walls and whatnot?
Yeah, those dogs are impressive.
It's a Belgian Malinois, right? Isn't that the one that can climb like it jumps off?
Sounds right.
Yeah. Anyway,
Here are my
I'd
three
like
options.
to see dogs. Okay, go ahead.
Option one, you get tased. Option two, you take one from Aroldis Chapman.
In the
He
numbers,
decides
or where?
Not in the
Where?
head. Not in the head.
how
Just
about-
somewhere on the body.
in the butt.
Option three, you have to block a slap shot in a key game that's coming at you 110 miles an hour. You get three options. Slap shot, you have to take it somewhere. Aroldis Chapman, or get tased.
I'd rather get tased because that's going to go away pretty quick.
I think I'd take the taser too.
Yeah.
It's between that and the Chapman fastball, but if he catches you like in the elbow or something like that,
in the wrong spot, in the rib cage, if he catches you in the ribs, it's over.
Yeah. I think I'd take the taser. I think that's the least amount of time you're going to
spend. Slap shot,
spend.
no chance I'm taking. I'm not doing
None. That's last.
That ain't going to happen.
Nelly, can you pull up the video? Because the U.S. Open is going to start tomorrow. And I heard Wyndham Clark a couple of days ago talk about the greens and how he called them borderline already. Like I think that was his way of saying it's like a clown show, what these greens are like. And I saw a video of this dude during a practice round or whatever the hell they were doing. He walked up to and I don't know who this is. Do you guys know who that is, by the way, who's dropping the ball?
I can't tell from that video.
He drops the ball just straight to his feet. The ball is rolling at, I don't know, a foot a second.
Yeah, that's an unfair angle. You don't know the elevation of where he dropped it. Is that at the pinnacle of the hill? I've seen this video, and I get it. The greens are fast, and it's going to be ruthless when you get on the green. But where did he drop that? Did he drop it at the top of the hill? Every
yeah, but he's on a putting green.
Something like that.
Yeah, but it shouldn't roll all the way down and roll off the green.
That's crazy.
I mean, that's
it does at my course.
It does not do that at your course.
There's no way.
Yes, it does.
No, it
if you
does
drop,
not.
if you
Moj,
drop the ball straight down,
Moj, you've played my course. Moj, you've played my course. It does exactly that at my course. It's notorious for that right there.
Well, that's it. Then it's embarrassing. Then your super should be fired. Stupid.
No, that's just the way it is. We
dumb.
don't cry about it.
No, I watched
that.
We
got a standing ovation from St. Louis fans for it.
You know what we're gonna do? Never. I'm not even gonna bring it up.
Nope. Don't go back to it.
I'm
Stay
not
on this.
Okay, I'm staying on this. I was watching women's college golf. Did you see what happened? They had to cancel. They had to cancel the final round of their tournament.
I have no idea what you're talking
because they had a hole where, and 60% of the field had already played the hole. They had a hole that if you just set a ball on the ground next to the hole, it rolled backwards off the green. It was basically, they ruled it an unplayable hole because it was so fast, so tight, so slick. I don't even know what I don't know what it was in the stip meter. Yeah, double cut and rolled twice
but hang on a second.
And everything. It's not golf. That's not golf, dude. It's dumb.
So what was the final number for the Masters? What did Scheffler finish with?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't remember.
Was he 12 under or something like that? I don't know. What was he?
Would you actually, this is kind of the U.S. Open's deal. This is what they do.
Like
It's what they're known for. I would
like
love to see somebody win, at 2 over at the end of Sunday.
Typically that's what the U.S. Open brings you.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's the way it should be.
If you're shooting par, then you're playing pretty dang well. So there you go.
Mosier, do you like it hard at the U.S. Open?
Yeah, Vic, I like it hard all the time.
But the U.S. Open should be more difficult. I'm just saying it should be more difficult. You've got those, the John Deere Classic where they're shooting.
He was 11 under, Brett. 11 under.
11, gotcha.
This is supposed to be the toughest venue in golf. The U.S. Open.
The toughest
they
test of golf.
They purposely make it hard.
Correct.
So the last time somebody won the U.S. Open who was over par, that was Koepka in 2018, was 1 over. I want to see somebody win it. Okay, they had a couple here. Back in 2007, Angel Cabrera, 5 over, won the U.S. Open. I want to see that. I want to see 5 over par win a golf tournament. I want to see I want you to look like me sometimes. Oh, did I bang it across the green twice? Oops.
Brett, if they're 5 over, let's say Cabrera's 5 over, Koepka's 1 over. I'm not kidding you. In a 4-round tournament,
I would shoot 250. I understand.
4
rounds?
You would
4 rounds?
You would be 130 over.
Yes, of course. Of course I would be. But I want that round to look like one of my normal rounds, is what I'm saying.
Ah, gotcha. Well, they're still going to shoot 72.
Yeah, I know they are. So it'll never look like that.
Anyway.
There have been U.S. Open sites in recent history where if an amateur tried to play, like we played a golf course over the weekend, and Brett, you played well. You played extremely well. But there are some golf courses What's your best score ever?
80. I've never broken 80. I've hit 80.
God, I thought you were going to break 80 easily the other day.
Well, and then I
jalopy
and
fell
then I played
apart.
my game. Yeah. And then you double a couple holes, you bang it around a couple of times. That's what happens.
Yeah. But there are some courses where a 10 handicap, an 8 handicap, these U.S. Open courses, you would not be close to breaking 100.
No.
You would not. And that's the way it should be. You know why? You've seen it firsthand. Professional players who make the game look so damn easy. Hell, Charlie, who we played with, he's not a PGA pro. He's a golf pro. He made it look so easy that it was almost like, are we even playing the same game? Is this the same game we're playing?
I was almost offended at how well he played.
So it should not be easy for the best in the world. You should face the same frustrations we face at our level, right? We have our own set of frustrations, correct?
Well, Vic, it's like if you're a really good pickup basketball player and you can yam on some fools at your local 24-hour fitness. If you play LeBron, you aren't scoring a point. You know what I mean? I want it to feel that way. I want you to feel like that to me.
Time out on this. There's a dude in our DAC league who's on one of our rec teams who's a former Division II dunk champion. And I call BS on that. What are you doing in this league? What are we doing here?
Vic,
and no disrespect to this gentleman. What are we doing?
Hold on.
What are you doing?
Did he ever use the term "let the white boy get a taste"? Because that might have been the guy
what
that
I'm
I
saying
played
is,
with.
why are you in this league? I mean, go play competitive basketball. You're playing with a bunch of stiffs.
I agree with you. It's unfair. Shouldn't happen.
If you played like you're probably a very good hitter of the ball, right? Of a softball or a baseball.
I think I can still hold my own. I would have no idea. I haven't done it in a long time.
Would you ever join a rec softball league, lowest level possible, just to get off on hitting 3-4 homers a game?
That's why I never played. Once I got done playing baseball, I was done. I was like, all right, I got my fill. I'm
Where's
good.
the joy in that? I never understood that. So yes, these professional golfers who are the best in the world, the Scotty Schefflers, I want to see Scotty Scheffler be as frustrated as Mark Mosier was on 18 on Sunday. I want that level of frustration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Where you're borderline about to just pick up your ball and leave.
Where Mosier called for another mulligan even though he used 18 of them. Do you recall that? And we gave it to him.
Yeah, and I banged my second one about 3 bills down the middle. Then what'd I do?
And then what happened?
Then I duffed my 56, and then I scolded over. It was a bad hole. I ended up picking up my ball and walking back to the
Can
cart.
I give you a couple examples, though, just quickly here, of Mosier is better than me. There's no doubt about that. He's better than me. Mosier did not play particularly well when we played on Sunday, but we're on a team. I'm putting for par, and it's huge. Were we tied heading in the last hole, right? We were tied.
Yes. The winner of that hole wins the whole chimichanga.
I'm a little bit on the rough. I'm using the putter. Not that far from the pin, and I just blast it by the hole. And Mosier's reaction to me, after he needed a mulligan,
yes,
duffs a
even
chip
get
shot
to the green,
and then picked up his ball and stopped playing. He was yelling at me like I blew it, which, by the way, came back and, despite how bad that initial putt was, came back and hit the second putt to make it.
Well, your second
Gave it
putt
a
was
shot.
longer than your initial putt.
Yes.
So I do agree with him. That was preposterous what you did there.
But I'm like, the balls of this guy to start calling me names in this moment is just insane to me. Insane.
Nice 5.
Thank you. I'll take that 5. What did you get?
He gave your team a chance,
I had a double.
and then I parred, and it was over.
Yeah, pretty much.
303-504-0925. Sean Keeler's going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. I do want to get to something that Sean
Incidentally-
Payton talked about.
Yeah, incidentally, I can't wait to talk to Keeler because he is absolutely onto something. This whole game that Sean Payton is playing right now is a fool's errand. It's absolutely silly.
Yeah, I think he makes a good point. We'll talk to him about it, but I want to give you an initial sort of preview and a clip here from Sean Payton from yesterday that I think is worth discussing. We'll get to it next.
Summertime means road trip time. It also means awesome deals at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Hey, it's Moj. And listen, get to the next barbecue, get to the kids' baseball game, get there in style with a brand new ride. And right now at Silterhar, they've got financing as low as 2.9% on certified pre-owned vehicles. That's pretty awesome. You don't even hear about that anymore. And you can ask for the Mosher Special by name. Ask for it. $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance or an extra $1,000 in trade allowance. You ask for it, they're going to give it to you because they're that awesome. Get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth today and see the awesome selection. Or if you want to peruse online, go ahead. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com at Silterhar. It's everything you want out of a dealership.
So here's the question we're going to ask to Sean Keeler. He wrote about this in the Denver Post. What's the point in waiting for the Bo Nix announcing of the starter deal? We are not heading into the season starting Jarrett Stidham. We're not heading into the season starting Zach Wilson.
There's not a chance. It's just so silly. Now, I get if you want to make the kid earn it, you want to have some sort of semblance of competition. You don't want to just anoint a guy. I get that. But, Sean, we're not dumb. They're not dumb. You think Zach
talking about Peyton, by the way. Sorry, I said Sean Keeler. You're talking about Sean Payton right there.
Correct. I'm talking about Sean Payton. Oh, yep, sorry. I'll just say Peyton from now on.
Yeah.
Too many Seans going on right now.
Too many
Paytons and too many Seans. Do you think Jarrett Stidham thinks that he has a chance to start?
I think.
Come on.
Well, look, he's going to pretend like he's got a shot, but I think deep down he knows it's probably.
Of course,
not
he
gonna
knows
happen.
he's not going to be the starter. Do you think Zach Wilson has, he himself, I'm talking about all three quarterbacks on the roster, do you think that Zach Wilson has any conceived notion that he has a chance to be the starting quarterback week one? Not a chance in heck.
I think he's trying to save his career.
Who's Zach Wilson?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. He has no preconceived notion that he's going to be the starter or has a chance to even work his way into a starting role. He's not dumb. Stidham's not dumb. They all know it's Bo Nix. Everybody knows it's Bo Nix. Then what are we doing? Why go through the motions and why play this pretend game? Be real about it. I mean, I get the competition aspect of it. You don't want to just hand it on a silver platter to the kid, but he's your guy. You spent the 12th pick on him. The more you fake it, the more angry I get about it.
Can I reverse engineer this? Because the question that we started with was why not just name Bo Nix the starter right now? Let me reverse engineer it. What would Bo Nix need to do to not get the starting job?
Be completely incompetent in every aspect of the game.
Let's say health is 100%, no injuries, nothing like that. What would need to happen for Jarrett Stidham or Zach Wilson to take that first snap week one before Bo Nix?
He would have to be such a screw up that it's inconceivable. He's not
hurt.
I just said outside of injury.
Outside of injury.
Okay, outside of injury. Provide a standing ovation for an opposing pitcher randomly.
Like he would have. We all agree he would have to be so bad in training camp and so behind the curve that they're like, we literally couldn't even fake. Like we can pretend he's the best player.
I'm watching the guys throw the ball. I'm watching the throws being made at camp, and that's like it's almost not fair because these guys are all professional quarterbacks. You should all be able to make the throws. And if you didn't watch if you didn't know who threw the ball, they all look the same to me.
Well, sure,
they all look the same.
But this is what I'm saying, Vic. Let's say that at the end of camp, you're 3 preseason games in, you're making final roster cuts. He's obviously going to be on the roster. But let's say at that point, competition is neck and neck between him and Stidham or him and Zach Wilson. The gap between who won and lost that battle would have to be so drastic and so severe that you couldn't even try to explain that you think he's better. I don't think there's any scenario that happens.
Perhaps the coach wants to see a preseason game or two before I'm sure he knows what he wants to do, and he pretty much intimated as much. He knows what he wants to do. Let me see them in action against opposing teams in some setting, and that's a preseason game, and make sure that the kid doesn't barf all over himself and throws 4 picks in a quarter. That's all. That's what he's waiting to see.
By the way, Sean Payton brought something up yesterday.
But let me just say one more thing. He would have to be the biggest dunce in the film room in meetings. He would have to be just simple Jack.
Like he would have to be such a scrub.
That's correct. And he would have to be throwing the ball to the opposition with regularity.
It would almost have to be the way that the Cardinals felt about Josh Rosen, where they knew immediately that was a mistake.
That's correct.
It would have to be that bad.
Hey, by the way, who is Josh Rosen's college coach?
Jim Mora?
Mora Jr.
Yeah.
He said before the draft, don't draft him.
Not in those exact terms.
What did he say?
It was I don't remember the exact way. It was kind of a veiled way. It's the same thing that, honestly, if you remember, Pete Carroll did that kind of for Mark Sanchez. He said something along the lines of, I think he should have stayed in college another year.
Yeah. And yet they did, and it was the biggest mistake they made. So it would have to be that catastrophic, yes.
Here's something that Sean Payton said yesterday that I think is something to keep an eye on. And, Vic, you were there. You saw this up close, so you can comment on this after we play the clip. But here is Sean Payton on Tim Patrick.
Just those intangibles, I do know and obviously have seen healthy tape. Granted, I wasn't here, but so I kind of have an idea or vision for the player, and then all the other things that he brings relative to his competitiveness, his versatility. He's a great teammate, and I think he's an important part of the locker room. And so it's good to see him getting work, and we'll be smart with that.
Vic, how did Tim Patrick look coming back?
He looks fine.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going up against air most of the time, and no pads and no hitting, and everything looks fine. He looked great last year before he got hurt, and the year before that before he got hurt. Question for Tim Patrick is, and will forever be, can he stay healthy? He's coming off 2 consecutive ACLs, correct?
No, ACL then
Achilles.
Achilles.
Yeah, ACL and
Okay.
Achilles.
You're exactly right. God, which is worse?
And by the way, I remember what's so crazy. I remember exactly where I was standing on both injuries.
Yeah.
We were on this side, and he was up in the corner of the end zone. Remember, it comes down. Ah!
Was
Like,
it the
oh,
same
God,
leg? I'm curious. Was it the same
No,
leg?
I
think
think
the
there
other
were,
leg.
I think there were different legs.
We're on the hill watching him. Takes off from the line of scrimmage. Down he goes.
Dude, I remember.
And I'm like, what just happened?
Last year with his Achilles, so we were standing on that little sideline area, and that's where the DBs were. And I remember there was a whole bunch of guys standing in front of me that were guys who were not going to make the team.
Right,
You
I was
knew
up,
it.
I was up on the hill.
But I was right behind a whole bunch of DBs who were not going to make the team. You guys, you get a feel almost immediately in camp when there's like 90 guys there of guys who had a shot and guys who don't. I watched the guys who had no shot of making the team spike their helmets on the ground because I think that everybody liked Tim Patrick that much.
worst.
And here's the thing, Vic. Let me ask you guys this. Did you think there was any chance Tim Patrick would still be on the roster this year? 'Cause
I did not.
didn't.
No, when we, that's why we always jump to conclusions in this business, like what's going to happen, and then time goes by. The Broncos are in a situation right now where there's no reason to let him go. He's a possession receiver. Tim Patrick is the ultimate. He's not going to speed you. He'll out-muscle you because he's a big body, but he's almost an undersized tight end out there, right? With tremendous hands. He's got great hands. He's got the best hands on the team still. Best hands on the team. So watching him in practice, he looks fine. Looks great. He's got a new number. He looks slim. He looks trim. He's completely rehabbed and ready to go. I mean, this is the same wide receivers room at the beginning of last year that we said, whoa, look at this receivers room. Highest paid receivers room in the NFL. They're loaded.
Well,
and then Patrick goes down.
Here's what's funny is that every year we at least recently, last 3 or 4 years, we've gone into training camp saying one of the best position groups on the team has been wide receiver. And this year we are not going to be able to say that because there's too many unknowns. CBS Sports had teams ranked in tiers by position, by wide receiver group, and they had the Broncos in the last tier, tier 7, with the Cardinals, Steelers, Giants, and Patriots.
Why do you need 7 tiers for 32 teams? It seems like you're just tearing up. I mean, you're just pulling tiers out of your pocket and just slotting teams in.
Here's the thing,
Seems
though.
kind of ridiculous. You can have 3 tiers for 32 teams, maybe 4.
The reason
Dumb.
why I was surprised that Tim Patrick was still here, Vic, was not necessarily it's nothing because of him in his role on the team. If I'm Tim Patrick, I don't want to see that practice field ever again. Like, I'm going to go back out there for training camp, going to be on that same practice field where I've 2 straight years before the season started suffered a major injury that kept me out for the season. Like, that would mess with me mentally more than anything else.
The way he's been injured in training camps when he's in traffic, going up to get the ball, that's probably a big reason Courtland Sutton yesterday only did individual drills.
Yeah.
They kept him away from team drills where there's a lot of traffic and congestion. Right? You're going up against a DB, you come down on somebody's foot. That's how injuries happen. And he stayed away from all of that activity. Courtland Sutton simply took passes from quarterbacks and did the individual stuff. Once they went to team, he watched.
Yeah, the thing with that wide receiver group, Moj, to me, it's like 4 questions. Because ideally, if this was a perfect world, you look at a team like the Houston Texans, like nobody knew what they had within that offense. And then C.J. Stroud got there, and Nico Collins blows up, and Tank Dell's this great wide receiver, and Dalton Schultz helps, and all that different stuff. There's really like 4 things that I think are going to matter this year for really helping out Bo Nix in a rookie season just from a wide receiver perspective. One is Courtland Sutton there, which he seems to be, and there's no question about that anymore, I wouldn't think. Number two is, can Tim Patrick be the guy that he was 2 years ago, which is a giant unknown in a similar way that Landeskog 2 years ago? Can he be the same guy? We don't know. Number three, can Mims make a jump like Nico Collins did in Houston with a new quarterback? Can he actually get the playing time to try and do it? And then the fourth part is, everybody talks about Troy Franklin, and he is this dynamic sort of player that you have high hopes for. Tank Dell was sort of that guy in Houston, right? The rookie that nobody really knew a lot about, and then he jumped on and immediately was a playmaker for
Here's
him.
one thing I know. Somebody's going to be better this year than we thought they were going to be. Somebody is going to surprise us and make plays.
I hope it's Mims.
Yeah, I hope it's Mims too, but I mean, we kind of think if you give him more snaps, he's going to be able to make more plays. I mean, it's that vertical attack that's so tasty. But somebody's going to be better. You're going to go, you know what, this guy's playing better than I thought he was going to play. Or maybe than everybody expected him to play, or whatever the case may be. Somebody's going to be that. Hey, question to you guys. How much are you looking around? Vic, are you doing any looking around the rest of the AFC at all right now? Are you paying attention to the rest of the AFC whatsoever?
What do you want me to do?
Well, I'll tell you what I do. I keep an eye out, and I don't know why. The Raiders, I have no use for. None. But I keep an eye out on what's going on in L.A., and I keep an eye out on those Chargers. Obviously, because it's the AFC West. I know what Kansas City's about. Raiders don't, no problem. Harbaugh is apparently now...
Why are you dismissive of the Raiders, by the way, who have beaten you a lot?
The Broncos haven't beat the Raiders since this show started.
Well, the Broncos won both games against the Chargers last year.
The Broncos haven't beaten the Raiders since we started doing a radio show on 92.5 together. Do you realize that?
But the Raiders, I don't believe in their long-term success.
I'm going to repeat.
Unless the tight end is the greatest tight end in football.
I'm going to repeat a stat that the Denver Broncos, how many straight games is it now for Broncos?
I think
Raiders?
9.
Is it 9 or 10?
I think it's 9, I think.
If this one is double digits, my goodness. It's been a long time since the Denver Broncos
Well, let me make a proclamation.
enjoyed victory.
The Broncos will win at least one game against the Raiders this season. Does that make you feel happy?
Year.
The Broncos have never beat the Vegas Raiders ever.
Right, true. Yeah. Jim Harbaugh.
8 straight.
8. Jim Harbaugh is ready to put a ring on it. Have you been reading or seeing any of the comments of Harbaugh about Herbert at all?
Well, yeah, he's a really good quarterback, and Jim Harbaugh is probably excited to have that.
Harbaugh's incredibly enamored by his quarterback.
Wouldn't you be?
Well, I think the guy's a great player, but everybody thinks I'm an idiot because he hasn't done anything.
Mose, what's your point in the AFC West? It's Mahomes' division, and then everybody else is just playing for second place.
Exactly. But some teams are playing for more second place than others. The Chargers are the Chargers not the clear favorites to be second in the division?
They always are.
And then the Broncos and the Raiders are going to be eating table scraps, right? I mean, that's essentially what we're looking at. My question is, how long are the Chiefs going to be on top? And if somebody's going to knock them off, you know what it is? I think it's going to be these guys and not us. That's my point. I think we're looking at third place in the division for the next decade. That's what I think. And that's what I'm worried about.
That long.
You don't think so?
I think the Mahomes-Kelsey era, once that starts to unravel, is when you have a chance to overtake the Chiefs. But
okay.
You got to live it.
So when's that? Is that 5 years from now? 6 years from now? How many years from now?
Well, you heard Kelsey yesterday. Kelsey's up there, and he's like, hey.
By the way,
what did he say?
I got you right here. This is exactly what he said.
Wear and tear me, baby. I'm ready for it, man. Put the load on me. I love being accountable for the men and the women in this building and Chiefs Kingdom. I love the aspect of everybody counting on me to try and make that play for the team and just do the right things out there on the field and better judgment for the team. And I just I don't think that anything from last year put more miles on me, made me less of a player. I think it was all in all, it was just focus, being my own worst critic. And capitalizing in situations that I should have.
I thought that I had an incredibly good text to our text thread about what Travis Kelce had to say.
Wear and tear me, baby. I'm ready for it, man. Put the load on me.
And nobody responded to me whatsoever. None of you did. Nelly,
Well,
not
I see
even
a
you.
text about Steve Carell discussing Nikola Jokic. I've got Russell Wilson saying he feels the fountain of youth and feels revived every day, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I see that
great.
one.
Good for him.
Oh, and then you mentioned...
Okay.
Hey, Mosier, I gave you a ha-ha reaction. Do you want a
did?
written
I'm
thank
sorry.
you note? I
Yeah,
ha-ha'd it.
please. I want it double spaced and typed out.
Nelly, this is something you can do for us as a show that Marty never did that could really help us. Can you respond in some sort of way to his text like that so we don't have to hear about it? Because nobody ever responds to anybody in that thing.
Dear Mosier, your joke that you made in our group chat that is not appropriate for air is one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
Thank you.
You tied
Yeah, do
pop
that.
culture together with sports with a lewd joke. It was worthy of a Pulitzer.
There you go.
That makes me feel really good. Thanks,
Know,
Nelly.
Moshe,
You're the
that's
man.
bottom line
Thank you,
with
buddy.
You're the kind of man. Think about this. You need to be pet constantly. You
No.
need to be,
Yeah.
you need a good pet
Negative.
across
Yes.
the ears.
No.
Yep.
When
And if you
it's-
don't know,
no,
that's the truth.
No.
If you
Listen
provide
to me.
any context to a text, to a comment, if somebody doesn't pet you, you're offended.
Vic, if you ever said something in our text thread that was even remotely clever, I would absolutely praise you because that's
Well,
professional.
here's the difference between you and me.
That's professional courtesy. I'd say,
Yes.
my boy, you nailed one. Brett,
Here's the difference
Brett doesn't
between you
even
and me.
respond to his own mother. So
Well, no, you are, Brett. Would you admit what Mark Mosier is? He's the classic over-texter.
Yeah.
Just one after another. It's like him talking on the golf course. Won't shut up, right? He's an over-texter. I just jab once in a while. I throw you a couple jabs, a left hook. That's my role here. My role is not to over. You're the over-texter. And when you over-text the group chat, the group text, you're not going to get as much love, dude.
Like, here's an example. This is something that happened in the group chat before what Mosier's talking about, his great joke that he wanted praise for. There was back-to-back texts from Mosier because he follows anything that has to do with the 70s or the 80s. One of them is a tweet that reads, "They don't make them like this anymore, that's for sure." This
You
is
knew
from
he was going to react to that.
Baseball's Greatest Moments. It's the innings pitched per game by Bob Gibson in 1968. And I'm wondering what you wanted me to respond with.
I didn't want any
Moj,
response.
They sure don't.
No,
right
you're,
after
you're
that.
you're the one who's the biggest Bob Gibson fan on the show.
I love Bob Gibson,
I
but
know
what am
you
I
do.
supposed to
I kind of
say?
did that for you.
Here's the
You're
other
so-
text.
you're so
right
ungrateful.
afterwards.
You're
right
so
afterwards.
ungrateful, man.
Next text from Stirrups Now on Twitter. Let's meet your 1971 National League All-Stars. And Mosier says, quote, "Now this is a bleeping all-star team. What am I supposed to do with that?"
Oh, God.
Nelly, can you play
Dude,
that?
he is Uncle Rico reliving his glory years, and that's all he
Like,
that's
what did you
all
want me to
wear on
say?
these text chains.
I didn't expect a return on that at all.
But I don't know
God,
which ones
so
you're
good.
expecting a return on and some reaction and ones you aren't. Because now you're saying, why did you respond to the other two, the text?
The lack of response from you guys to me, well, Brett, I expect
what?
it from you because you basically, I don't know if you're dead or
I hate
alive.
this thing.
Yeah, I know.
I
I don't
hate
know
it.
if you're
Hey,
dead
you know
or
what,
alive.
Brett? I'm looking at this text chain. It's Mosier and Nelson. The last 20 texts are Mosier and Nelly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see you and I. Wait. Oh, yeah. I chimed in at 3:54 a.m. It's 3:54 a.m. Monday night. I can't sleep because of back pain. That's the last time I texted.
Which again, what am I supposed to do with that?
I'm not. I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. Look, John Mosier, my brother does this, and the rest of us ignore it. It's overboard. Relax. Nelly, do I even really? I don't even text.
You're an over texter,
No, I am
Moj.
not, dude. You're absolutely making that up.
All right, let me go to Mosier's Instagram messages to me that he always
love-
always assaults my senses saying, "Why didn't you respond?"
I'm
Let's
still
see.
laughing at this when I see it again, where it's just like, "Let's meet your 1971 National League All-Stars," and he goes, "Now that's a bleeping All-Star team."
Well,
I want you to look. I
Every
want
guy's
you
a
to
Hall
look.
of Famer. That's all I'm saying.
Take a look at all of the Instagram, the things that he forwarded to me. I have zero response. I mean, look at this, one after another.
And I couldn't
No
get- and I
response.
couldn't
I don't.
care
I don't
less.
even
Be careful.
respond.
Be careful showing those, by the way.
I couldn't care less.
All right, 303-504-0925.
But they are funny.
They are
Mosh, they are funny. I just don't
get
have
a giggle.
time
Fine.
to I don't have time to play your games.
I'll tell you what I won't do anymore. Nelly, you and me are going to the side.
Sidebar, baby.
Sidebar.
Let's talk about the roster for the 1969 Miracle Mets.
You
all
got
day
it,
long.
baby. Let's do it. We're on it, baby.
Back after this. I have a reminder. My phone sent me one. Would you like to know what happened a year ago today? Think
what
Moshe.
happened June 12th, 2023. The Colorado Avalanche eliminated the Denver Nuggets eliminated the Lakers?
A year ago today, the Denver Nuggets won their first ever NBA championship.
Wait.
June 12th of 2023.
You're kidding.
Yes.
Why did I think
it
went later
year
in the month of
because the finals just started right now this season, probably.
Is that why?
Probably. But how about that?
Why are we behind then? Why are we behind this year?
Because they're probably back to their normal schedule. But yes,
Why were we early last year then?
1 year ago today, this photo existed, Vic.
God, that was a year ago?
A year ago.
Is that the show that we came in? I didn't sleep, or was that?
No.
Oh,
no, this is you in the locker room that night. That's what it was.
I lost those glasses, by the way. If anybody finds those glasses, that night, those specs, those were my favorite pair of glasses. I have no idea where they are. So if anybody at Ball Arena comes up with those, please return to sender.
The 47-year wait is over.
Do you believe that?
Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world.
Was that? All right, I'm going to ask you guys simple questions. I want you to think deep inside your soul. What is the happiest night of your life when it comes to sports? Happiest day of your life? Just sports. Now, has nothing to do with anything else, just sports. And everyone's got different reasons for different sports. Like, for me, the very happiest I ever was in my life was when my son's 8th grade basketball team, which I was an assistant coach, rallied late to beat Cherry Creek Gold Crown team to win the Gold Crown championship. We were down by a lot, double digits. We were down by 5 with 20 seconds left, and we won the game. And just seeing the kids' faces, to me, that was the greatest event in sports I've ever been associated with.
Sounds stupid.
It brought me the greatest joy.
Sounds lame.
Okay, that's up there. The feeling I had with that trophy in the locker room last year, that's top 3 for me. Top 3. The other 2 are personal games that I was a part of. That's top 3. I had no part in that game. I watched it like you guys did.
I mean, yeah, that night was pretty damn cool. I mean, that's one of them.
What, you talking about my kid's 8th grade?
Yeah, that one for sure. I still remember that to this day. Never forget it. No, it is different, though, Vic, between personal stuff and then, stuff you just experienced.
Personal stuff always hits more. I mean, you'd be lying to yourself. Personal stuff is big. I mean, you go back to your high school days or whatever. You had a big game, a big win. All right, let's take that aside. No personal stuff. Just teams that you cover or watch as a fan. What is the happiest you've ever been? To me,
honestly,
that's number one.
When the Avs won in 2001, I remember running down the hallway from the cage to head to the rink. And I remember it was completely joyful because I said to myself, they're actually going to do it. Once Peter Forsberg lost his spleen, dude, I was incredibly nervous. Yep. And then they knocked off the Blues. Great. Okay, now you're going to the Stanley Cup final. Mm-hmm. When they left Denver, Colorado, trailing 3-2 to New Jersey and had to win in Jersey in Game 6, I thought they were going to lose. I thought the Ray Bourque dream was over. I thought all this stuff that they had fought for and everything else was over. They win that game, and finally when they were up 3-1 and I was running down that hallway, I was pretty damn happy. And honestly, out on the ice, Vic, standing and watching Ray, 15 feet away, watching Ray hoist the cup after Joe gave it to him, I just stood and I just did a 360 and watched the crowd. It was an unbelievable feeling. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and last year, I spent a good 20 minutes just sitting on the floor watching specific players. You guys all remember the Bruce Brown video I got of him just kneeling or squatting there, staring at the ground. it's moments like that where you're watching another guy just soak it all in and going, wow. The first time's always the greatest.
Do you
the Broncos.
Sorry, just quickly, Vic. Because you know what's funny about that? Remember all the discussion for the next few days about Jokic and how he didn't react in the way that you think somebody who won their first championship would? You know, the video came out of him with the champagne. He's lazily doing this in the locker room and didn't want to go to the parade and stuff like that. The hell did he feel in that moment?
Relief that it was over. He even said it. He said it.
Yeah.
He said it. He said, I feel relieved. I feel relieved that it's over. Not because I didn't. Joker's built different. He really thoroughly enjoys. He may not say it. He enjoys the adversity, the mountain he has to climb.
Sure.
And then once he climbs it, that relief is what he feels. It's an amazing relief.
Yeah.
How did he get there? What did it take to get there? The first time's always the best. Again, no matter how many championships these Denver Nuggets will win in their future, I mean, I don't know if they will win again in the next 50 years. We'll see. We hope. The first is always the best. The first Super Bowl win, Elway helicopter, I was privileged to be there on the field for that one too. Same effect, same tears of joy. So many years knocking on the door. So many times the door slammed in your face. So many great Broncos teams that could not get over the hump, that were embarrassed in Super Bowls.
I wasn't.
And they were double-digit underdogs.
Yeah, I was not there for that. It was an unbelievable thing, but I wasn't there for either Super Bowl.
What's funny is the following year they win it again, and it was. And I'm not going to say it was but it was
Well, you beat the Pack. They were double-digit favorites.
Yeah.
You were supposed to beat the Falcons, dude. You're supposed to smoke them, and you did.
Yes.
This is the
those two games for me personally, being at both, and I was there at the Stanley Cup Ray Bork sack. That was amazing. I was stuck outside, and I was really mad that I was stuck outside doing a live shot. I didn't get to enjoy the post-game ceremony. The very first Stanley Cup in Denver, I wasn't in town. I was working in Phoenix. I watched it. It didn't have the same effect because I wasn't here.
Right. Hey, listen.
This is the only proper answer, by the way. Amato said, my happiest moment was June 11th, 2024, when Paul Skeens was pulled from the Pirates-Cardinals game after a good game.
Hey,
Amato's been on fire today.
Hey, man. For all of you who experienced game 162, come on now.
That was pretty awesome. That was pretty.
163. I'm sorry, I keep saying 162.
Awesome.
Game 163. Come on now.
Yeah.
That was legend status in terms of goosebumps.
Can I tell you my funniest moment? Have you guys ever had a funny moment in sports where it ended and you just started laughing? Watching your team lose a 16th game of a football season is really damn funny to watch. Go 0-16 for a full year, which you guys will never experience. It's a really interesting watch because once they get to about 0-14, you're hoping for it. And that was an accomplishment of its own. At that time, nobody else has done what they did. And I was like, you know what? I'll take that. And then Cleveland had to go ruin it a couple years later.
When we come back,
we have Sean Keeler when we come back.
Oh, that's right. Well, I got another thing from one of your people, Brett.
The third, I had my first greatest moment. Let me just give you the third quick. Nuggets finally win one, first time in history. The Broncos break through after all those Super Bowl defeats. Third greatest sports event achievement, goosebumps, was staring down that 8-foot par putt on 18 the other night, making it and beating you guys.
And with that, Sean Keeler will join us next. Circus Sport, would you quit it? I'm trying to do a thing over here and you're yelling about your back. I got Circus Sports to talk about. Right, it's a great app. You can download it right now in Colorado on their brand new Circus Sports Colorado app. And tonight, NBA Finals back at it. And what we have is the Mavericks, 2.5-point favorites to make this a 2-1 series lead. That with all the props. You can bet on the series price right now. That was at plus 600 just a couple of days ago. A lot of money coming on the Mavs. Porzingis injury might have a lot to do with it. Mavs now plus 455 to come back and win this series. You can find all of that and so much more on the Circa Sports app. The best odds in the game. Excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com.
Hopefully things get situated because, you know, as you all have heard, and I will continue to say, this is where I want to be. This is home. This is where I want to, you know, go hoist the Lombardi Trophy. This is the place where I want to be able to retire. This is a place where I want to hopefully, you know, be able to, you know, put enough out, once my career is done, that I can, hopefully be able to have a bid at the, Bronco Ring of Honor. But, those are all things that, have to be earned, and hopefully I'm able to have the time to be able to, continue to showcase that, I'm capable of being in that caliber of people.
It's Courtland Sutton yesterday, and let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are now joined by Sean Keeler of the Denver Post. Sean, thank you for the time, buddy. How are we doing today?
Actually, Sean, it looks like we dropped him, so let me give him.
Okay, never mind.
We got
get
his
Sean
face
back
on
in just
TV.
a second.
Hi, Sean, but let me get you back on the phone there, buddy.
Okay, so we'll get Sean back in just a second. He had a write-up in the Denver Post today, a little bit about Courtland Sutton, a little bit about Bo Nix. I want to ask him about both of those subjects because I feel like the Courtland stuff is pretty much done. He showed up to minicamp. He wants, obviously, more money in a contract still. He said they're at a stalemate. I don't think that he's going to be giving up, any sort of sizable chunk of cash sitting at a training camp.
I swear to the Lord above, if he skips training camp or he holds out or whatever he does.
But why would he come here and not the camp? It doesn't make sense.
Because he's trying to prove a point. Yeah, I'm a good teammate. I'm a team player, but I want mine. He said we'll see what happens. We've got a month to get things situated. Hopefully things will get situated. He wants money. And if he starts playing hardball with this thing, I can't imagine he would. He has no leverage whatsoever. He's in the third year of a 4-year, $60.8 million contract.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 2 years left on his deal, and he wants to tear it up?
Well,
come on, man.
Between that and Bo Nix and trying to figure out, he asked the question, why not just name him the starter now? I guess you want to have some sort of veil of he earned the starting gig, but we all kind of know what the situation is there. It's not that hard, I guess, to parse through and figure out. Jarrett Stidham and Zach Wilson are not going to be guys that are taking the snap week one outside of some sort of catastrophe, meaning injury or some other unforeseen event. But now we have Sean Keeler on the horn with us on the Ramos Law hotline. Sean, thank you for the time this morning. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Look at that beard, man. You got that beard flowing right now. It's amazing.
Do you ever get hot? Like yesterday was hot.
I know,
with that
dude.
Beard. How hot do you get?
I'm not as hot as Troy Rank. You wore a Pepperdine sweatshirt to a 90-degree practice. I just looked at him like, you are not only the best, you can handle the heat way better than I can, my friend.
Knuckle.
By the way, if you guys close your eyes, does Sean Keeler not sound exactly like our program director, Kevin Shockey?
Oh, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
a little bit.
Voice.
I think it's the same guy.
Probably is in disguise, yeah.
I've never met Kevin. I feel terrible for Kevin. That's a no way. That's no way to go through life, my friend.
Sean, so reading your story this morning, I want to ask you a couple of things. One about Courtland Sutton, one about Bo Nix. But to start with Courtland, he's the guy we came back the audio with. He said he wants to retire a Bronco, hopefully be in the Ring of Fame one day, all that different stuff. You know what's interesting about his contract situation? Everybody wants to have a little bit more money. Everybody wants a little bit more security. Everybody wants more guaranteed money. I think he's compensated perfectly for the player that he is, which is rare to find in the NFL. What do you think?
And I'd contend he's compensated way better than he should be, which is kind of noted in the column relative to a guy who's got more guaranteed money, I believe, than Jamar Chase right now, and a guy who's got a better AAV, I think, than Garrett Wilson, for one. Also Chase, for another. I mean, I thought we were all here in 2021, I think, when that went down. We kind of went, okay, market value, good job. George Payton, you jumped ahead of that a little bit. It's not the Chris Bryant contract because that bar is really hard to clear for bad money spent, but it's not been great. Other than about 5 games last season, I would contend it has not been a great return for the Broncos for the money. I don't know if you gentlemen agree.
I thought the best point you made in your column, and it's a very simple point, I make it all the time, we can finish last with you or without you. I mean, what's the point? If you go play elsewhere, what are we doing here? And I think that is the point, that when players hold out, they have to look at the market. I get it. That's what their agents are paid to do. I get it. But you also have to look at the position that the team is in. If the team desperately needs you to compete, get over the top, to make the playoffs, to contend, great. You have all the leverage in the world. If the team is rebuilding, you have no leverage.
No, and that point was made too. He doesn't. He has walked away from that. Courtland Sutton has almost always, to us, said the right things. Said them with conviction. Said them genuinely in a lot of cases. I'm not sure he's always getting the best business advice. I'm not sure he's reading the market with where he is with that. I think the Broncos have that. There are a couple fundamental things. You guys addressed this earlier in the show because I kind of hemmed and hawed a little bit before writing this after practice yesterday because on one hand, and I think Brett might have referred to this directly, you want to give Bo Nix and or Jarrett Stidham, Stiddy Zach, whatever they're going to be, all the weapons they can have as you can afford and accommodate one. But on the other, and I'm going to throw this back to you guys with this, do you see Courtland Sutton being a part of the next good to great Broncos team?
No,
nor do I. And so there's a point where all sides have to ask themselves, what are we doing here? And I would contend, and you guys have probably talked about this too, that his value is in A, showing up, B, playing as a trade piece, as a piece that's going to bring him to a contender, i.e. Emmanuel Sanders X amount of years ago and DT and what have you, and B, that's going to give the Broncos something back of value as this, what is pretty much a soft reset and a soft rebuild when you draft a quarterback that high is going to be. That's where his value to this team is, and that serves him to play and to go get a ring, and that serves the Broncos to showcase him if he is there to get something back for him.
Well, my final thought on this, Sean, is if somebody will pay him more, then good. I mean, good for him, right? I understand he's just almost 30, and this is his last big deal and all that kind of thing that he's going to get on his next contract. But I don't know anybody's going to pay him more than that. I mean,
more than 14. No.
Yeah, why not come on out and just kick some major butt this year and push your market even higher? This hemming and hawing right now with 2 years left on your deal, to me it's distasteful at this point.
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, Moj, that's the point of the piece. It behooves everybody for him to be there and play, and just whatever this is going to be, let's get on with it because you're either going to play yourself into a Pro Bowl or you're going to play yourself into a playoff contender, and that playoff contender isn't here. It probably not right now. Might it be next year? Might it be in 2 years? Sure. But it's not here now.
Sean Keeler with us from the Denver Post. Something else you alluded to was the idea of why doesn't Sean Payton just name Bo Nix the starter now? And I think we all know what he's going to say about that is they have to go out and earn your job and blah, blah, blah. But can I reverse engineer the question and ask it to you this way? What would it take outside of injury? Let's say that he's healthy. What would it take for him not to start week one?
Nothing other than injury.
Right.
At this point. And we can't rule that out. Obviously, you guys did a great segment on Tim Patrick. The great thing about Broncos training camp and my fifth one here is I've learned to never rule anything out.
Yeah.
Like the prime. Anything is possible. And anything bad that can happen will. But I don't see short of injury where you're not setting the wheels in motion, at least they certainly aren't doing it publicly, but at least privately to say, we know where we got to be by September 8th. Like, let's get here. Let's start that clock now. We know it. We're going to out front give Zach and Jarrett give them as many reps democratically as we can deserve because it's June football, which is like December baseball.
Right.
Keep in mind where that calendar is. But privately, for a 24-year-old who will be 25 over the winter, I think you can – I normally – and this is my decades back of covering the Achilles Smith, Scott Mitchell, Dick LeBeau Bengals, where I get very nervous about watching first-rounders from Oregon a generation ago crash and burn. Joey Harrington, you can probably say that.
Oh, yeah.
It's Ohio State-like in that you either get something a Justin Herbert or you get a Joey Harrington, and there's not a lot of middle ground. You want the Justin Herbert experience. And my instinct as an old man is to say, wait, don't rush this. But dang it, he's almost 25, and your competition there isn't great. So I don't think you have a lot to lose by accelerating that timetable and moving that towards a week one start.
You just gave me some background on a topic that interests me. When you mentioned the bad contracts that have been doled out the last couple of years here in Denver, the Russell Wilson, possibly the worst of all time, Chris Bryant right there with him. And I go back to the Paul Correa contract with the Avs, and it didn't work out. You know, who was with Correa again? That was Solano.
Timu, but they played on cheap contracts though, just because.
Okay, whatever.
They
I know,
but
it just at that time it just didn't work out. Whatever. You know, people brought up Paul Millsap with the Nuggets. He was always the battering ram for now. He's making too much money. None of those compare to Bryant and Wilson. So I ask you, which is the worst contract? Wilson, who is now playing for Pittsburgh, or Bryant, who is still a Colorado Rocky?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I sound like Sean Payton when I say that. I just want to hurt myself, but we're never hey, that's a great question. No, it's a good question. It is because, for example, Troy and I have gone back and forth on this in the office in a very friendly way because, it's Chris Bryant, and they happened on the same day, right? Wasn't it about that time? Or at least when they brought Russ in, and then they went, the Rockies went, oh, yeah, by the way, we've given Chris Bryant $186 million. And we all, in fact, Troy and I at the time, even though he was at Channel 7, looked at each other. I was like, that's not good, isn't he? He goes, no, that's not. That's not going to end well. It's right on the money. But the thing about, I'm going to say Wilson and be the contrarian because that was done not out of it was done out of less desperation and with more of a plan than I think what the Rockies had, if that makes sense. You can argue that both of those were desperate, and I think hindsight, even though very few people are saying it out loud in the case of the Broncos, because the only way it makes sense is that Aaron Rodgers plus Hackett didn't work, didn't happen. And so it became an audible to here's plan B. And Chris Bryant was probably their plan A and not a well-thought-out one, but the Russ thing was – on paper should have worked, is why I contend it was probably worse. And we all expected it 2.5 years ago to work, and we did not expect to be having a conversation about drafts and Bo Nix at this point 2.5 years ago, whereas 2.5 years ago, every one of us on this call probably looked at the Chris Bryant deal and went, boy, I don't know. And nobody thought that about Russ.
Yeah,
other than a lot of former Seahawks and Seattle people who went, good luck, here you go, and they were right.
We got about 30 seconds here, Sean, but one other thing that I would throw in, this isn't as bad of a contract as the other two, obviously, but the situation that you find yourself in is interesting with Val, because when Val plays, it's a great contract. It's an amazing contract. He plays well above that number, but now you're stuck with this long term, and you probably don't want to have it. It's just bizarre.
No, and you can, if you want to parse things, MPJ is not quite in that situation, but for production, for value, that's been a trickier one too. But you've also gotten 2 rings out of both those guys that way with risk, and MPJ has played above his risk, and to your point, Val hasn't. It's called the exact opposite. Yeah, that might be actually. Val, if he isn't back to where he is consistently, and by that just simply being present for obvious,
right,
that might be the most painful. If that makes sense, we talk about worst and want to put that in a classification. If Val Nichushkin's life, which you want to get in order, let's make that clear. And I've been the one saying you probably need to move on from him. You root for the guy. I have a soul. No matter what Deion Sanders tells you or his kids do, I do want Val to succeed. I want Val to succeed as a father, as a husband, and as a human being, never mind the hockey player. But that's one, given the window of where the Avs are at, that could be more painful than the 2 we mentioned, but you hope there's time where it isn't.
As Sean Keeler of the Denver Post. Always appreciate the time, Sean. Oh, you got one more, Vic? Go ahead.
One last one, Sean. I know you live on the north side of town, Metro Denver. Do you ever wonder why people would choose to live on the far south side of town? Because we make a lot of drives down there, you and I, because we both live northwest. You ever wonder why people would choose to live there?
My wife, I know it's a loaded question. If they have a tech job or they like the Ren Fest, South of Parker, maybe that's why. I know that's why my wife, she lived down there. But other than that, I'm a bad one to ask.
You are.
Yeah,
You're a terrible one to ask. 100%.
Taste,
I'll never understand it, but that's again, I bring that up because the south side of town is the new side of town. South side of Denver, all that area that never existed, and it's just all traffic. It's congested traffic. It's wretched. Why people
there's
live down
no
there?
traffic in Golden
With all due
whatsoever.
respect.
I mean, none. There's
With
not
all
even a
due
car on the
respect
damn
to
road.
the south side. With all due respect to everything
boring-
south of the DTC.
Yeah. The boring answer is because that's where all the companies are. But I have no money and no taste. As you all know.
You know why
So
the
they
companies
won't-
are down there?
They won't
You
let
know why?
me live in Hartford. They won't let me live
Sean.
in Inglewood.
Sean, you know why all the companies move south? Because it's cheap.
Yeah.
That's why. Cheap.
All right. I wasn't expecting that to be your walk-off question, Sean, but here we are.
Sorry.
That's what happens when Vic's on the show.
Nailed it.
Well,
Sean Keeler of the Denver Post. Thanks
Yeah.
again, buddy. We'll talk soon. There you go. Sean Keeler of the Denver Post joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline.
2024 writes, every time I drive to Centennial, might as well be New Mexico. Yep.
Every time I drive to Golden, might as well be flipping Cheyenne.
Yeah, but when you get here,
Aye.
you always want to
Well,
stay
that's
here,
right
don't
here,
you?
don't you?
Yes, you do, because you say it to me every time. God, it's God's country out here.
And with that,
Then you have to get in your RV and mosey on back to Pueblo.
And with that, we'll head to break.
Nope. Hang on. Before we get to break, one last thing real quick. Vic, you got 2 minutes, so make this good. Illinois policymakers have now passed that varsity high school basketball in Illinois will require shot clocks for each of their games.
It's great. It's Colorado did the same thing. Did you miss this?
So, no, but here's the question. Wasn't the argument against this always, whether it was Colorado or Illinois or whoever, that it was too much money? Is that what they said it was?
Oh, it's an easy thing now. These have changed everything. I mean, you can actually buy a little shot clock on Amazon and pin it to the top of your backboard and operate it through an iPhone. So it's not that hard. The scorekeeper, obviously, you have to have an extra person to do it. It's inexpensive to run a shot clock. You don't have to have a professional one like the NBA arenas do. It makes sense. You know, I played in the era where it was four corners, for crying out loud, where everybody had to touch the damn ball. It was boring basketball. Boring. Let's go. Let's get on with it. Get a shot off. Make it watchable. I love it. I love the new rule.
I don't know why everybody isn't jumping on board with this if it's so inexpensive, because that's what I didn't understand is how it was run. Because it was like, oh, it's expensive and you have to trust somebody to use it correctly. I'm like, yeah, well, you do that with every sport, don't you? Isn't always somebody running that on?
I'll tell you what we could do. If there's a high school out there that can't afford a shot clock, give us a call. We have a charitable fund for youth sports. We will buy you a shot clock. We'll take care of your shot clock.
We got a few bucks in here if you guys need it. By the way, this is looking emptier. Who's grabbing this? Who's grabbing little Timmy's money?
Wait, is somebody taking money out of Timmy's jar?
I think they are. That looks pretty empty.
We got to
There
hide
was
that.
some rumblings that some of those dollars were going to be contributed to Scott Hastings' birthday fund. Do you remember that? The same day with the
I
great
swear to
cupcake
God, is
fiasco.
there anything worse? Is there anything worse in life than someone who steals from a charitable fund?
Nope.
If I find out that PhD took money from that jar, if we have proof of that, we will embarrass them every single day until they return that money. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
100%.
Keep in mind, cool concert coming up Saturday, June 29th at Fiddler's Green, Vanilla Ice, Tone Loc, Color Me Bad tag team. They'll perform a night of hits you know and love. Buy your tickets now at cool105.com. That's cool105.com.
Tonight, Game 3, we got basketball back. Gonna watch some hoops. Gonna take that track. Oh.
Very good. Yeah, tonight.
By the way, we haven't even talked about Game 3 tonight. I think the series is over. Porzingis is out. You were talking earlier in your little ad that the smart money's going in on Dallas right now.
Well, it certainly dropped. The odds are, I guess, have gotten better, is how I'll say it, for Dallas. To win the series down 0-2 as of yesterday on Circa, it was plus 600 for Dallas to win the series.
Okay.
It's dropped to plus 455, and a game hasn't been played. That's how much this Porzingis injury is going to matter. And I totally agree, because if Porzingis isn't in the lineup for them and you're relying on basically just that sort of Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, two-headed monster, and I get it, Derek White and Drew Holiday are there, but Tatum has not shot the ball well. He's played okay. He's been a playmaker in the series, but he shot like 6 of 22 in Game 2. If they don't have Porzingis off the bench giving him something, it's going to hurt a lot. And as we all know, the torn medial retinaculum is a bad thing.
When I saw that, I misread it
no
at
idea
first.
what that is.
Me either. Apparently, it's really, really rare. He's got a torn.
What are these injuries that?
I don't know, dude.
Do
They're making
tall
stuff
people
up now.
just make up injuries?
Yeah, feels like it. He's got something in his leg. Put it that way, okay? But I read that. I read sort of rectum rollum or something like that the first time I read it. What's it called again?
The torn medial retinaculum.
Retinaculum.
I'm assuming.
I read that as rectalolum.
Like anytime I
No.
see retina, I'm thinking eyes. It's not his eyes.
No, it's his
not
leg.
what it is.
Something in his leg. Anyway, tonight's Game 3. Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final is tomorrow night.
According to Brian Suterer, who is a doctor, the medial retinaculum is like a seatbelt that keeps the tendons in place as they course around the inside of the ankle bone. That's what he said.
So is that Von Miller?
Wait, is that Von Miller's thing?
Well,
is that what he had?
Von Miller had a tendon that flipped over to the other side. It went to the other side of the other side of the bone.
Hey,
Something weird.
I want you guys to Google this. It was on Twitter yesterday. Did you guys see the shot of Von Miller's quad? That's making the rounds.
No.
Go ahead, look it up. Von Miller's quad.
Why would I do that?
It's just, it's not human. It's not possible. You can't produce a quad like that. Genetics.
What is this? Where is this from?
I don't know what you're
What am I
talking
looking
about.
for?
Go on Twitter. Somebody find me Von Miller's quad. Somebody took a shot of his quad at minicamp yesterday.
Yeah, but you're just so into legs.
You were supposed
You're
were
so
supposed to tell me about Audric Estime's quad.
He wasn't out there yesterday. I didn't see him. I didn't see Audrey. All right, now
What
look at
the
his
hell
right
is
quad.
that?
All right, what? That's not a human. That's not a human. You can't put that out there.
Okay, you know the quad pads that they're supposed to have in
Yeah.
football pants? It looks like it's inside of his skin.
It does.
Oh, all right, so I'm not making this up. I'm not exaggerating my enthusiasm for his quad, right?
You're an overly enthusiastic leg man.
But that's ridiculous.
Of every gender known to mankind. So whatever it takes, Vic, whatever floats your boat. Hey, Game 3.
By the way, Vaughn had a dislocated peroneal tendon. That was his ankle injury.
Well, I mean, how the hell are tendons going to work when you're carrying a Pinto in your quad?
That is true.
All right, Ellie, take that down, please. I got to get to something real quick. Game 3 is tomorrow night, the Stanley Cup Final. Because Brett Kane has adopted the Florida Panthers, every day until the series is over, we're telling Brett what his people have done on these particular days and years gone by.
Could be over pretty quick, by the way.
June 12th, 2019, a Florida man stripped naked and did what the arresting officer described as a strange dance at a McDonald's. A day prior to Sunday's disturbance, John Francis Morgan, 62, had told a Collier County Sheriff's Officer deputy that he intended to go to McDonald's in Naples, where he had been banned over a similar previous outburst. The officer warned him not to go there, and Morgan said he would not. But Morgan did not heed that warning, and the following day went to the McDonald's restaurant on Tamiami Trail East anyway. Quote, this is Officer D. Grossclass. I was dispatched to McDonald's in reference to a white male wearing shorts, taking their clothes off and doing a strange dance.
Yeah.
The caller stated they believe the male to be possibly on drugs. The male was doing this near the front door of the McDonald's. Quote, while I was on my way to McDonald's, it was also stated that the male pulled his pants down and then put them back on. Lastly, the caller stated it looked as though the male was trying to, quote, have relations with a railing.
I'm going to say what I say to all these stories, Moshe.
He's charged with 1 count of trespass of property and is in custody. He'll appear in court on July 3rd.
We've all been there. Just to defend my people, we've all been there. Who hasn't?
Let's get weird.
Hold on a second, though, man. He's in a McDonald's trying to get it on with a rail. I mean,
Don't act like you have.
Come on, man.
Don't act like you have.
Come on, man.
Quickly.
That's all I got.
I didn't know that this is like a big story, but I guess it's a big story. So the most disgusting thing that can take place every single 4th of July is the hot dog eating contest, in which I guess Joey Chestnut is now not allowed. He's banned from the event.
Well, it's the Nathan's annual hot dog eating contest, sponsored by Nathan's Franks.
So he is now endorsed by an Impossible Meats brand of hot dog, which is a vegan version.
It's like the Saudi Arabian Live Tour.
But they banned him for that, and I'm trying to figure out, number one, why, and I have a follow-up question, but what does it matter if he endorses a hot dog brand if he's just participating in the event? I don't know why they care. By the way, go ahead.
Because it's the Nathan's contest. Nathan's makes the hot dogs, he eats the hot dogs, and he is endorsing a non-meat, right? An Impossible, whatever the hell it is. It is basically everything that the Saudi Arabians brought to golf. Now it's happening.
I just mentioned McDonald's.
World.
It's like this. McDonald's sponsors the Big Mac eating contest every year, blah, 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 right? And they've done it for 100 years.
Sure.
And Joey Chestnut signs on with Burger King.
No, it's not like that.
Yeah, it is.
I'll tell you exactly why it's not like that.
It's a rival company, and he signed on with them.
No. Answer this then. In what world is a rival company one for vegans and one with meat? They aren't battling for the same customer. If you're a vegan, you aren't eating Nathan's anyway. It's a completely different thing you're shopping for.
I'm just saying, they call it a rival company.
Am I wrong on that? Like, if it's vegan, that means it's no meat. Nathan's is meat. Yeah. They aren't competitors.
Can I say something that may upset some folks, including probably Mosier? This will upset Mosier because Mosier likes to eat a lot of random items. The fact that we all know who Joey Chestnut is, that we can identify, is disgusting and despicable and embarrassing to our country. I'm embarrassed that we know who Joey Chestnut is. Not because of his great athletic feats. This guy isn't some savior. He's not some guy who found a cure to a disease. He didn't do anything noble. He stuffs his freaking mouth with food, and everybody knows who he is. That's disgusting and embarrassing for me and everybody involved with this show. Thank you.
Another question I have on kind of the subject that Vic's talking about is, okay, so you watch golf. True or false, Vic? If Tiger Woods this weekend is top 3 heading into Sunday, will that make the ratings higher?
Much higher. It'll explode the ratings.
Is Joey Chestnut, whether he competes or not, actually a ratings draw? Is somebody not going to watch the hot dog eating contest because he's not in it? Or is it always...
I've never watched it.
Or is it always going to be something that's like,
watch it anyway.
Oh, I was just at... For example, last year I went to a Rockies game. It was on the 4th of July. And we were at Tom's Watch Bar before the game. All the TVs were on ESPN, and it was just on. That's how I saw the hot dog eating contest. It was just in front of me with no ability to change a channel. Is Joey Chestnut an appeal? Do ratings drop because he can't get in?
I don't know. It's gross.
Seen these. You've seen these eating contests, and they happen at like local carnivals. And what? Where's the joy in watching that? I don't understand how people draw joy. And I mean, it's funny. Like when our own Jesse did it, and his face was burning, and
123 nuggets.
Was it one? I thought it was 122. Was it 123?
I think it's 123 and a barbecue sauce shot at the end of it.
Unbelievable.
He did that over the course of a show. What's the timer on that, by the way? Do they get 10 minutes, 5 minutes? I don't know what the timer is. Let's say it's 10.
It's 10, 15 minutes.
Moshe, how many dogs
2.
could you hork down? You could do more. I could do more than 2. You could do more than 2. Like, you really set your mind to it. How about this? It's $1,000 a dog. Each one you eat, you get $1,000. How many could you get?
Are you allowed to barf after?
Sure, but not during.
Okay.
To wait till the timer gets
But they
up.
don't even eat them. They just dip them in water and swallow them
they-
whole.
they
It's not
put
even
the-
eating.
They put the bugs in the water.
Hold on. $1,000 a dog, Moj. How many?
3.
10 minutes.
I don't know, 3.
I'm at least getting
No,
6
I mean,
down.
but hold
I'm at least getting
we're
6.
talking buns as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I
at
don't,
least
I don't,
getting
I don't
6.
know, but I don't know.
Vic, 10 minutes. 10 minutes,
don't be
$1,000.
stupid.
$1,000
No.
a dog.
I'm going to give you my retort to this stupid topic. There are a lot of things that embarrass me about our country. And EJ on the text line reminds me there are 3 things that embarrass me about this country. Number 1, eating contests and how we fawn over these people. Number 2, the fact that this country pushes the Kardashians as our royalty. It's a joke.
bad.
And number 3, nobody knows directions anymore, and that pisses me off. So those 3 things embarrass me about our country. Eating's number 1. Overeating. Like it's like, oh my God, look at these overeaters. It's so stupid.
You mean people, I got to get this straight. You're saying that people don't know how to get from here to there without their
Without
phone?
an iPhone,
Or okay, but like northwest, south, and east, that's...
No, exactly right. If you took phones, if I took everyone's phone, if I collected everybody's phones in Metro Denver, traffic would be at a standstill.
Might be.
Oh, I know. It wouldn't might be. It would be.
Can I ask you something, Vic? I know that you're a native and you know every street and every road that's here in town. Do you use your navigation? Because I still do this. Even when I know where I'm going, I will turn on the navigation just to see if traffic's really bad
100%.
somewhere. Okay.
Yes. I'm not trying to be a hypocrite here. We always lean on it. It's just sad that no one is able. Again, I liken it to my kids. That my kids have been to my parents' house 1,000 times, and to this day they need to turn on the phone to get there. And I'm like, what do you not remember about taking 3 turns?
Because I got a buddy of mine. He's like, you don't need to put in navigation, dude. I know where I'm going. And I'm like, it's not that I don't know where I'm going. I want to see if there's a big red line somewhere in my way where I can take an alternate route somewhere.
And I'm going to tell you something else.
Speaking of,
if you can't figure out directions in Denver, Colorado, where there's a large landmark that tells you which way is west, if you can't figure it out here, you're done.
Speaking of, on our way to the have a little dinner in the rock and roll show last night, wife says, why don't we just take the light rail down? And, we have a couple drinks and blah, 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 and don't have to fight through traffic. I'm like, you know what? It's probably going to be faster to do that than it would be to drive in this traffic anyway.
Yeah.
Sounds good, honey.
Where was it at? The concert?
Mission Ballroom. So it's
Yeah.
You got to jump from the E line to the A line to get past Union Station.
I got you.
That's a great venue. That's a great venue, isn't it?
It's awesome. As Nelly said, it was built by music people for music people. It's phenomenal. That being said, RTD is broken.
Yeah,
the light rail is broken. I'm not talking about questionable people, although I'm sure there's druggies all over the place and so on and so forth. But dude, it was doing like 10 miles an hour. Like the freeway was passing us, and the freeway was bumper to bumper.
Well, I don't.
And I'm like, something is broken on the train, and I don't know what it is.
I'll tell you something else.
Does anybody have any idea why the train is broken? We stopped at Yale, got off, and called an Uber.
I don't know about that.
It's insane.
I'll go the direction you didn't want to go, because the last time I'll tell you exactly the last time I took it. So I used to live off 225 in Aleph, and I would have to, I forget which line that is, but it goes down, basically across Tivoli Square. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So that's the last stop that I would get to Ball Arena. So I went there for one of the Nuggets finals games last year. Took it back home, so it's late at night. It's 11:30. I'm one of the later stops on the train. There's got to be some security on that thing. Like I had people using active drugs in the seat next to me. Somebody admitted they just robbed a convenience store.
Right.
And I'm like, I got a 2-year-old now. I would love to take the train down to, like Coors Field, make it easy.
That's scary.
I'm not doing that. I can't.
Yeah,
and so I don't know what they got to do, but that stuff's got to stop. That's got to stop immediately.
That Looney Tune killed 2 people on the bus on Federal Boulevard last year. That's just that's scary. It really is.
Well,
because the light rail is, I think it's a great thing to have. It's convenient. I think it's awesome. You can use public transportation. You can get you a whole bunch of places. But I can't do it if that's what's going on in there. I can't.
Hey, government, if you want me to use mass transit, don't make me hate mass transit.
Yes, exactly right.
I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. It's a total joke. It
wasn't always that way. There's
when I
just
first
more
moved
people
here,
using it now.
When I first moved here, Vic, 5 years ago, I used to use that A line down to Union Station all the time, and it was totally fine. But I don't know what changed.
And I understand what the city's trying to do. This city is trying to eliminate the use of cars. They've made it known. They don't want you to drive a car in this city. Well, my response to that is always the same. This city's not built for that. I know what your ambitions are. Get in your bikes. I'm not riding my bike to Broncos training camp.
Yeah.
I'm not riding my bike 40 miles. So I understand what you're trying to do. I understand the effort, and it's a noble one. I love it. In Europe, European cities do it all the time. But you don't have the infrastructure here to pull that off. You never have. You haven't kept up with the infrastructure. You haven't built enough of these rail lines. We have no really good rapid transit. It doesn't exist.
I've driven. Listen to me. I know we got to go to break. I've ridden trains all over this country, metros and subways, and every major system you can think of, I've been on. Also in Europe, I've ridden tons of trains, from bullet trains to commuter trains to everything. This is a joke.
Yeah.
It's one of the worst. It's one of the worst I've seen, to be honest.
It's a total joke.
LA's bad. This is really bad.
Joke.
Because they don't have the if you don't build these things, and it takes so long to build them, how do you expect people to use them? When I was a kid, I used to take the 44 bus to Woolworth's downtown with my grandmother and get cheese. We used to do it every Saturday morning. It was an easy ride, 2 stops, boom. It was great. It was relaxed. No issues. I wouldn't step foot on that bus today.
Yeah. Can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Fact checker next.
This is barbecue season, and you're going to want some really good beef for your family and your friends. So I'm going to suggest to you, get to CentennialCuts.com and just go there and peruse through the products. Yeah, they've got the great summer sausage. They've got the great beef sticks. They've got the unbelievable jerky. But check out the individual cuts of beef that they've got. I got a tomahawk from them at one point, and I'm like, this thing is unbelievable. You will absolutely be proud to serve it to your friends and your family, and you will find it's the most delicious beef you've ever talked and had in your entire life. This is a Colorado company, born and bred right here in the great Centennial State, in the cattle business for generations, and they deliver it right to your door. That's the best part. They've got the bundle, so you can get a small little box if you want to. You can get the individual cuts. You can subscribe and have stuff sent every single month. Or you can get the big one, too, and then just stock up and pull it out of the freezer whenever you're ready. But burgers and sausages and every cut you can possibly think of, they've got it. Go do yourself a favor. Get to CentennialCuts.com and check it all out. And then throw it on the smoker or the barbecue this weekend. You'll be glad you did. It's CentennialCuts.com.
I saw New York City in a movie when I was a kid. It was called Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. Now I live in New York and I'm psyched, but that is a stupid movie title. Lost in New York, the streets are numbered. How'd you get lost in New York? I wish I'd been a Def Jam comic when that movie came out. I would have torn it to pieces. Be like, you seen it? You seen this Home Alone 2 Lost in New York? It's a grant system, mother. Where you at? 24th and 5th? Where you want to go? 35th and 6th? 11 up and 1 over, you simple. That'd be my big joke. That'd be the closer.
Vic Lombardi, unhappy that people can't find their way around the world. Yeah, hold on.
John Mulaney's great.
Nelly sent us during the break. So a guy from Getty Images, Andy Lyons, you ever seen the Getty Images photographers? They're really good, man.
Yeah, they are. Mm-hmm.
When I was in Hilton Head that time for the Eclipse, do you say Eclipse or Eclipse? How do you say it?
Eclipse.
I say Eclipse.
I say biopic.
And you're smart, Ellie.
Eclipse.
Anyway, I was in the ocean, and dude, I'm like staring up at the sun. Dude, Getty guy. Anyway, they're great. But he's got a photo of the cop nailing that fan in Cincy last night with a taser. And it's got to win the Pulitzer Prize. It has to. It's one of the best. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's simply spectacular.
Oh, that's so good.
The cop is accurate. The light is shining out of the taser, so you know he's got 1 billion volts going into dude's back.
What an action shot.
It's unbelievably good. And there's nothing makes me happier than to see a drunk idiot get tased. I mean, if you had a YouTube channel of just idiots getting tased, I would watch it all day.
Dude, that is going to get memed like crazy during football
So for those who have gotten tased, what does it feel like? What is it?
Well, I think it sends the voltage through your body. Have you ever touched an electric fence, Vic? It's got to be close to the same kind of thing. One of those kind of deals.
No, but I
have you ever taken
a light socket once. A
Okay.
hot light socket got me.
Have you ever taken a whiz on an electric fence? That'll get you.
No.
It'll get you.
Why would you do that?
On accident? Anyway, I love to see it. So watching this kid run through the outfield, do a backflip, and he does a backflip right in front of the cop.
Where's homeboy's shoes?
He probably left him in the stands. I don't know.
I mean, yeah,
and that cop is focused.
Focus.
He's got
look at the
complete
poise
focus.
and focus.
Like, you guys are telling me they need dogs? Look at that face. That's
Yeah.
the face of a man who's been waiting his entire
First
life
of all,
to use that taser.
you're
on
running.
him.
You guys ask me all the time, why do I run around? Why I run around with that vest, that 30-pound vest? That's why.
Oh, you trying
Look at that policeman.
Oh, I thought you meant in case you get tased.
No, look at that policeman just run the field with that vest like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Keeping up with that dude.
What a stud. Hey, he's Michael Malone. Anyway, I wanted to point that out.
It really is a perfect photo. The second that you realize the taser's hitting. Can I play something real quick before we get out of here? And this was brought to my attention yesterday from Nelly. So, do you guys remember a left tackle by the name of Matt Light? He used to play for the Patriots.
Of course. Yeah.
So he was a NFL PA rep for the Patriots a few years back, and he has this story about Bill Belichick. He had to miss minicamp in the offseason to go to this NFL PA meeting to represent the players and the Patriots. Listen to an email he got from Bill Belichick in the middle of this.
What he wrote in there, I'm telling you, this I could lose everything, every Super Bowl ring. I could care less, man. This, if
Let's
I
hear
ever
the
lost
email.
this,
You got to read it. You got to read
I'm
it.
getting there, man. It takes me. I got big fat fingers. Okay, so here we go. Saturday, April 7th, 2007 at 2:34 p.m. Okay? In quotes, this is how it starts. It's a chance for us all to bond and start putting the wheels in motion for the following season, left tackle Matt Light said in a recent interview. What you do in that mini camp and the passing camp, it has a direct effect on the beginning of your season, and you have to come out of the gate swinging pretty hard. That's what we've been able to do around here. End of quote.
It's a good quote.
Yeah, I got asked by a reporter in Hawaii about whatever, and I gave the typical, do your job speech, right? Hey, Matt, just read this quote from you, ... What the ... question mark. when I see this, like, that's got to be coping. We have over 50 guys here working out today, and the one who isn't here does all the talking about how important the off-season is. Figures. A lot of your teammates were concerned about you and asked why you weren't here, but don't worry. We let them all know that you're in Hawaii for a week. If you want to get something productive done out there, why don't you have them move this meeting to the week before, all in caps, teams start their off-season programs, ? Very respectfully yours, Bill Belichick, head coach, New England Patriots.
So he gets that email from Bill Belichick, and
I
he
think
thought
that's spectacular.
He thought it was a prank from one of his teammates. So this is the email he sent back. This is all on Julian Edelman's podcast, by the way.
I send him this. Now, this one I did kind of think maybe I was going to get fired. Coach B. First of all, allow me to apologize for not responding earlier to your prior email. As you are certainly better aware than anyone, we as human beings are not automatons. Rather, we stand as a compilation of free-willed rational beings. Given this, it becomes critical to impose a measure of collectivism for the benefit of the order. I realize that the concept of collectivism strikes a measure of aberrance in our rugged individualistic society, but it is such a collective good that allows us all to benefit. And it does not require a study of the incunabulum to realize that both coaches and players gain from a measured collective relationship with the financial bully pulpit held by the owners. Given this, and despite my commitment to the off-season programs, I felt compelled to move forward the collective good of the players through attendance at the PA meetings. In the long run, it is generally for the benefit of all. My commitment to this end is in no way a negative reflection on my dedication and commitment to optimizing my personal performance to the greatest advantage of the team. Your humble free-willed left tackle, Matt Light.
So you send that back thinking it can't be Belichick, right? You're getting scammed by somebody. You're getting pranked. And then the last one here, this is Belichick's final response.
I had no idea that this would be the response. You're going to love this. April 11th, 2007, 12:45 p.m. Concluding remarks. Matt, why don't you consider dedicating yourself to having fewer mistakes and not leading the team in, once again, being the most penalized player on offense? Your numerous false start penalties and other transgressions like taunting continue to make me think that your distractions off the field affect your concentration on the field. My advice would be to minimize your distractions and focus on maximizing your physical development and technique in the off-season program. That 1 week really killed him. I continue to feel that you were totally out of line commenting on the importance of the program when you were not in attendance with the rest of the team. Now, this is what it gets great. Finally, Matt, there is no need to use multi-syllable words in your email that neither you nor I know. I am unimpressed. The best thing we can do for ourselves and our families is win, all in caps. Try to keep that in your mind in your quest for world peace. Sincerely, respectfully yours, Bill Belichick, head coach, New England Patriots. That's it, man. That's all I need in life.
That makes me like Belichick more than I ever have.
So he's got I guess we didn't realize that Belichick can be so snarky and clever. That's pretty funny. In your quest for world peace. It's just an absolute rip. I love it.
I also don't like when somebody goes to synonyms.com and starts using bigger words. It's like, would you just speak my language, please? Who are you trying to impress over here? I mean, come on.
It just goes to prove that those offensive linemen really are the smartest crop of all football players.
They also, as much as they hate talking to media, love being in the media right afterwards.
All of them.
Every single one.
All of them.
Not Zimmerman, other than him.
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Candace, where you can find the podcast. You all have a wonderful Wednesday, and we will talk to you all tomorrow. We love you very much.
Game 3 tonight.
Game 3.
I'll be watching.
Can Dallas get back?
I
Talk to you guys tomorrow.
I don't think so.
Goodbye.
rebound down to Casey, bound down to B. 8 seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline, and he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace. Oh my God, I can't believe they did it.
Cause for 2 seconds, take your headsets off and just listen to this crowd, Roger. Wow.
1 year ago today, Game 5 of the 2023 NBA Finals and the Nuggets' first championship in franchise history. The call, you heard it from Kaz, you heard it from Scotty. Welcome into the program. It's Dempsey and Company. I'm your host, Alex Ryan. You guys know me better as Raj, joined as always by a producer, KJ, behind the glass, and my co-host, my partner. He's the namesake of the program, Christopher A. Dempsey. One of the happiest days in Denver sports history.
Yeah. Yes. Man, you know, it's funny. It's funny to think about because we're only in Game 3 of the current finals.
Well, they've played 2 games and they've taken 8 days off.
I know, right? And then they had the huge, what was that, 8 to 10 days or whatever it was off prior to the series. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy that it's been a calendar year since then. What great memories. It's one of the, I'm trying to think of the happiest sports days of my career or just life that I have been to, that I was currently at. So that would be, or just watched actually, because there's going to be a couple on here that I was not there. That ranks probably number 1. The Broncos winning the Super Bowl for the first time. That was a crazy, crazy win. Like John Mobley knocks down the pass, and you just looked at the screen like, oh my gosh. They beat the Green Bay Packers today, who at the time were the biggest Super Bowl favorites in the history of that game. To win, that was awesome. Miracle in Michigan we ran out of the dorms and just were dancing around the lawns in front of the dorms. But certainly the Nuggets doing what they did last year, that was crazy. What are you calendar year since then? Great memories. Hopefully they can do it again next year.
Text those in 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Your favorite or happiest moments in Denver sports history. We'll get into those coming up at 11. At NBA Baseline at 10:45. Dempsey's going to bring you through Game 3. We've got NFL Notes coming up at 11:20 today. Your shout outs at 11:45 as well. But where we start today, this coming in this morning at about 8 o'clock, all-time great Jerry West passes away at age 86, the logo, and to talk about his impact on the league, on the association as a whole, you're going to hear from him from 3 hours today. Scott Hastings. Scotty, thanks for the time, man. I just wanted to get your perspective on the NBA losing one of the most important, most influential figures of all time today.
Oh, man, that's good. Let me give you my history, a little bit of history with you. First of all, he's one of my boyhood idols when basketball was being formed. I was a Giant because I knew my dad was a tall man. I knew I was going to be tall, so I gravitated, obviously, to Chamberlain and read his books and read all about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Bill Russell, and I loved Willis Reed. But when it came to pure basketball, my 2 favorite guys that I remember growing up and watching the most, it was Pete Maravich, which in high school I wore his socks, and then Jerry West, because he was always, every spring and summer when the NBA playoffs on, Jerry West was always playing, and there was just this, calm, cool, collective, score when it matters, hit a big shot if you needed guy. I mean, his nickname was Mr. Clutch, so that should say it all. That was a real focal point. And those 2 guys, West and Maravich, for me, And plus, I always had a phobia of being the big, tall guy that was uncoordinated. I knew I was going to be taller like those other guys, but I wanted to have a game and handles and everything else like the 44s. And for me, that was Maravich and West. And, my whole high school career, and I would say the majority of my NBA career, I always wore 44, and it was always because of Pete and Jerry. And then, going to a player and getting to meet him, he was one of those guys that when I was playing, he was mostly doing the Lakers. He was the Lakers GM and stuff, and so getting to shake his hand 2 or 3 times was like, gosh, I'm not going to wash his hand type thing. And then, met him and talked to him once when he was GM with Memphis. And the coolest moment I had with him, for me, and both of you guys will realize this, we're in that hotel in Cleveland, Deb. So I don't know if you remember the hotel, right? You got to get down the one elevator, go to the lobby, cross that little mini lobby to another elevator and go down, right?
Right.
Well, on that floor, there's whatever. There's stuff you could do and stuff. There's banquet rooms and stuff. And I guess there was a league meeting there. And I come out of that first elevator, and I look to my left, and there's Jerry West. And he's one of those guys for me that anytime I saw him, I was going to go up and just shake his hand because he's an idol. So I walked up to him, and I always called him Mr. West. I said, Mr. West. He goes, and now put your mindset in and walking up to a guy who was an idol of yours since probably the time you were, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I walk up to him, put my hand out, I go, Mr. West. He goes, Scott, how you been? And I went, he knew my name. he knew my name. So yeah, he as a player molded me because he was no moment was ever too big for him. I love this. I read some stats. I'm sure you guys read all these stats. I don't know if you saw this one. The first 5 years of the all defensive team was started, right? And so the first 5 years that it actually was voted in and started, he made a second and 4 first. The NBA all defensive team started when he was 32.
Yeah.
Guys are out the league by their 32nd birthday at this point.
Well, I was out at 33. So,
I was going to say.
Yeah, so he's iconic. I hope, and I've been saying this, Demps, I may have even said this to you in the past. I hope, and I preach this at least once a year. Go down the rabbit hole and go look at Jerry West, on YouTube. Look up, there's a video out there that I watched a couple of years ago that's like 15 minutes long, maybe, of just him playing. And I know we're a Steph Curry guy, and the 3-point is all this, and he played with a 1-3. If you want to go look at maybe the perfect jump shot,
yeah,
just phenomenal. Watch Jerry West's video, and you realize how good this guy was.
Man, Scott, how many points would he have averaged if there was an actual 3-point line at the time?
Well, you got to throw it up there. I mean, he as a 2 guard, think about this, as a 2 guard, he led the NBA in scoring once in that era, and that's without that 3-point line. So I don't know. He did, a lot of those guys, and that's why, I always miss with Demps, Raj. I always miss with Demps. Steph Curry's, one of the top 100 shooters of all time.
Yeah.
And part of it, I'll be honest with you, part of it is because of guys like Jerry West and guys like, Pete Maravich and other these old time guys that were iconic for me and molded me. And they didn't get to play in the 3-point lines, and it'd have been interesting to see what guys like he would have done. But he was a boyhood idol. And he's one of those guys for me. You know how you're sometimes afraid to meet an idol because they'll let you down or disappoint you. He never let me down or disappointed me. It was always just absolutely class, and I think it's stupid by the NBA. By the way, they're getting it right. He's going in the Hall of Fame this year as a contributor, which means he was the general manager. He's already been in as a player, obviously, and he went in. They put in the 1960 Olympic team. The entire team's in, so he's in on that. And after winning 8 championships as a general manager, they're just now putting him in. Like, come on, man. As a contributor. But anyway, I love the guy, and it really is a sad day.
Yeah, it strikes me. He always struck me as this, and obviously I think I got to talk to him one time when I was a reporter. But he always strikes me as this. He's the logo. He's the logo. And you never got an ounce of ego. He always just seemed like very, very gracious, very humble. He didn't really want his accolades out there. And we're talking about truly one of the great players. Like if his resume, you can put his resume up against anybody's resume in the history of the game. And when you're talking about 12 All-NBA selections and 14 All-Star selections, the only player to ever win the MVP in the finals from the losing team because he averaged 37.9 points per game in that series. Like that is crazy. But I want you to kind of what you did just a little bit, just his greatness, because I think we're in an era, and I this is where the Last Dance. Thank goodness we had the Last Dance, and people can. It's not just always about your generation versus my generation versus this is your star. Sometimes it's just like this player and this person is a star, and Jerry West fits that bill in every way, shape, and form. When you just watch him operate out there. What kind of, just when you still remember that stuff, what kind of comes to mind?
He would be a guy, if I could relate him to modern times, for example. And I remember a Monday Night Football game, and John Elway drove the Broncos down. It was against the Kansas City Chiefs. He drove the Broncos down and scores late. Now, John Elway's jersey is muddied and dirty and grass stained, and I mean, he drove that team down. He's beat up. Left a minute something left, and Montana was when Montana was playing for the Chiefs, right? Montana comes on the field with a minute something left, and his white Chiefs jersey is pristine. Grass stain on it. And Montana ended up, winning the game in the last minute in Mile High. And Elway said, I knew when we scored, I looked up, we gave Joe too much time. Jerry West was that guy. You didn't, there's a reason, and I say this also, listen, I'm now at the age of get off my lawn guy, and people tend, I think, not listen. But I mean this sincerely, and maybe because this was me, because when I was a young kid, I wanted to know the history of Pete Maravich and Jerry West and growing up in West Virginia and all that different stuff. And it was important to me to kind of know what foundation was laid for guys I like to follow. And I don't think we do that anymore. And I wanted to know the great players. I wanted to know that even though Dick Butkus was a generation before me, that this guy was a two-way player at the University of Illinois and won giant lawsuits against the NFL and so on and so forth. I just think there's a history you try to learn, and then there's appreciation of those guys in that era. You don't get called Mr. Clutch if they got the ball left, they're down one, and they got the ball, and you got a guy on their team named Mr. Clutch. I mean, I can remember him hitting half-court shots. I think he hit a half-court shot back when they played All-Star games, Chris. When they played, right?
Right.
You know, not the jokes they play now. I think he had a half-court shot at the buzzer to win an All-Star game once, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
I know he did at a playoff game. He was just, there was a smoothness about him, and there was just a clutch aspect of him that if you needed a shot, you know, Jerry was going to do this. And just what you just said a while ago, you know, Jerry West, you think calm, cool, collective. Okay, what do you average, 14 or 15? Dude, he was throwing up 40 a game, 37 a game.
The guy had 31 30-point NBA Finals games. There wasn't a 3-point line, and he had 1,600 points in the finals.
Well, I think he's six or eight of the Lakers' top 10 playoff scoring years, right? And now I'll say this: he's Mr. Clutch, but guess what? He only won the one championship in the 71-72 season, I believe, and lost 8 more. Now it's kind of a little bit like Karl Malone and Stockton, except Karl Malone and Stockton didn't get any. But think about this: he lost 8 more. By the way, he lost Willis Reed limp-in game in Game 7 in New York, and he lost the other ones to Boston Celtics. That's Bill Russell and all them cats on that team. But I don't know, man. It's a sad day. They had a TV series out called Showtime, and people ask me all the time if I watch it. And I talked to a good friend of mine who's an NBA a national writer. He's written books now and stuff. And he asked me, he was doing an interview, and he asked me, have I watched it? I said, no, I wasn't. I said, have you? It was Tom Friend. I think you probably have heard of Tom Friend.
Yep.
And I said, I was going to watch it. I go, you? And he goes, nah, I started. He said, I'm stopping. He said they had to have a villain and a goat. I guess they didn't portray Jerry West very kindly in that series. So I refused to watch it because that wasn't the man I knew. That wasn't the class, a professional, make you feel as important to him. And I finished that story when I saw him in Cleveland. He goes, hey, Scott, how you doing? Now, you know how when you're coming down, Chris, you're trying to get to the bus and do stuff. Dude, he wasn't – and you've also met guys that are trying to glad hand you and then get you gone, you know.
Right.
And, okay, they're done talking already. Dude, he sat there and goes, how you guys doing? How's the team's looking pretty good? And started a conversation with me. I just wanted to go up and say hello to him. So I refused to watch that Showtime thing, and I will never watch it. Because you're taking shots at a guy, in my estimation, all my dealings, was phenomenal. Now, was he a competitor, and did that cause him to be tyrannical maybe inside the walls there at times? I don't know, because that dude competed. I mean, he won a championship as a player, lost 8 other ones, and then won 8 more. Was it 8 more that he won as a general manager?
8 more.
So yeah, so I believe that's a few finals appearances. That's 17 appearances in the finals as a player and general manager.
A wealth of history and knowledge as always, Scotty. Guys, if you want to hear more on Scott's history with Jerry West, obviously every day here, PhD 12 to 3, you can hear him today. Scotty, thanks for the time, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks, my guy.
All right, brothers. Appreciate you guys.
Jerry West passes at age 86, arguably the best nickname of all time, the logo. We've got so much more to get into today. Dempsey's Baseline at 10:45. We've got a bunch of Broncos sound on the other side with Cortland Sutton and Sean Payton. And also, you guys know this, I'm an idiot. I've got some dating advice for you. You can hear it on the other side. It's a shout out Wednesday here. Dempsey and Company, Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Christopher Dempsey. KJ and Josh Grismer behind the glass today. Just got off the phone courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com. We had Scotty Hastings on talking about the late Jerry West, who passed away earlier this morning, aged 86. We'll get more into that when we talk into Dempsey's NBA Baseline at 10:45. A bunch of sound to get into from Cortland Sutton, from Sean Payton. The first day of mandatory minicamp was yesterday out at Dove Valley. But before we get into that, Demps, yesterday was a day off sports, basically. The Rockies played, they won. I didn't watch it. The only baseball I watched was Paul Skeens because I think that's like must-watch MLB TV right now.
Yep.
So, as a result, with an off day, with nothing to sit down and watch and dissect in the evening, the wife and I go out and we decide to find some cheap tickets to Red Rocks. Maren Morris played. It was like $40 to get in the door. Why the hell not? We're having a great time. We're going out to sushi beforehand. Nice little date night. And then we're going to go meet up with my twin sister and her boyfriend and her friends. It was just a whole nice night.
Mm-hmm.
My dating advice to all of you. We're going to celebrate our 1-year wedding anniversary at the end of the summer. We've been together for 4 years. It's been awesome. I outkicked my coverage by many, many lengths of the football field. My dating advice to you guys. Lots of football. All of the football fields.
I'm just messing with you.
If you guys didn't know, so we met online, as many people my age do. Many people today meeting online and on dating apps on like Hinge and Tinder and Bumble and all these things.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like me and you're many years into a very happy monogamous relationship, and you think that just deleting those dating apps off your phone deletes the profiles and makes them inactive, you have another thing coming.
Oh, is that not a thing?
Because in the middle of our wonderful date last night, one of her single friends who is on one of those apps sends her a screenshot. And whose face pops up on the dating app as an eligible bachelor?
Yours.
Guy, her husband, pops open, and there's a picture of me like 6 years ago, an unrecognizable face, and we're across of a really, really nice sushi dinner. And she just takes her phone and she goes,
I know, they give you the term. Right.
Which is well within her rights to do.
Shows you the phone, yep.
Guys, I didn't know this was a thing. Even if you have deleted all of those apps, you need to go down, re-download them, and then deactivate the account, and then delete them again.
Right.
It derailed a wonderful date night. Because I am an idiot.
Well,
I don't even have the excuse of being like 55 and like,
Right.
yeah, I don't know how these things work. I'm 30. I grew up in this.
Right. It'd be one thing if it was like me, but it's you.
It's me.
You should know.
How dumb am I?
You know.
How dumb am I?
Yeah, they could also make it a lot easier, right? They could make it so that if you delete the app, then all the data
you know
just
what it
goes
is?
away
It's
as well.
freaking entrapment.
Yeah, right. I mean,
I bet you the person behind Hinge or whatever app that I popped up on is a woman trying to entrap me. I guarantee that's the case.
Well, she won for a night.
You just say I had
She wins all the time. Ah, there we go. Good on you, Raj. Mini camp happened yesterday. Continuing today and tomorrow. Let's hear from Cortland Sutton.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. Got a month to be able to, get things situated. Hopefully things get situated because, as you all have heard, and I will continue to say, this is where I want to be. This is home. This is where I want to, go hoist the Lombardi Trophy. This is the place where I want to be able to retire. This is a place where I want to hopefully, be able to, put enough out, once my career is done that I can, hopefully be able to have a bid at the, Bronco Ring of Honor. But, those are all things that, have to be earned. And hopefully I'm able to have the time to be able to, continue to showcase that, I'm capable of being in that caliber of people.
Cortland Sutton out at minicamp. There was a question whether or not he was going to show up. He's there. Talked about his contract status and where the team is with it. And there's a stalemate going on, right? And we talked about Cortland's situation, whether or not you would want to extend him. And I think you and I both came to the agreement that I'm not in the mood to extend Courtland Sutton. But if it gets him in camp for this year and it keeps him around to help groom Bo Nix without having to extend your commitment to him in an aging wide receiver that we know is never going to be a true number one wideout. He's the number one on this team. He's not a true one. If we're talking about contract renegotiations, honestly, if you go to the Chris Harris situation and just throw him a couple $1,000,000 this year and next year, I don't care. The one thing that I think you can't do is extend him to the point. I know he's talking about, being in the Ring of Honor and stuff. I just don't see his career outside of 2 years from now being something that you're going to see another 900 yards, 10 touchdowns, 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns. I just don't think it's going to happen. But if it keeps him in the fold and it gives you a security blanket to help groom Bo Nix over the course of a year where you're not going to win a lot of football games, and then next season where you're hopefully going to be in the conversation for the playoffs, but not a true contender, I'm cool with trying to keep him happy and copacetic until he walks out 2 years from now when he's 30.
Yeah, that's really good audio from Courtland Sutton, if I'm just being frank. It is he certainly sounds like a player that really wants to make this his forever home. Let's put it that way. His forever home with the Denver Broncos. He wants to be in the Ring of Fame. All the things. And if I'm defending Courtland Sutton, which I've obviously not done to almost any degree here in the last few weeks, I'll take the time.
No, you have not.
Yeah, I've been pretty far from that. But in his defense, since he has been here, the quarterback situation for him has been a disaster. And if you are a wide receiver, you need at the very least some stability. Not Case Keenum, Joe Flacco, Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater, Russell Wilson, and now Bo Nix as your quarterbacks during your career in which you are trying to establish yourself as one of the better wide receivers in the NFL. There was a point in time, Raj, where I was a whole lot more bullish on him, especially after his 1,000-yard season. And then I do take into account the quarterback because it matters. It just does. It matters. And one of the things that I would always say about Jerry Jeudy in defense of him was the quarterback matters. And when they are constantly average to terrible, then I don't know what you expect of your wide receiver, no matter where they were picked in the draft. And so for Courtland Sutton, I'll give him a little bit of that. Actually, I probably should give him a lot of that. And, for him, it's this in no way my willingness to move on from him in no way is a comment on the type of wide receiver I think he is. I think he's really, really good. He put 10 touchdowns on the board last year.
He's a solid number two.
Yeah, you don't do that if you aren't of some value on the football field. I'm just saying that in the Broncos' current life cycle, he doesn't fit. And what you're having him on this roster to be is a security blanket, as you said, but then also, hey, whatever games you're going to win, it helps to have a guy that can, positively impact that. I get that. I just don't care. I don't think the losses matter this year. I just don't.
They don't.
And so
they do not.
And because of that, I wouldn't keep players on the roster who are just here to maybe scrape out another win or two in a season that is just a rebuild season anyway. So, but having said all that, I love what he said, Raj. I really do. If he is a guy that the Broncos want to go forward with, then God bless him. They should do it. And
they just can't extend him.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't.
Again,
I know why he wants it.
No doubt. He wants contract stability and he wants to be paid into his early 30s. But when you look at it, like Sean Keeler came out with a really good article yesterday that talked about how he's got more guaranteed money on his contract than Jamar Chase, Stephon Diggs, DeAndre Hopkins, and Garrett Wilson. He makes more in guaranteed money than all of those guys, and they're all bona fide number ones. I know D-Hop's on the downswing of his career,
and Jamar Chase is going to get paid, and Garrett Wilson's on the. They're both on the way to
bona fide number ones.
Yeah,
and again, for me, saying like if you want to just to keep him happy and give him the Chris Harris Jr. bump, I'm kind of okay with it because the wins don't matter this year, and you're already in cap hell. And if it's like a couple million guaranteed this year and next year without extending him, I'm okay with it. Just to keep him around, not to eke out wins. It's the same conversation we had yesterday where I go, I want a veteran presence, a safety blanket around Bo Nix, and then when he's 32, because again, he does not match up with the timeline, see you later. Or maybe you trade him next year when he's a pending UFA.
Yeah. I just, from the standpoint of, look, for Courtland, he's staring down, he understands this. And I was listening to somebody say, "Why? I don't even know why he's getting bad advice." And I'm like, he's not getting bad advice because what he is staring down the barrel of again is a quarterback that is probably not ready to throw 1,000 touchdowns in a season.
Not going to help him.
So exactly right. So if you're Courtland Sutton, you need to get that bump right now because what's going to happen, what could happen, there's a significant chance that could happen, is your stats next year aren't necessarily as good as they were last year. And then the team turns around and looks at you and goes, well, look, what's your production? It's not here. And then he says, you saddled me with a rookie quarterback. And they just say, we don't care. So you need to get your money this year if you're Courtland Sutton. I get that. I really do. I just wouldn't do it if I was the Broncos. I just wouldn't do it.
No, if he actually does hold out going into camp, and we'll hear from Coach Payton, from Sutton a little bit later on in the show and what they had to say yesterday at minicamp about like possibly holding out going into minicamp or holding out going into training camp. If you were to do that, I think you got to move on from him. I think you try and shop him to a team that needs a wideout and you get something back for him, a 5th or a 6th round pick. You move on from the cap space and then you can truly go toward this youth movement. But I don't know if he's going to do it now. Like, haven't you played your cards? Didn't you just play your cards?
If you're the Broncos,
you're Courtland Sutton, did you not just play your cards? You showed up.
Yeah, but
if you're going to hold out, hold the hell out.
Yeah, but I think to me that's where he did get good advice because, especially, what are Sean Payton and George Payton showing us right now? They almost don't care who you are. Like if you get on their bad side, then they're not doing anything.
Don't care. They don't give a damn. They just cut Russell Wilson for the biggest dead cap money in the history of the league.
Okay, that's
not almost.
Kind of
they don't care.
That's my point. So you're dealing with, you can't play. Wait. You're gonna have the standoff against the guys who just they win all the gunfights. that's what they do. And
gunfights. They have the only guns in the fight.
It's true. And so it's hard, especially when you are not his presence on the roster. While it might help Bo Nix, be a better quarterback faster, I don't know how much faster. And then B, he's not moving the needle by 5 or 6 games. And so if these things aren't true, then your leverage is so little that you need to show up. And you need to play the, hey, I'm a good soldier card. I'm coming here in good faith. Please negotiate with me in good faith, and let's get to a place that we both can handle.
More sound from Sutton, more sound from Payton coming up in NFL Notes at 11:20. On the other side, finally, Game 3 of the NBA Finals is coming up tonight. Dempsey's NBA baseline. There's injury news with the Celtics. And again, Jerry West, the logo, passes away at age 86. Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj alongside Chris Dempsey, KJ behind the glass. I'll have your NFL notes coming up at 11:20. More sound from Sean Payton and Cortland Sutton, who is at mandatory minicamp. You can watch us twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Shop Safeway's summer 4 times points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. Opt in to convert points into cash off at checkout automatically. It's Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. It's 10:45 on a Wednesday. It means it's time for Chris Dempsey to take us around the NBA with his baseline report.
Dempsey and Company present a look at the hottest headlines in the association. Around the horn they go. This is Dempsey's Baseline.
All right, game 3 of the series between the Boston Celtics and the Dallas Mavericks gets going again tonight, 6:30 from Dallas. Got a venue change for this, and the Mavericks hope a venue change also changes their fortunes in this particular series. They're down 2-0, but the Boston Celtics dealing with Kristaps Porzingis' injury, which, Raj, I cannot even pronounce, much less give you any kind of...
You're not familiar with the medial patellar retinaculum?
I am not.
You're not familiar with the gross anatomy of that particular ligament, which comes from the lowest fibers of the vastus medialis muscle, sartorius, and the medial collateral ligament. The deep layer has contributions from the medial patelliform or femoral ligament and fascial thickenings. You didn't know that? That wasn't top of mind for you?
All I saw was rare injury, and I thought, uh-oh.
I don't know 95% of the words I just said.
I don't either, and Kristaps Porzingis said he is optimistic. Optimistic about what? I don't know, because his injury history suggests that he is not only going to miss tonight, but it could be probably...
It's over.
Well, okay, but here's the other thing. I'm glad you played that, KJ, because I don't think it's over for Boston.
Well, they're up 2-0.
They still have enough to... They still have enough to beat Dallas still in 5 games. They still have enough talent. On what Kristaps Porzingis was able to do for that team, he was almost icing on the cake in the sense that another 3-point shooting big. He could also exploit a mismatch, post that player up, shoot over anybody, and then obviously defensively be able to block the shots and alter some other ones defensively. So, I mean, you're losing quite clearly a significant piece for however long, we just don't know just quite yet. But this team is made up of so many elite level players that I think that they will be able to survive this. And so for the Dallas Mavericks, this really just kind of comes down to, can you get Kyrie Irving to score points in an efficient manner, or can you not? And yeah, it strikes me as, in his case, in this particular series, a little bit more X's and O's. Like, can Jason Kidd and whoever else is on that coaching staff scheme, generate really good shots for Kyrie Irving to be able to take? I mean, he just hasn't been able to free himself up in a real way, especially in those mid-range shots where usually that step back really works. He's had to try to get a couple of those over Kristaps Porzingis, but and it hasn't worked. So we'll see without Kristaps on the court, if that is in fact what happens.
Nevada Putnam on the text line. When the doc went back to Kristaps, he probably said, "Hey, good news and bad news. Good news is we're naming a condition after you because we can't say the words." This one from the 588. Musculoskeletal radiologist here. Raj is the first one on the show, either one of the 2 shows this morning, to pronounce the word retinaculum correctly.
That's amazing. Because
I can't pronounce correctly. But
Raj actively sat here and listened to me botch it 5 straight times before I said, you know what? I'm going to let you say this word.
Take that L on the way out.
It's marbles in my mouth. Dude, I don't think it's that big of a miss for them. He's missed 13 games since...
Start of the playoffs?
April 10th?
Yeah.
You know how many of those they've lost? 2. 2.
Yeah. The Celtics are just really, really good and such a deep basketball team. And look, Al Horford comes in and he's able to be a reasonable facsimile. You know, when Al Horford was in his prime, he was one of the better defensive players in the league, could also obviously score. He still got a little bit. Actually, I marvel when I watch him out there as to how well he's moving. He's like 38 years old, I believe, something like that for Al Horford. moves really, really well. Still defensively can be switchable in these cases where they want to switch ball screens, which Boston does, and then can pop in threes.
Al Horford's my guy that I always look at in the NBA. I go, you're still in the league,
still
man?
playing?
You're still in the league?
I know. It's
You know
true.
what's funny? You know who that guy is in the NHL for me? Jack Johnson. You're
Still
in the league.
It's like still kind of effective too. Just like, wow, how are you still playing?
Al Horford's more effective than Jack Johnson.
That's
yeah,
another
sure.
It's been 84
No
years.
doubt, KJ.
It's been 84 years. Yeah. So look, Al Horford would obviously start in that situation. And this is what I would expect, though. I would expect that we see a much more efficient Jason Tatum. So what they have been able to do right now to this point in the series is just win these games anyway, even if Jason Tatum is not shooting the ball very well, which he was 6 of 22 in game 2. How does he turn that around and get himself into more high percentage situations for him? I think they'll get that figured out. I think they'll get that sorted out. And it obviously means a little bit more now without a player like Kristaps, if in case he is not playing, which I don't expect that it to be the case, at least not tonight, on the court. And, a lot has been said about Jason Tatum's, like, who's the best player on the team? Is it Jaylen Brown now, or is it Jason Tatum? And I'll give Jason Tatum this. Like, he is not bitten on that at all. It has not caused a division. He doesn't say anything other than the fact that, hey, whatever it takes to win, that's what I'm going to do. And as a playmaker, when he came out of Duke, I remember doing some pretty deep film study on him coming out of Duke. And at the time, he was really, really good player, obviously, lottery level player, but just this jump shooter coming out of college. And I just always thought, like if he could just do two things with his career, like as an offensive player, he'd be pretty devastating. And one was just get yourself to the rim. He's like big shoulders, tall, can get himself, like, he's a much more physical player than his frame suggests that he would be. He could do all of those things. Get yourself to the rim a little more, get high percentage shots, get yourself to the free throw line. That's A. And then B, can he now at some point evolve into playmaking for his teammates? And I think this is what we are seeing from him in spades in this series. It is egoless basketball, and it is helping the Celtics be the best versions of themselves. When you don't have a star player going, you know what, I'm getting myself going. And that is just what it is. He's not doing that, and it's been great, but I expect him to be a much more efficient shooter tonight.
Does Dallas steal one tonight? Like, if it's a 5-game series, is this
Yeah,
the
this
one?
has to be the one. Yeah.
They're not. It's not a gentleman's sweep where it's 3-1-1, but they're going to get one tonight, and then they'll scare you through 3 quarters in game 4.
Yeah, I think if Dallas loses tonight, they get swept.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I think that I don't think the mentality is super strong over there. Just like mentally, your mental fortitude to fight through the adverse stuff.
Does it feel like I'm going to use the same term that I did with my wife. Does it feel like they outkicked their coverage in the playoffs this year, and it's kind of coming to fruition now?
Yeah, so I was talking to somebody about this not too long ago, which was I actually think that the Dallas Mavericks, first of all, you need to give them credit for getting to the finals, because that is hard. They got matchups. Styles make fights, right? Styles make fights. So it's just that the Dallas Mavericks ran up against some teams that were stylistically really good for them to be able to play. And then you run up against a team like the Celtics, and oh my gosh, now this style we can't handle anymore. And that's when we talk about matchups leading up to any playoff series in any sport. This is why it matters. And I think for Dallas, was it a couple of seasons ago when they were also in the Western Conference Finals? Advantageous to get themselves there. They were lost in Western Conference Finals. I think that repeated itself this year, and they're finding it very difficult to beat an actual really good team.
Akin to the Heat last year, or is that pushing away what the Heat did, disposing of the 1 and the 2 seeds in the East last year? Because it definitely looked like when you got to the final last year, this was an 8 seed playing against the best team in the NBA, and it was lucky to be a 5-game series.
Yeah. The Miami Heat, it's probably actually a little bit similar, to be honest with you. It probably is similar. Although I would say Dallas, I would say Dallas probably a little bit better. This year's Dallas team better than last year's Heat team is what I would say. But similar situations. I mean, I think there was an injury with Giannis in the first round series with the Heat. Although Tyler Hero did also get hurt in that series, but that certainly was advantageous to Miami, and then they were able to kind of capitalize on that all the way to the finals.
Mavs 2.5-point favorites at home tonight. 6:30 is Game 3 on ABC and ESPN. More Broncos sound coming up at 11:20, and we are 1 year removed from one of the happiest days in Denver sports history. 1 year away today from Game 5 of the 2023 Finals, where the Nuggets hoisted their first NBA championship.
Rebound down to KCP. 8 seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline, and he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace. Oh my God. I can't believe they did it.
Cause for 2 seconds, take your headsets off and just listen to this crowd.
Roger.
Wow.
1 year ago today, the Nuggets become NBA champions. Jason Kosmiski, Scotty Hastings on the call. I pretend like that wasn't like the happiest I've been in Denver sports history.
Yeah.
And then my phone, you know how it comes up with like the memories or your photos taken on that day.
Right.
And when I woke up to that, the first photo that I saw was myself and Jesse Trujillo with goggles on, cigars coming out of our mouths, and drenched head to toe in champagne.
That's how it should be.
I look back at my memories of like even when the Avs won a few years ago, because we weren't there in Tampa, because Spring and I were doing the show at the Avs watch party at Ball Arena, which was unbelievable. And my cheeks hurt because I was smiling so much with the energy that was in that arena. I wasn't soaked in champagne.
No.
I did stay up all that entire night on air, and I did the same thing with the Nuggets. Like I was on until I think Rob Trujillo came in and Berto came in. We were on air until 6 a.m., until Brett took over the next morning.
Yeah.
I stayed in that horrible smelling, blow up inflatable, wacky Armin tube man costume that I still have, and it's shoved into a drawer in my office right now. It smells horrendous. I wore that thing for like 8 straight hours.
Sure.
It was the happiest I've ever been.
Yeah, it was
sports-wise.
It was so fun, man. It was, it just I was doing, let's see, that night I was doing the post-game show, hosting the post-game show, and that was like I feel like it was 2.5 hours. It was so long. By the time that we got off, it was 12:15, 12:30, something like that. And then you took pictures with this. I actually never made it to the locker room. And but then we took pictures with the trophy, and then I ventured out into downtown, which was alive with all the people everywhere doing all the things. And
somehow Aaron Gordon staying alive.
He's not Mr. Nugget for nothing. Look, I stayed up all night long. I rolled in here to do the show at 10 a.m. that day, and it was maybe the most tired I've ever been. That was guys, fans, let's text and call in, because we want to hear from you.
I had enough energy to carry that show that day for you. I don't know where I found it, dude. I dug deep. But in terms of happiest you've ever been, like I got to think back. The Avs in 22 was huge. I had a wonderful time. I knew they were going to get it done. So I don't know if that sapped my happiness a little bit. Like they just felt like the best team.
Yeah.
Game 163, because I was a kid when it happened. Like
I forgot about that.
What was I? I was a high schooler.
Yeah.
When that happened, I remember being ecstatic about that. The Mets getting to the World Series in 2015 was big for me.
Yeah.
Because I have had it ingrained in my blood from the moment I was born that it's never going to happen.
Yeah.
Like it's such a perverse organization, despite having a guy who throws money at them left, right, and center.
I know.
They're never going to get out of their own way. They're never going to win it.
Yeah.
So when they made the World Series in 2015, I was head over heels. And then I went to Citi Field for 2 games, and
that's cool.
They lost.
Well,
in 5 games to the Royals.
You can never go back.
No, I can't. Did I ever tell you that story? I got kicked out of Citi Field.
No,
yeah.
but the floor is yours.
Game 4. I may have overserved myself in the left field stands, right next to the foul pole at Citi Field, and I was very passionate, and I got up on a banister.
Oh, of course.
To join in like the Mets. It's the We Believe team. To
Yep.
join in a We Believe chant.
Uh-huh.
And what I didn't realize is that the banister that I jumped up on and held on to, there was like a 50-foot drop down to just concrete.
Ooh.
So the next thing I knew, I was getting pulled down by New York's finest. And they go, "You got to get the hell out of here." And well, what did I do? And the guy literally just shoved my head over the railing and went, "You were about to fall." He goes, "Don't get mad at me." And as soon as I saw that, I was like, "I'm good. I'm walking out." Like,
you know what? I
See ya.
think I learned about you. I'm learning about you here especially in the last year and a half. It's like there's a piece of Raj that's going to do he might just do anything. I don't feel like that there are very many things that we could challenge you to do that you might just be like, "Nah, man, I'm not doing that." No,
Let's get weird.
Yeah, facts. I think Raj is, I'll do that guy. I'll do that. You think I won't do that? I'll do that.
I'm very suggestible. Like peer pressure lords over me. You want to get me to do something, just be like, "You won't do it."
And then
do it and you're cool. And all right, fine, I'm in.
That's
I'm
the
in.
thing.
Why not?
That's the thing. Yeah, look,
that's what we do.
When I look, for me, Nuggets, it feels, all these feel different to me because I actively work for the team, basically. So it just felt different when the Nuggets won last year. Versus, here's all the different kind of iterations. So you're affiliated basically with the team, and so it feels amazing when that team does this thing. So that's the Nuggets. When I was I've been an active fan of the Broncos. So when they won their first Super Bowl, and a lot of this is, my mom sat us in front of Bronco games, me and my brother, and she's a huge Broncos fan, and we were all Broncos fans. And so long-suffering Broncos fans, right? Went to all the Super Bowl parties when they got smashed by the 49ers and smashed by the Washington team and smashed by the Giants, and it was just like, okay. By the time they got to the Green Bay Packers, there were enough people that were basically saying, "Hey, I don't even know if we want the Broncos here," which is always dumb. But when they won that game, it was a crazy feeling because you just thought, "Oh my gosh, we never thought in a million years we would see this team win." And then in the following year, they were the active best team in the NFL, and they just steamrolled everybody. But that first Broncos win was huge. And I talked about so that's just kind of as a fan growing up watching the team. So I get to University of Colorado, and you feel obviously affinity for your school, and the Miracle at Michigan was, I can see this as if it was yesterday, except for it was 30 years ago. And running out and just like students everywhere, because we were all just couldn't believe what we saw. And then you also had 62-36, which is just, for every Nebraska fan out here, I have to say, because that was hilarious. 62-36. Raj, there are so many. I have lots, but those probably are the ones that pop into my head.
Tiger in 2019 got me. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I was watching on my couch. Tiger in 2019 at Augusta got me.
Mm-hmm.
I had to choke down tears. I don't know
good.
why. Like, for some reason, that dude elicits an emotional reaction out of me.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah. You know what's actually I thought one of the more exhilarating times was actually the Rockies getting to the World Series. Because what they did in that September, they went like 20 out of 22 or 20 out of 21 to get,
I believe it was 20 of 21
to get to 163.
Win 163, despite Matt Holliday not touching home plate.
Right.
They swept Philly, if I'm correct. They either swept Philly or they did it in one more. Right? They get through Philly, they get through the Diamondbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And then they unfortunately get the doors blown off of them by
Boston.
Boston.
But that year when you are talking about a city being just on fire, man, on fire. Okay.
Yeah, they swept Philly, they swept Arizona, and then got swept by Boston.
There you go.
If that isn't a reverse sweep, I don't know what is.
I know.
A postseason reverse sweep.
Yeah.
I guarantee that's never happened.
Swept.
Swept. There's no way that's ever happened.
I don't know.
I'll go back and look through it, and I'll have an answer for you guys later on. I don't know if I can do it before the end of the show. But there is no way that you've gone sweep, get swept.
Yeah, it seems pretty improbable.
That's unlikely.
Yeah. But the city, like Rocktober, that was, I mean, I just remember you could show up to any sports bar, you could show up to anywhere. Everybody's watching the game. Everybody's talking about the Rockies. It just felt there was so much energy. That's probably the reason why we all get so mad now, because we know what that felt like. we want to feel that again. Yeah, man, those are the ones. Those are the ones.
The 8-10, best night of my life, June 26, 2022 in Tampa Bay, cried like a baby.
Yeah.
David says, can't lie, Kobe's last game got me.
I tell you what,
there's some Cornhuskers in there that are very upset with you laughing at them.
Well, that's just
They're
what it
laughing
is.
at the one shared national title, despite you having a 303 phone number. Who are you?
Those things bounce right off of me. I'll tell you what, the Kobe last game was interesting. So the Nuggets were playing at Portland, and I can't even remember whether they won or lost the game, but those players got off the court so fast because Kobe was I think he scored 60 points his last
61?
game. Yeah. And so they wanted to catch the last moments of that. So we get to the locker room, and it's like Will Barton, and I just can't remember who was all on that team. But I just remember them all just being glued to the TVs in the locker room for that. So that I know for them, certainly that was one of their big moments. Yeah, I get it.
Kobe's last one, I hate the Yankees, but Jeter's last game when he walked off,
Mm-hmm.
Are you kidding me?
Mm-hmm.
His last game at Yankee Stadium, he walks off, and it was a bad Yankees team. Like, they weren't sniffing the postseason that year.
Yeah. Can I just tell you one more 62-36 story really fast? This is for the Nebraska fans out there. So the next day, they have media availability the Sunday after the Saturday games. I don't know if it's still that way. It used to be that way. You could talk to the coaches. So I go in and I talk to the offensive coordinator at the time, I believe was Sean Watson, a guy by the name of Sean Watson. So I go into his office, and I just needed some quotes for a story that I was writing. And he's watching back the game film, which Chris Brown and Bobby Purify just ran roughshod over Nebraska that day. And he just basically was chuckling and just saying, look, this was one of the easiest games we've ever called, like offensively, like play calling wise, because all they did was he basically said, all we really did was read the far safeties, the way they had him aligned. And we just ran to the safety that was further downfield. And basically it just resulted in all the rushing yards and all the touchdowns. And it was, I just got it. I don't know why I remember that. So I just got a chuckle out of it because he was so giddy about that. And then we were all just very happy that Nebraska took that L, but then Nebraska went to the national title game anyway, which was so stupid. Okay. Anyway.
1 year ago today, Nuggets hoist their first NBA championship. On the other side, minicamp is it's here. It's around. Cortland Sutton is in the fold, despite still saying he wants a new contract. I don't know why you would lay your cards on the table this early. Cortland will hear from him and from Sean Payton next.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
You can listen to Dempsey and Company and all of your favorite Altitude Sports Radio shows on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheitwins.com. That is willheitwins.com, where you can listen to us go through the NFL's biggest stories of the day on KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what is up first?
Sean Payton had a lot to say yesterday, and one thing really caught, I think, all of our eye. He attempted to name quarterbacks and receivers who will eventually become the number one. And I'm putting quotations for those who aren't on Twitch. And I'm going to let you guys listen to it for yourself.
Here we go again. So I don't have a date. I have a gut. Yeah, fair question. I still think, we always talk about the locker room and the players in the locker room. And so I think when we get into training camp and we get into the preseason games, I think oftentimes the decisions take care of themselves, but the object is to win. And I understand the question relative to, but in our league, it's year to year, and so, man, we're competing to win this year. And we're going to make the right decision relative to who gives us that opportunity. And I think not only a quarterback, the thing I see different in this offseason is in the secondary, at the receiver group, at the line. There's a lot of competition for jobs and playing time. And that's encouraging. And I think you guys who followed and watched these a year ago, maybe you see something that's different. Certainly I feel like it's been different.
So we're wasting time because...
Yeah. I don't know why.
Just go ahead and say it.
I do believe... All right. I'm kind of a nuanced... I do believe this. I think Sean Payton absolutely wants to win as many games as possible. I just think that for his own peace of mind, he is not going into this season the way we are going into this season. We are going into this season basically saying, look, this is the wins are going to be fewer, and it's just going to be a situation where they're trying to lay a foundation to come. And I think that Sean Payton, he obviously knows that. I mean, he's in it himself. He's the head coach. But also, he is an individual that desperately wants to win a lot of games, or at least as many as possibly can. And so, do I think that there's some percentage that, let's just take the quarterback situation. Do I think there's some percentage out there that he sees Jarrett Stidham as a way to get to victories this year and then plays him?
He said that Stidham's look good.
Yeah. I mean, because I still think for him, victories are, they kind of, he loves resume builders, and he needs the wins to be able to do that. But look, also, he understands long term, and so I think that he's honestly having an internal battle about this, but I think he understands what he needs to do. And that is to start Bo Nix and really pour into him in a way that when a decision time has come, that you can't look at him and go, I don't know if I should put him out there over this guy over here, because the locker room. I think that Sean Payton needs to get Bo Nix ready to a space where the locker room can't look at him and go, why are you starting this young kid that cannot obviously win us any football games versus this guy who looks like he could win us at least 4 or 5 more football games. Like that's the space he needs to get Bo Nix to, so that the locker room doesn't look at him that way when he picks Bo Nix as the starter.
You got to pick him now. Just pick him now. Get rid of all this rigmarole. I'm sick and tired of it already, and it is June 12th. I'm sick and tired of it. He's going to be your starting quarterback. Name the guy. while you're talking about the wide receiver position having a bunch of competition there, does that scream to me you want to be done with Courtland Sutton? It doesn't throw it out there pretty heavily, but if you're talking about nuance, Dems,
yeah, well,
if you're talking about nuance, that tells me Sean Payton looks at the Courtland Sutton situation and goes, I got a bunch of guys that are ready to step in and do what you can do.
Which is exactly how he should look at it. I mean,
So then come out and say it. Like, quit beating around the bush. Quit it with the coach speak.
Yeah.
You drafted a guy at number 12 to be your starter. He's your starter.
Yeah.
You've got a number 2 wide receiver masquerading as a number 1 right now that wants to hold out because he's the next guy to come up, despite having 2 more years left on his contract and arguably being paid more than what he's worth right now.
Yeah.
Quit beating around the bush. Name the rookie the starter. Like, Bo Nix is your guy, and come out and say it. Like, if Courtland wants to be here, he'll be here. If not, we'll find a different spot for him.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I got nothing more to say, but I agree.
Speaking of Courtland Sutton, he had a few things to say in regards to his contract status and some of the rumblings that have come out about what was or wasn't true in regards to him holding out.
Yeah, I don't know who talked to them, but I mean, it's obviously it's something that has been conversed about. There we go. Conversed about, and you know, my team and I have been in contact with you know, the guys upstairs to handle all of that stuff, and you know, we kind of were going back and forth trying to figure out the best way to, you know, kind of find a middle ground for the situation, and you know, we are at a stalemate in a sense, but you know, I have confidence and faith that the right thing will be done.
So what exactly is the right thing?
Again, if you're at a stalemate, you've played your cards. If you were at a stalemate and you truly want a new contract, you would not have shown up to minicamp. That's how this works. That's how you do this in the NFL. You sit out and you get fined and you eat it until you can't, and then eventually a team pays you a few more $1 million or extends your contract, or they get pissed off and they cut you / trade you.
Yeah, I just don't think
he
that
played
would
his cards, man.
Yeah, I just don't think that would have worked for him in this situation. I mean, it didn't even work for Saquon Barkley.
No,
like, if it doesn't work for that guy, it's not going to work for you.
He's in a good situation, though.
Yeah, well, yeah. Now
it worked out
now
for
he is.
Saquon.
Well, yeah, eventually, right? But like, I don't know. I don't know how well it was served, you know, Courtland Sutton to hold out. I mean, he would just been out of a bunch of money against a crew that doesn't care and will just cut you rather than that they just, you know, I think it was, honestly, I think it's really smart of them not to actually show up, to stay on the good side of the guys who, if you get on their bad side, then they say sayonara, man. They give you the deuces and say, we will see you later, because we have other guys over here that we can just slot into your position. So if you really want something to be honest with you, like, I think this is a really good litmus test for all the players on the team should be watching how this plays out, because what is the best way to deal with the Peyton and Peyton situation? Is it, hey, let's show up and negotiate in good faith, and then they will negotiate in good faith with you? Or is it hold out and risk that they just say sayonara to you? Like, what is the best way to negotiate with this regime? And I think Courtland Sutton is going to be a very, very, very instrumental case study in that light.
If it goes the way of Russell Wilson, it's not looking good for you, Court. If that's right,
if they ask you
that is
to
the one
push
thing
back
that we
the
get to
injury
look
guarantee,
at.
it's a problem.
If that is the one thing that we get to look at from the Sean Payton experience, he's willing to eat more dead money in the history of the NFL with a quarterback. You don't think he's going to do it with a guy that he looks at as, well, on a good team, you're a number 2. You got another thing coming.
That's why you say all the good things, right? Because I mean, look, the minute you walk down Russell Wilson Road, right, and Russell Wilson, he tried, and he finally had to have the press conference in front of his locker and said, those guys asked me to take a pay cut or whatever and move the injury guarantee, or they were going to bench me, and then that was it. It was it. And so Courtland Sutton's like, okay, well, maybe I won't go that route. Not yet. Not yet.
You know what? Let's take this from Cortland's perspective. Because if he feels as though he's on shaky ground at all, with like he doesn't have all that much leverage right now, what are worse situations that he could be in?
You mean just from a
quarterback perspective, coaching perspective, different team? Like if Denver decides to trade him and it's like, hey, see you later, go to Washington.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
Is there something in the back of his head that goes, there might be something here for me 2-3 years if I just shut up and play my contract out?
Well, yeah, maybe.
I don't want to be like the dribble the ball guy.
Yeah,
but you know what I'm saying.
I think the quarterback situation matters most for Cortland. Like, he's in a good coaching situation. Sean Payton's a good coach. I mean, I'm not. He's a good coach, but the quarterback situation is we don't know. He doesn't know. I mean, and for all, at this point, it's actually surprising to me. It's surprising to me that he continues to just walk down another quarterback road. At some point, I would have just said, you know what? Can I just go somewhere where the quarterback is stable, that I can be somewhere with? I would want that situation, and he seems to not really care. Like he continues to be optimistic about every single quarterback that rolls in here.
KJ.
You know what? I'm glad you guys brought up the former quarterback here in town because we're going to head to Pittsburgh in 10 seconds. The segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We're Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Since I've been in this seat, we have not had a chance to implement this, but we're going to play our first game. I don't want to call it a game. It's our first rendition of Mirror, Mirror on the Wall.
Ooh.
How long until Russell Wilson falls?
I feel the fountain of youth, man. I feel revived in every way, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I feel confident. I think that at some point you got to know who you are, as a player, as a man, as a competitor, as somebody who's been fortunate to be able to play in this game. I don't doubt it, I just trust it. I felt really good last year playing, I felt really confident in the midst of everything. And so I think right now I have all that confidence times 10. So you just use it all, you just use it all. You just trust it, and you take one day at a time, and you just put in the work. And I just think that's the part that I love. There's nothing like doing the work. There's no substitute. There's no substitute for the hard work, and that's the part that I love.
So I love my guy Russell Wilson, but I've got to ask the question, like, if you're telling us you found this fountain of youth, then you got to explain to us how you have more passion, more fire, more youth than ever. Is he setting himself up for a great fall? That's what I'm asking, because I've never seen anything like this.
See, I don't
but
think
he doesn't care.
I don't think
care.
So. What's he falling from right now? He's not falling from
grace.
He's already
He's
fallen.
falling from grace.
No, he's already fallen. He's not setting himself up for failure at all. He's already at rock bottom.
Oh, he's the starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. One of the great franchises.
You sure about that?
No, I'm not sure about that. but come on.
He does. I can understand.
He is a robot.
He's got some fire and a chip on his shoulder. I get that.
Does he have fire or a chip?
You wouldn't have a chip on your shoulder after someone looked at you and said, "I'm going to eat $90 million for you to not play for me"?
Yeah,
that wouldn't piss you off a little bit?
He didn't just say the exact same things in a Denver Bronco uniform last year to start the season. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's just a robot.
Yeah, but he didn't get... It's not the same thing. He didn't get bought out. He got signed to a huge deal after being traded from a team that he won a Super Bowl with. Sure, a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, but it's not the same thing as Sean Payton looking at you and going, I don't think you're good enough to even play anymore, and I'm willing to eat $90 million or just south of $90 million for you to be anywhere else but my backfield.
All right, I grant you that. There's extra motivation.
I don't think he's setting himself up for a fall from grace because he's not where he once was. He's at rock bottom right now. This is the rock bottom of Russell Wilson's career.
Well, it's a really good rock bottom.
No doubt. It is.
Because that team hasn't had a losing season.
I would trade anything for it, right? If I'd be in Russell Wilson's situation with all that money and a Super Bowl ring already on my finger and Sierra is my without a doubt. That's a great situation to be in. He's got a boatload of money. He doesn't have any expectations to do anything in Pittsburgh. That's the reason why they have Justin Fields there.
No. Yeah, he's got a lot of expectations.
No, doesn't they have Justin Fields?
Yes.
If he falls flat on his face, you put in Justin Fields. That's a first-round quarterback.
There's an expectation.
Who's younger and cheaper.
There's an expectation there that he will play the quarterback position better than, I can't even remember who was their quarterback last year. Who was it?
Mason Rudolph?
Mason Rudolph. There you go. Mason Rudolph. So, yeah. There's actually
he's being paid the league.
It doesn't matter.
Minimum. There's
Raj, it doesn't matter.
Expectation.
Yeah, no. In Pittsburgh, there's the expectation that he will help this team.
There's the organizational expectation, but it's not you paying him the deal that the Broncos signed him to. They signed him to the league minimum. That's how much
Raj,
they think of him. And they went out and they got another
the money doesn't matter here. You're letting the money walk you down the wrong road.
They went out and they got another quarterback who started games last year.
Yes, and threw 26 touchdowns. Is that what he did last year? Russell Wilson in Fort. How? Come on, man.
15.
I don't know, man.
Russell Wilson. You're like.
Expectation is ridiculous that they're looking at Russell Wilson.
He threw
Wilson
26
as the guy.
touchdowns with 8 interceptions in 15 games, Raj.
Okay, sure.
He's better than the quarterback. Yes,
Sure.
You're right. Yes, there are expectations in Pittsburgh that he will quarterback that position better than the individuals they had it last year, and thus make that team a much more viable contender.
Why'd you go out and get Justin Fields, who's a starter last year
insurance. For insurance, of course. Why would you?
You already had legit backups there. So
no,
why
you
go
didn't.
out? Why go
You
out?
did not.
Why go out and get a guy that would actually create a quarterback controversy, which there already is in Pittsburgh right now? Why go out and get that guy?
Because we know. Here's why.
16 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
No, the reason why you go out and get insurance, Raj, is because in 2022,
you don't really believe in Russell Wilson.
No, you can't. Well, that's just smart GMing then, right? The quarterback was 4-11 2 seasons ago. 4-11, 16 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. That's what Russell Wilson did. So you can't just say, you can't put blinders on and go, well, this guy is our guy, and we're not even going to have a backup plan. Of course you want a backup plan. And the Chicago Bears gave you the easiest one because they wanted to get rid of Justin Fields.
And also, Raj, how many backup quarterbacks were used in 2022?
Oh, my gosh, all of them. Last year's quarterbacks was terrible. The quarterback matchups were so bad for half the season at least because they were all injured. I don't know, man. Yes, there's expectations on Russell Wilson, which is why he would get pulled.
You had 3 backup quarterbacks in the fold last year in Pickett, Trubisky, and Rudolph. You could have kept any one of those guys behind Russell Wilson if you truly believe in him that he's going to do something next year. It is ridiculous. It's so plainly obvious on the wall in front of you, and I don't understand where you still have this attachment to Russell Wilson, and I don't get it.
I don't. You're not listening. You're not hearing what I'm saying. You're not hearing it. You're asking about expectations of a franchise that has 0 losing seasons under their current head coach. Not a single one. And last year, not only did they have some of the worst quarterback play that you have seen in the NFL, it's easy to improve upon that. So yeah, you put Russell Wilson in that situation coming off a season where he went 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. Yeah. You don't think the expectations are higher in Pittsburgh this year than they were last year? Of course they are, but they are not stupid. If Russell Wilson can't get the job done, you better have a really good backup plan, and Justin Fields is better than any of the 3 dudes that you just mentioned. Any of the 3. So yeah, that's reality in the Steel City right now. We'll see.
Shout-outs are next. Cool concert. It's coming up on Saturday, June 29th at Fiddler's Green. Vanilla Ice, Tone Loc, who was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday at 5:30. It was a great interview for Nate and Andy. Color Me Bad's going to be there. Tag team. An alive member of Smash Mouth, I'm told. It's a night of hits you're going to know and love. Buy your tickets now at cool105.com. That is cool with a K, 105.com.
Let's do it.
We got NBA Finals finally. Game 3, 2.5-point favorites for the Mavericks tonight. No Kristaps Porzingis, most likely, with some weird, like never before heard of knee injury that's now messing with his calf and the lower part of his leg. He came back, was a huge part of why Boston is now up 2-0 on Dallas in the finals. But while everyone's saying it's like, it's a huge loss, and now there's a reason why Dallas is 2.5-point favorites, and it's not like a pick 'em for them at home despite being down 2-0. You look at what they did without him. They should be able to handle this thing.
Yeah, the Celtics have enough.
Unless Kyrie goes off, right?
Right. And to look, Kristaps hasn't been the lion's share of the defense against Kyrie Irving. If there's some kind of switches, or if Kyrie kind of breaks through the first level of defense, then yeah, was he support help? Good hand up, contest the shot, yes. But Kyrie Irving's struggles weren't because Kristaps Porzingis was on the court. He has not been able to solve the Drew Holiday, Derek White, Jaylen Brown situation. And when you set screens for him at the top, anywhere, doesn't matter if it's at the angle, at the top, doesn't matter, that the Celtics can just switch that and switch with elite level defenders everywhere. And that is what is, Dallas doesn't have enough, so many great scorers that they can stretch the Celtics defense thin. When we came into the series, I said that the challenge for Dallas is you go from a series where you had to stop Anthony Edwards in the Western Conference Finals, and to tilt your defense to stop one player, that's pretty self-explanatory. You just have some rules that you got to follow. You rotate behind that, and then you take that player out of the game and out of the series. The Celtics, you can't do that because too many guys everywhere. And how are you going to get over defensively? But also the reverse has been, happening for them negatively, and that is Kyrie has not been able to really score. Luka had 8 turnovers, even though he had a great game otherwise last game as well. So I think the Celtics put their foot down today and just say, "Hey, we are the better team here in this series. We will win this title, and this is going to be the first nail in that coffin for sure."
Last hockey thing for me this week. I just want you guys, if you're wondering what the Avs are going to do this offseason, the next 18 days, the buyout situation in the NHL, because the Avs have such a crazy cap situation, they might have to be buyout vultures. And last year, there were 9 different players bought out by teams. And Oliver Ekman-Larsson was bought out by Vancouver. And now he's 2 games away from winning a Stanley Cup championship with Florida. And Matt Duchene was bought out by Nashville. And he ended the season for the Avs this year and was a great player in his mid-30s. So there's a lot of candidates out there that the Avs might be able to go out and poach. Look out for a possible big name in Pierre-Luc Dubois. Might get bought out in Los Angeles. Barclay Goodrow, who won cups with the Tampa Bay Lightning, could be a guy that gets bought out by the Rangers. There's a really nice cap bump that the Rangers would get if they were to buy out Barclay Goodrow. Maybe you could get him under the fold for $2 million or less. So take a peek at that that buyout market. That ends on June 30th. NHL entry draft is June 28 and 29. They do have a first-round pick, don't have a second or a third, and then free agency opens up on July 1. So a couple of weeks away from a lot of things happening in the NHL. Just look at the buyout market. The Avs might be jumping in. Before we get out of here, it's time for shout-outs.
Who's killing it? Who's crushing it?
I love you, man.
You're my boy, Blue. Who's absolutely balling?
We just become best friends. Yep. Baby, you are so money and you don't even know it.
Dempsey and Company present.
You want to go do karate in the garage?
Shout-outs.
The 391 wants to shout out, and they say, love the KJ addition to the show. No doubt. Shout out to KJ,
Shout out
super
to KJ, for
producer
sure.
behind the glass. My shout out is to the psychopath at the Cincinnati Reds game last night that was streaking, and I say streaking in air quotes because he kept his clothes on. He ran through the outfield, did a standing backflip in front of the police officer chasing him, and then continued to run away and then got tased. It was awesome, man. If you haven't seen the video, it's all over Twitter right now.
Yeah.
It's really cool. But it also got me thinking.
Uh-huh.
I play a lot of Call of Duty. I'm horrible at it.
Yep.
Kids are jumping and sliding all over. I can't hit them. It got me thinking, if this dude can tase someone who's sprinting and then did a backflip right in front of him, I should be able to shoot the little 13-year-olds that are jumping around and making it impossible for me to win a Call of Duty game.
You should.
I call crap. Shout out.
All right, my shout out. You know what? I had one. I'm gonna have two. First, it's kind of an olive branch coming from me to the Colorado Rockies. Actually, in specific to Bud Black, who with the win last night, the Rockies beat the Twins yesterday. It was his 500th victory with the Rockies. He's the 13th manager with 500 wins for multiple franchises. He also did it with the San Diego Padres. He's also the very first person to win 500 games with two clubs and record 100 wins as a pitcher in the majors. So all the things happening for Bud Black. Congratulations to you, but get off of my boy. Thomas Hardy's back. All right. My second one really fast is to Cody Williams, the Colorado, the 5-star recruit that went to Colorado, didn't play a ton for the Buffs this season, injuries and everything else. But he was invited to the green room for the NBA draft. He is the 12th ranked prospect by ESPN, but they're not inviting you to the green room if you're probably not going to be a lottery pick. So I will expect to hear his name called in the lottery. Congratulations, Cody.
You know what? I want to give a shout out to Christian McCaffrey because he heard us yesterday and he didn't waste any time responding.
When I got the call, I wasn't thinking about any curse. I was just excited. And I think that stuff is kind of myth and, whatever happens, happens. But I'm excited to be on the cover.
Shout out to Christian. He does understand that there is a curse, and he's like, you know what? Screw that. I'm going to go out here, and I am going to absolutely bust fools up this season.
Shout out to Christian for being on the cover of Madden, but not a shout out to EA Sports because that game is trash. That's it for us.
What?
For Chris Dempsey, for
That's
KJ.
the hottest take you've had all day. That is not
Raj.
trash.
We're getting out of here. PhD's next.
Hey, here we are. And man, we definitely have the intention of having a great day and talking about cool stuff. And I'm already seeing some videos leaking out of Bo Nix throwing passes to Cortland Sutton. So, hey, develop that chemistry. But we would certainly be remiss if, first and foremost, Scott, condolences about Jerry West, man. That is sad news. And perhaps you can reflect on, and I know you were on with the guys a couple hours ago, but your recollections of Jerry West.
One of my childhood heroes. One of the main reasons he and Pete Maravich combined, they were like two of my favorite players growing up as a kid. And although I loved all the big guys, and I wish I were Chamberlain and so on and so forth for multiple reasons. Jerry West and Pete Maravich were the pinnacle of how to play, handle the basketball, shoot the basketball, and I didn't want to be a big guy that couldn't, like Tyler, walk and chew gum, right, Ty?
Sure.
So you wanted to be, I wanted to be more like those guys. So that's why all through college I was 44, and in my first 7 years, 8 years I was in the pros, I was 44 until I went to the Pistons, and they said you got to be 35. But he was always a class guy. I told the story on Dempsey's show, and I met him as a player, and he's one of those guys. And I don't know, Tyler, you got guys like that in the NFL. Like you get in there and you walk up to a guy, maybe an old OG, right? That was somebody that you liked as a kid. You just want to go up and introduce yourself and meet him. So I'd done that as a player a couple of times, and then I was doing Nuggets games, and we're staying at the hotel in Cleveland, and for some reason Jerry was there. And it's one of those hotels, you come down the elevator, walk to this little lobby, and then you got to take another elevator down to the street to get the bus. And I'm doing that little walk, and I see there's Jerry West, Cleveland, the middle of winter. I'm like, what's going on? So, as I always did, I was going to go up and shake his hand and reintroduce myself, say hello. And I go, Mr. West. And he goes, Scott, how you doing? I went,
Wow.
Jerry West knew my name.
That's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool.
Oh, dude, it was one of the coolest and most exciting moments in my life, and I was probably, I was probably 50 years old, and it still gave me juice, right?
That's awesome.
That I wanted that he knew my name, but he was a pro's pro. He's brilliant. He was a competitor. I mean, I guess when you get a name as Mr. Clutch. In basketball, you can't forget about that. He's the only guy in the history of the NBA that won the Finals MVP and his team lost.
That's
Think
crazy.
About that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is nuts. Yeah, it's too bad from everything I've heard, and Scott, I've heard you talk about it also, that stupid Lakers show came out and really kind of
they had to have a villain.
Yeah, it gave an image of Jerry that certainly portrayed him as an alcoholic and just not a great dude. And from everything I've heard, I heard Vic talking about it as well. That's just not the dude that most people
they
know.
made him look like a lunatic in that show.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I sort of watched that show with my jaw dropped when it came to the Jerry West stuff. I was like, really? This is really what it was like? Like, whoa.
Well, once I seen that or heard that, I refused to watch the show because the guy I knew and met, and listen, we didn't go out and share dinners or anything together. I wouldn't be surprised if Marlon didn't know him a little better than I did even, but I refused to watch it. Once I had a buddy of mine, kind of a national guy, Tom Friend, who knew Jerry well, and he had the same feeling about Jerry as I did, just always classy and professional and just treated people well. He said he had saw that, or one of his buddies had saw it, and he said he wouldn't watch it either because they had to take liberties on somebody.
Well, the bummer of that
listen, it was approved by the Lakers, and now all of a sudden his last couple of years he's been working for the Clippers. Maybe that was a little professional jealousy and then professionalism by the Lakers.
The bummer of that is for guys like me. I'm 39 years old, but certainly was not old enough to be watching or have any memory of Jerry West. I know him. I know he's the logo. I know all those stories. I know he is the architect. He traded for Kobe. He got Shaq. All those great things. But the bummer of that show is that for so many people of my generation or younger, that's kind of what they're going to know him as,
Well, that's why I say look at your history and look things up and follow. And I've said this for a bunch of years because the old guys, the Jerry West that helped really form the heart of this league, these guys, are going away. They're dying. We just did Memorial Day, right? We just had the D-Day celebration and how there's only like 100,000 World War II vets left in the world, and the youngest is like 90 or 92 or something like that. These guys are going away, and to just get caught up in today is great, and it's great for the season day. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to get caught up in the Broncos, and we're going to be all over the Broncos and Bo Nix and stuff. And D-Mac and I kind of had a wonderful show a couple of weeks ago. Remember when the Super Bowl 13 was on? And listen, we're doing the show, but in the breaks and stuff, we're watching.
Steelers,
dude,
Cowboys.
that was glorious to watch, wasn't it?
It was fun.
It was just it was hilarious, and I think
not very
so
safe.
many people. Well, you didn't want to play quarterback or wide receiver back then, did you?
It's so different.
It's I don't know. I just encourage a lot of young players. If you're a fan of a sport, go learn the sport. Go study the sport. Hey, I love Patrick Mahomes. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and look and try to find who the first African American quarterback in the league was. Go look up his story. See what he did. Played a little bit in Buffalo, I believe, also, didn't he? I don't know. I just think the history of something you love, or Tyler, you always talk about it going down a wormhole on some interesting topic. That to me is history of sport and history of people. I just think that's fantastic.
There's another NBA show out right now. Did you guys know that?
Mm-mm.
Clipped.
Oh, I did. Yeah, with
About
Donald Sterling.
About the Donald Sterling stuff.
Is that on Hulu?
It's on Hulu. I don't know where else it is, but I'm watching it on Hulu. And it's about
Married with Children guy is
Ed O'Neill is Donald
right?
Sterling. And I saw an interview with him with Rich Eisen, and he really had a hard time deciding whether he wanted to do that role.
Yeah.
Because it's a little tricky when you're just going to play a out-and-out racist that is going to be the absolute villain with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. But O'Neill decided to do it. He's a tremendous actor. And I think the show is really good. But then again, I don't know how much is being made up. Scott, yeah, I think you might like it because I know you're pals with Doc Rivers, and he's being played by Lawrence Fishburne. So
Morpheus.
And DeAndre Jordan is a pretty prominent being portrayed in it. Our own DeAndre Jordan has a pretty prominent role in it too. But again, with these shows, I'm just kind of like, all right, what should I believe in this and what shouldn't I believe in it? And so it's got me so far. It's got me so far. I watched 3 episodes.
Here's the interesting thing for me. We just talked about in Jerry West, and when someone would go after Jerry West, that it goes against every 100% of the guy in a short time that I knew and felt I knew who he was and everything else. So I refused to watch the Showtime or whatever the show was called. Donald Sterling, when all of his stuff broke and the secret recordings from the girlfriend and all the stuff, and Sterling, his first month on the job, right, or Silver, his first month on the job basically made an owner sell, which had never really, I mean, those gates hadn't been opened before, right?
Right.
When that news came out on him, and this is just me as a player and broadcast ear, that didn't shock me at all. I was like, this guy's a turd? You mean the guy who was in L.A. and was claiming credits from the NBA every year of a mid-market team because he had to be in the shadow of the Lakers? The league was paying him extra cash every year, and he refused to do it. He hired Elgin Baylor, but he treated Elgin Baylor like crap. Boy, anybody in the league that was really in the league when all that stuff came out on Don Sterling, that inspires me at all.
Well, you should watch Clip then, I suppose. But it's I find it pretty interesting, entertaining, and I'm kind of dying to ask DeAndre Jordan. Well, I don't know.
What is his role in it?
Well, he was a star player on that team.
Well, I know, but on the show, like
he was one of the more adamant guys, anti-ownership, and advocated for them not to play in a playoff game. He was one of the stronger, which should catch nobody by surprise who's been around DeAndre Jordan, that he was one of the strongest voices there. And then they had Blake Griffin, who was more of a corporate sort of guy, and Chris Paul, who was making commercials, and pretty talented team. And Doc Rivers, obviously, high quality coach who was questioning whether he should have left Boston for the Clippers. And do we really want to work for this guy? And, I don't know, man. Listen, man, you got me with a good sports story. What can I tell you? And there's really good actors in it, too. I know you didn't watch Winning Time. I know you didn't, and I understand why. But I'll tell you this. The actors they got to play Magic Johnson and Kareem, I couldn't believe they could find guys that were that believable in those particular roles. I understand how you feel about Wes, so it's a non-starter for you. But, dude, I'm all in on these type of TV shows, man. Because I do think sports is filled, Scott Tyler, with tons of drama. So much soccer and Ted Lasso. And frankly, Welcome to Wrexham, which is a documentary about the soccer team, they show some soccer action, but not most of the show.
Yeah, it's not about the game.
No. So it's, I don't know, man. I'm a sucker. I'm kind of a sucker for all of it. So anyways, condolences, Scott. Sad day. That's tremendous that he was a hero of yours. And I'm sorry that news is come so prominent today. That's a sad one, but perhaps a good opportunity to reflect, Scott, upon the legendary Jerry West, the logo. So
and should be ranked. And listen, there was conversation a few years ago about trying to get rid of him as the logo. Nah.
Well,
and that's just people once again
ridiculous.
that don't watch history or pay attention to it.
Okay, we have some Zach Bryan tickets to give away. We will give you the details on how to win those coming up next.
Hey, it's Rex Kane out here for the Rexel Customer Appreciation Event at 425 Quivvis Street, and there's so much that's happening down here. It's 40 tables of vendors and services. They have food trucks, music. You want to throw an axe? They got axe throwing out here. You want to toss some bags? They got bag throwing. It's a great time, plus the Vitalent Blood Drive. So many good things happening down here, so stop by and say hello. There's raffles with prizes to be given away. I'm telling you right now, I'm looking down this street. It is lined up down the block. There's so many people here. It's such a great time. Get down to the Rexel Customer Appreciation Event, 425 and Quivvis Street. I'm telling you, you want better food trucks? Not going to find them. I want to toss one of these axes, by the way, Brandon. I think I can get that probably stuck right in the middle. Bullseye? Yeah, I think I can get a bullseye. I dare you. Challenge me. Come down here, 425 Quivvis Street for the Rexel Customer Appreciation Event. See you then.
Hey, it's D-Mac, and if you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, check this out. I've got a special message for you. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are amazing deals. So, depending on which model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. How about this? Save up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing and get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days. This is Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. Got a trade? Bring it in. Even if you owe more than it's worth, they got you covered at Mike Maroney. Every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So what are you waiting for? Check it out. Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. Online, Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. Can you believe this? This weekend, Zach Bryan in Power Field. Oh, man, they're going to get the lighters going for this one. This is something in the orange.
He doesn't want it to be over, D-Mac.
Well, there's something in the orange for me, man, because that's my school, Syracuse. So if Zach Bryan wants to write a song about Syracuse University.
Something like that. Or about love.
You don't think we love Syracuse University?
I don't know, do you?
Hell yeah, we do.
They kick you out?
Hey, listen, you got to see the Syracuse University 4-H club. It is a kicker.
I tell you what, man. The grass grows green in Solvay.
Is that right?
Outside the New York.
What's Solvay?
Well, it's a town outside near the fairgrounds, New York State Fairgrounds, just outside of Syracuse.
Okay.
Oh, I thought that was the stuff you rubbed on an area of your skin if it was like burned or something. You get a little Solvay.
Well, that is true.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So the key word is orange, something in the orange. Zach Bryan, this weekend we have 4 pair of tickets. So you can have 3 chances to enter every day. So obviously, if you just keep on listening, you increase your odds. But everybody is in the mix. However, if you're smarter than the average bear and you text orange to 303-504-0925, you get to be in the running. But you'll have another chance at 120 and 220. And then before the end of the show today, we'll pick out 2 winners for that Zach Bryan show. Is that one of the better songs, Something in the Orange? Is that a good one?
Yeah. It's a great song. It's about love. He sees it in the sunset. It's not over yet. But then he sees the other sunset, and it might be over, and it's confusing.
Uh-huh.
There's one about a dog, and he goes across this pond on a bridge with a bone in his hand. He looks over the edge and sees a bigger dog with a bigger bone. He lets go of his bone and jumps in the water, comes out of the water with none.
Wow.
Feels like one of Aesop's fables that we were referring to yesterday.
Yeah.
My uncle?
That's right.
My uncle had a couple of them.
Your Uncle Aesop. We see, let me just get here. Oh, Russell Wilson. We got a second for some Russell Wilson stuff.
We always got time for Russ.
Just a pinch for Russell Wilson.
Always.
I mean, although we are open to yell at each other about the hot dog eating contest at any moment. If you guys want to unleash hell about the hot dog eating contest.
I do wonder a little bit if Scott thought about that and how wrong he was.
That's not.
You were wrong. Completely wrong.
No, I don't want to fight. I just wanted to know if you thought about it.
You were fighting for no inclusion of Caitlin Clark.
Oh, okay. All right, let's get to Russ, though.
Keep Tavasi in there at 42. Keep Joey in there at 69. Okay, here we go.
Okay, well, see, we still get some juice on that fire. Yeah. A little flame.
I'm so tempted to fight.
He can go start his own vegan, all-you-can-eat vegan restaurant somewhere. Let's do that.
Well, maybe we'll get to that a little bit later.
Oh, man, the bait's just right there. All you got to do is bite it, you know?
We have Andy Lindahl out at Broncos as well as Jeff Legwald. Andy will give us a call as soon as practice gets done and let us know what's up. And then Jeff, when everything is said and done, and get the reaction. So we got you covered there. This is Russell Wilson. All right. Russell Wilson says he has found the fountain of youth.
I feel the fountain of youth, man. I feel revived in every way, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. I feel confident. I think that at some point you got to know who you are, as a player, as a man, as a competitor, as somebody who's been fortunate to be able to play in this game. I don't doubt it, I just trust it. I felt really good last year playing, I felt really confident in the midst of everything. And so I think right now I have all that confidence times 10. So you just use it all, just use it all. You just trust it, and you take one day at a time, and you just put in the work. I just think that's the part that I love. There's nothing like doing the work. There's no substitute. There's no substitute for the hard work, and that's the part that I love.
My first observation is they're just Dan.
Wow,
that's
really?
Dan. That is Dan. First of all,
because he's got his nose up here. There's a cricket button inside your butt that Dan's nose can bump every once in a while.
Damn. Now that's Russ.
Good to know.
Like at his locker, so they're not sticking him up at the podium or whatever. You want to go talk to Russ? He's
He's a regular guy.
Standing right over there.
He's a regular guy now. There you go.
That's right.
Yeah. A regular guy that's still on top of the world,
He's got to know.
The confidence is as strong as it's ever been.
He thought
he
played
youth.
He's playing well last year.
Be honest now, because you two are haters, and it became a popular stance, and you guys are going to take the popular stance all the time. Tell me this: what he said in that thing that really bothered you, honestly?
Nothing really bothered me. There's a little bit of the Rush cliche stuff that was sneaking in there.
I felt relieved. I didn't feel bothered. I felt relieved that I didn't have to listen to the cliches anymore. I was having deja vu. Like how many times did we hear that exact statement in 48 different versions?
I know. To me, it's just I am reminded of what Russ was here for 2 years. It's kind of talking like that. I mean, there's no difference. I don't see any difference between that Russ and the Russ that we had.
What do you think happened over the last 8 months that he found the fountain of youth from?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Mike Tomlin.
Mike Tomlin? Okay.
Well, that's a possibility.
Did that come before or after the Justin Fields edition?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. And we all know Russ is there being paid a lot of money by the Broncos to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. I mean, we get it. We understand it. That being said, while that all is true, what is also true is that Tomlin did want to give him a shot. He did.
Sure.
And they also wanted to make their room strong, and I think the drama is ratcheted up with Justin Fields being there too, for sure.
I actually do think Justin Fields could be the best thing that ever happened to Russ. This is arguably going to be the only time in his entire career that he's had a very legitimate threat to take his job. And that, generally speaking, is a good thing.
All right, let's be real. Let's keep it real. Are you rooting for Russ to fail? Yes or no?
No,
I'm not. I don't know if you. I try not to cheer for anybody's failure.
Okay, I'm not either.
I mean, I hope he gets smoked when he plays the Broncos.
Are you rooting for Russell Wilson to succeed or Justin Fields to succeed?
More. You know what? Honestly, I'd be rooting for Russ. I am. Because although Russ drove me insane, I do have compassion. I have an understanding of what he went through last year. And as a human being, that's not fun for anybody. It's not. And so you know what? For Russ, the human being, sure, go have a redemptive moment for you, dude.
Scott?
I look at it this way. I think a couple things could be true in his statement. And I know you guys may not feel this way, but I feel that, listen, he's also got Justin Fields in there who's a broken man also.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And much younger. I think if everything works out, and I think this is what Pittsburgh looks at it, if we can get Russell Wilson to go play close to Pro Bowl Russ for 2 or 3 years, we got a chance to fix Justin Fields. And then now we've got that next guy. We don't have to draft Bo Nix and reach for a quarterback, because now we may have a guy that is talent-wise, no question. What was he, second pick in the draft, something like that? Talent-wise has never been a question. Now can we fix him to play up to that potential, and we don't have to rush it. We can mold him. Everybody I've talked to and had on and we've discussed with, Mike Tomlin is loved in that locker room, absolutely loved by his players. I think he keeps it real. I think he keeps it honest. I don't think he's wishy-washy with his players. And I'm not so sure that Russ's last year in Seattle, the year with Hackett, with whatever the hell that year was, and even the year with Peyton where you knew the guy didn't like him or want him, I think he's had to work under a guy that probably wasn't 100% honest with him. I think that's refreshing.
Now, I got my own reasons, but I'm not rooting against Russ. But I do want to see Justin Fields. I want to see Fields succeed more than I care about Russell Wilson succeed. I think
Why?
Well, that's because you were on the Justin Fields
right.
Justin Fields train a bunch of years ago, and you just don't want to be wrong.
Correct.
Justin Fields sucked.
Okay, I don't think so. I think he was in a bad system with bad coaches.
Well,
I think.
But why do you not hold that measuring stick up to everybody?
Sure.
Or is it just for Justin Fields because that's who you liked in the draft?
No, I mean, you can hold that up to everybody, no doubt about it.
Well, I think what you just said right there could be true of 10,000 players that ever come through the NFL. Good players, good athletes, got the right situation. It didn't work.
Yeah, how do we know Zach Wilson isn't really good?
But the situation does make or break you, and apparently it did not make him.
Well, not yet. But who's to say Justin Fields couldn't have a bounce back like Ryan Tannehill or Tommy Maddox?
Nobody.
And
so who could have a bigger bounce back, Justin Fields or Zach Wilson?
Oh, that's a fun question.
Say that again. So which one of those two?
Question.
Say that again.
Could have a bounce back and play more closely to what their draft status symbolized, a Justin Fields or a Zach Wilson?
That's a really good question.
I mean, it's the same. The same type of stuff happened to both guys, didn't it?
Well, Zach Wilson, I believe, has accepted that his current job from here on out, as long as he's in the NFL, is to just be on a roster. That's what Zach Wilson's goal is. I really do believe that. And I think he's accepted that, and I think that that's okay, and that's probably a good thing for him. But Justin Fields, he is still in the mode of I want to be a franchise quarterback.
Well, how do you come to that with Zach?
It's an opinion that, of course, I have nothing to back it up off of. It's an opinion that I think, based off of everywhere that he's been, everything he's been through, the fact that last year there were reports that he maybe said he didn't want to go back in when he was asked to go back in. I think he is so broken that right now I think he's relieved to not have the pressure. And I think that Justin Fields didn't get broken the same degree, so he's still got aspirations.
Do the Vikings think that Sam Darnold's been refixed?
I think they must see something, yeah.
I think Fields is going to have a better opportunity than Zach Wilson because Russ, no matter what happens, is an older player, whereas Bo Nix is, a draft pick, as is McCarthy, by the way, in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So both Darnold and Wilson have certain things stacked against them. However, you always have the Brock Purdy example, and you can use that whenever you want. There was Purdy, languishing wherever he was with a highly drafted dude in front of him, and they just ended up having to play the better quarterback. So it's certainly not impossible. It's just that opportunity may favor Justin Fields.
You're throwing out about 2,000 great topics and conversations we get, and you just started this a while ago, being in the right situation with the right guy. What if Brock Purdy would have got drafted in Atlanta? think we'd be hurt? No Brock Purdy name. You think there'd be hundreds of thousands of Brock Purdy jerseys?
I do
Would he
not.
still, because he's good enough to elevate? Or do you think by going to San Francisco, playing with the guy who, the one thing, whether you like Kyle Shanahan or not, he's developed the hell out of some quarterbacks, right?
Yep.
He's made some quarterbacks look pretty good. Does Brock Purdy, do we know who Brock Purdy is if he went to Charlotte or Atlanta?
I would say in all likelihood, the answer is no. Nobody's buying his jersey. Nobody knows who he is. He got in the right fit, and it worked for him.
Yeah, that's
so that
probably
might,
true.
So from that standpoint, D-Mac, you might be right with Justin Fields, just like we might be right, or Sean Payton might be right with Zach Wilson here.
Well, I mean, you're just saying he sucks, So, I mean, when there's brilliant analysis like he sucks, there's ain't nothing I can do.
Zach Wilson sucked in New York. Justin Fields sucked in Chicago.
Not always. But, it's funny about, listen.
Well, Zach Wilson didn't always suck in New York.
I know. Hey, man, he beat the Broncos here in Denver, didn't he? Zach Wilson did.
So if you had to put a general label on it, success or failure for Justin Fields in Chicago, what is it? Success or failure? You got those two options.
I got
Failure.
success or failure?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's failure. They never made the playoffs while he was there. So I guess that's the determination. But I'm telling you, man, he had a terrible defense. And there were a lot of games that he had won for them that their defense gagged away. So, I mean, I guess it's a failure because the buck stops somewhere. But, I mean, I watched every single one of his Chicago Bears games. And, yeah, okay, there were moments that he wasn't great. But there were other moments where it actually was pretty impressive.
Okay.
For example, the Broncos game last year, they had this big lead, and the defense couldn't do squadouche about it.
I got you.
And he had, the best game of his career until, the defense stinks, and he made a mistake late in the game, and the Broncos did win that game. It's one of the better Broncos wins of the year. But is that on Justin Fields, or is that on a lousy defense?
Well,
So the Broncos could beat Justin Fields, but they couldn't beat Zach Wilson last year.
Couldn't beat Zach Wilson at home.
The buck generally stops at two spots. It stops with the quarterback and with the head coach, and they take maybe too much responsibility. They get too much credit all at the same time.
Yep.
But when you look at it, okay, maybe it's not fair to say Justin Fields sucks, but it was a failure, just like Zach Wilson was a failure. So when you throw a general label on it, you say, did he suck? I don't know. Maybe it's a little strong, but he failed.
Is
He
Justin Simmons a failure?
No.
Well,
Not even
why?
close.
They lost. They never made the
I just
playoffs.
said, because what did I say? The buck stops with two positions.
So that's it? That's as simple as it gets?
Fair or unfair, generally speaking, that's the way
So,
that it
like,
works.
Justin Simmons, Joe Thomas, all these guys were wicked awesome, even though their teams never got to the playoffs.
Yeah, because they don't have the opportunity to impact the game to the same degree that the quarterback
Well,
can.
then they don't deserve as much money.
Is Joe Thomas
They
going to
don't.
be in the Hall of Fame or not?
I don't know. I guess so. All he did, listen, Joe Thomas, all they did in Cleveland was lose when he was there. And when he had an opportunity to go to a winning situation, he turned it down. But I get
Joe
got a
Thomas is
question
already
for
in the
you.
Hall of Fame.
Did he get in last year?
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you this. Is Joe Thomas Todd Helton?
I think so. I don't understand guys that have an option to go to a winning situation as a pro athlete that don't go late in a career. I actually don't get it.
There's only one reason. Family.
Yep.
Okay. Well, the family theoretically is strong enough that they're still going to be around once you come back with in the playoffs. I mean, the family can
I
move.
understand. I mean,
I don't buy that either, man. Like,
no, stop.
Stop what? Stop what? What do you want me to stop?
You can't undersell the priority of family.
You can move a family. The family can move with you. You are a multi-millionaire. You can buy another home. The kids can go to another school. What do you think?
Or you can make a choice as a father that I don't want to do that to them.
All right. Well, cool. That's that then. It's like what you didn't.
And D-Mac,
you didn't know what you signed up for in the first place.
I agree with Tyler, but I'll give you a little solace right here, D-Mac, in your argument. I think the family becomes a good excuse to try new things.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe Thomas had multiple opportunities, including, I think, once or twice here in Denver, to come play here. And as you've mentioned before, Todd Helton had multiple chances to go other places. In fact, I want to say Joe Thomas could have been on your team in 2015. In fact, you ought to be happy he chose family. You ought to be happy he chose family, Tyler, because he might have your ring right now.
Yeah.
Is
that
to
true?
be honest with you,
Well,
you were Ryan.
You're right. They did try to go get him. He didn't choose not to come.
right.
They just couldn't get the deal done. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, because they didn't get him. That's part of the reason why I've got a ring. Yeah.
God, I don't mean to seem like a big jerk. Obviously, family isn't critically important. I end up looking like this big. Listen, when I got fired from KBPI, I drove for 5 years back and forth to Colorado Springs because of my family. I didn't pack up and move, all right? So I've done plenty of sacrifices for my family. But then again, I wasn't making multi-millions of dollars. And I'll tell you this, being in this media business, I was certainly aware when I had a family that at some point we may have to pack up and move, as I had done several times.
Yeah, but what if you already had $10 million in the bank? Would you vouch your family to move, or would you just stay put and continued in your job?
If I had $10 million, in what situation? When I got fired from KBPI?
So like,
that'd have been an amazing salary there.
You'd go to Colorado Springs because you have to, right?
I had
but,
to.
Lewis got that. But if you had $10 million in the bank, would you do it? No.
Hell no.
Thank you. Exactly.
Thank you for hearing me.
No, I heard you. I was going to say Lewis and Florax would have been wicked pissed about my salary. That's for sure. They were already kind of mad at us every day, but my goodness. I don't know, bro. I don't know what to say on that one, man. It's $10 million.
No, I think. Listen,
hey,
the only
guess what?
reason
We live in Denver now, kids, not Cleveland. I mean,
the only reason I didn't extend my NBA career as a player is because I was tired of moving my family.
Me too.
Did you have a ring? Did you have a ring when you did that?
I did have a ring.
Okay, Tyler, did you have a ring?
I did. However,
Okay.
hold on. I did. However, I've told this story before. Before I got to the Broncos, I got cut by Atlanta. We made a decision. We didn't want the kids to have to move anymore. So we bought a flight. We moved back to Denver, and I was retiring. I was going to retire before I got that ring. It just so happened that after I bought that flight to come home, John Elway called and said, "Hey, do you want to finish out the year?" And I said, "Sure, I'll finish out the year because I'm already going home anyways." But I was literally making that decision for my family before I had a ring.
Right? There's nothing wrong with it. It's, I don't know, man. I think once you get the ring, it changes everything, frankly, in all honesty. But, I don't know what to say about the Tony Romos of the world and the Joe Thomases and the Todd Heltons. When I look at, Ray Bork and I look at Peyton Manning and I just think your time to play professionally is so finite. It's such a rare opportunity. To me, it feels like you should get every single juice of that lemon squeeze out of it. But, that's me coming from my perspective as being a wannabe. You know what I'm saying? That's it. As the vast majority of people are, right?
Oh, sure. Thanks. Way to go, D-Mac. Throw the wannabe tag on us. Okay, good.
Oh, I'm the wannabe.
I'm
the wannabe. You guys are the ones that did it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're demeaning us because we are wannabes. And
no, that's not.
Oh, yeah, player wannabe card right there. You just do the player wannabe card at me.
I have. I did not say that. You were wrong about Joey Chestnut.
There you go.
There you go. I can do that too. I do have Sean Payton talking about his haters. Maybe this is a segment just for Scott if we're talking about the haters of Sean Payton.
Hey, Tyler, I want you to take the next 12 off.
I'll be out.
Okay, it's PhD on 92.5.
This is Brett Kane out here for the Rexall Customer Appreciation Event. It's going to be going on until 2 o'clock, so plenty of time to stop by and check out all the great stuff they got going on down here at 425 Quivvis Street. You can say hi to us. That's one thing. You can check out over 40 tables of vendors and services. You can throw an axe if you want to. You can play bags. 3 different food trucks here, and not to mention, do some good while you're out here as well. Vitalant set up, doing a blood drive. So all of that available to you at this Rexall Customer Appreciation Event. There's raffle prizes. There's music. You're not going to find a better way to spend your Wednesday afternoon. So stop by here, 425 Quivvis Street, the Rexall Customer Appreciation Event, and check this all out. Win some stuff, donate some blood, do some good. Come check us out, 425 and Quivvis. We'll see you until 2 o'clock.
All right, guys and gals, summertime's here, and I know you all want to look and feel your best. Who doesn't, right? Well, call my friends over at Revitalize Health. Tyler Columbus here. And guys, I've been working with Revitalize for 7 years because they've made a huge difference in my life. And I would not keep going back for 7 years unless they were phenomenal at what they do. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all over at Revitalized Health. They're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over. And find them online at revitalize-health.com.
You know, the Rockies are playing right now. Something happened yesterday to the Rockies, which is very positive. We'll get to Sean Payton and his haters here in a second. But do you guys know, a little trivia for y'all driving around, do you know what historic accomplishment, positive, was accomplished by a member of the Colorado Rockies for the first time ever in Major League Baseball history? Do you know what it was?
Absolutely not.
Scott?
I don't think so.
Dan?
I do know.
Oh, Dan does know. You want to show the class, share with the class, Dan, and prove you're smarter than the average bear?
Bud Black has his 500th win as the Rockies manager.
Keep going.
100 wins as a pitcher.
There's one more factor to
I
it.
can't remember the last one.
It's a pretty
And
big
500 wins in another place he coached.
There you go. Scott got it.
Boom.
First person in Major League Baseball history to win 500 games with two different teams and also have 100 wins as a pitcher.
Well, when you have it built into your contract that you can never be fired no matter what, you hang around long enough and you're going to end up with 500 wins.
Okay. So this is kind of like Lenny Wilkens in the NBA to me a little bit. Lenny Wilkens has, I believe this is still the case, he has the most wins, but he also has the most losses as a head coach. So is this, and if that's not still the case, it was at some point, which I always found pretty interesting, Scott. So is this accomplishment by Bud Black a significant positive accomplishment or simply a result of a guy just hanging around long enough?
Well, it seems like a good guy, probably knows the game, but has hung around a long time because I think he ended with a losing record in San Diego. Obviously has a losing record here.
Yep.
He is 6 or 7 games, I believe, above 500 as a pitcher, though.
Okay. All right. So that's good. That's a positive thing.
Because I was going to look it up and say, is he the only guy with 500, 500, and 100 and has a losing percentage on all three? But he actually has a winning percentage in pitching.
That is a sick stat to actually look up if you wanted to be the rain on the parade guy. Afterwards, he was asked after the game, and they did win in a wild way because Tyler Kinley, who's another – this dude is an older dude. Don't forget, a closer is a privilege. Like a luxury. It's a luxury. That's what Bud Black said. Closer is a luxury. They're up 5-2, and the one thing I know about Tyler Kinley, he's going to give up a run or two. But he also has an ability to get out of innings as well, meaning he's not that great of a pitcher, but he's pretty strong mentally. Like he won't give up, but he's not that good. This is who the Rockies have, And sure enough, that's exactly what happened. It was 5-2. With 2 outs, he gives up a 2-run homer, but he does get the final out. They win the game. And they're losing right now 8-2 in the top of the 6th of Minnesota. But here is Bud Black with Spilly about the accomplishments.
As a pitcher, what does that mean to you?
Well, I've hung in there. But, I think any round numbers, and, I love math. But, hey, teammates to help me get over 100 wins and players and coaches and executives to help me get to 500. So
there you go. He kind of acknowledges it too, doesn't he?
Well, real quick. No, I'm not going to derail it, so I'm just going to tell you here real quick. We do have information with the Broncos that you need to prepare yourself to yell at Sean Payton for the rest of the show about. Okay.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
But
we can derail. Are you freaking kidding me? Don't even go
there.
there.
What? I was about to give
He's
Bud
talking
Black.
right now.
Can't I just give Bud Black a compliment?
No, we're done. We're done with Bud Black. We're done with Bud Black.
What?
No,
What?
not now.
Why?
Because Sean Payton's talking right now. Is he going to talk about it? Did he already talk about it?
We're talking about what? What do you think you're going to be mad at?
Oh,
him
I
about?
know what you're going to say. Do we already have audio
Well,
of
hold
it?
on. Now, okay.
Unfreaking believable if that's true.
I haven't even told you
Unfreaking
anything.
believable.
I haven't said anything.
I know what it is.
What?
It's field day.
Well, no, you're wrong.
Oh, well, then I'm not that upset if it's not field day.
Well, he just canceled practice. So he
Oh,
could
that's
be going
fine.
home early. Hold on. What's the difference? What's the difference between going home early and having field day?
It's totally different. It's completely different.
What?
I have no problem with canceling the final practice because you let the guys go. You don't hold them around for an extra day to do egg toss. I don't care about canceling
I thought it was
final
just about that
practice.
he should be practicing if he could practice.
No, I don't give a crap about that. I give a crap about wasting guys' time. Egg toss is wasting guys' time.
All right, well, you're surprising me on that one. I don't know what the difference is. I'm all for it. I mean, in the NFL, it's kind of what the expectation is nowadays.
What's the story then? What's the story? I don't even know. Go ahead. What's
the story? Is that he canceled the final day of practice.
Tomorrow's canceled.
Yeah.
Oh, then go home and go on vacation.
Okay.
Right?
I guess I'm shocked to hear you say that because
No,
I don't know why
that's-
you'd be so ticked off about doing a field day, but you're fine with them going home. But that's cool.
Yes,
Cool.
totally
Hey, pleasant
different.
surprise. I was expecting you to go off the rails on it.
Hell
You
no.
did not.
No.
In today's NFL, it is what it is. I mean, it's almost an expectation. You cancel the last day.
It's not. It's a voluntary ice cream truck Thursday is what it's going to
There
be.
you go.
You don't have to stay for the push pops, but it's going to be available if you come.
Well, but he's canceling it, right?
We don't know. He might still be doing something tomorrow.
Well, what the hell's the story then, Tyler?
Did he cancel the last practice? I just told you the story.
So do they have to be there tomorrow or not?
I don't know. I just told you what I know. He canceled the last day.
All right. Well, I would assume that they're not doing Are they doing shenanigans or
Wait,
not?
why would you be so mad if they have a field day?
Because it's stupid. And they're professionals and don't waste an opportunity. Guys would rather just leave than be forced to hang out and play sack races with each other because it's dumb. If you're going to have a day of work, have it. If you're not, set the guys free. Get going on your summer vacation.
I like field day. I like having fun. I like winning ribbons.
Right,
I like participation.
Scott, where are you on this particular topic?
I could care less. I know Shanahan used to do, he'd had fishing tournaments and stuff, right?
Yeah,
He'd
he'd
take
do different.
guys
We
and
went bowling
buses.
one year. He'd do something different all the time.
You could do something as a group at night, or they've had 10 weeks together. I'm sure they've
You know
hung
what? You know
out.
what? How about this? What if you did this like the Avs do before the season? You cancel a Thursday practice and you do a charity golf tournament where the guys who want to play golf come to some golf course. You raise hundreds of thousands of dollars for some charity and let guys and fans meet NFL players.
Yeah, we've done that too, actually, with the Broncos.
You got 10 weeks to pull off something like that, and that sounds like a great thing. In fact, Justin Simmons and Von Miller, of all people, and Surtain had charity events during this time period. That has actually happened during this time. So, fine.
Well, I'm just glad he knows everything he needs to know about Bo Nix and everything, so we're good.
Well, it's up to them. I don't care. But if they say, hey, you got to stick around because we're doing a fishing derby or a charity golf tournament when you've had 10 weeks to do it, which they've done. They've done social things. They've done charity things during that time frame. They've done it.
I don't understand what you're passionate about.
Because it was this ridiculous fun and games crap over the years. And don't get me started on freaking Halloween parties during the actual season. I mean, there's a time to be serious and a time to take a mental break. But don't confuse the twain.
Is field day not a mental break?
It's stupid, Tyler. It's dumb. Oh, okay. All right. Hold on a second. We're having field day here on Saturday.
Yeah.
You showing up? You want to be here on Saturday and do field day?
Is it mandatory?
No.
No.
Oh, wait. No, it is mandatory.
Then yeah.
Yeah, you got to be here for
and
field
you know what
day.
I'd rather do? I'd rather do field day than work.
On a Saturday.
No, if I had to work that day. That's supposed to be a work day.
Scott, am I just
listen,
barking up the wrong tree here?
Let's be honest. If they're going to have a field day, which I believe they had last week, it's usually between 12 and 3 on a work day. So it's right in the middle of our show, so we have to work anyway.
There you go.
Listen.
That's right, Scott.
First of all,
they had one they had one last week, right?
When you say they, who do you mean?
I got to say this.
Bosses.
We are the last people that need to complain about work schedules, okay? We work in our T-shirts and shorts for 3 hours a day. We are the last people on earth that need to complain about anything.
I don't know. The temperature in here has been a little hot of late.
Lord, unbelievable. All right, well, we'll get the latest news from Sean Payton coming up next. Hey, C-Mac, and the buyer's market is here. It means exceptional values at the Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. They're discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. That's $20,000 off. or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget. And every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee with free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. These are incredible deals with incredible opportunities for you. Discounts up to $20,000. Come on now. Get with it at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. We're getting all sorts of texts from, like, people with real jobs. I deliver mail for USPS. Our trucks have no AC, and we have to work 6 days a week. I give anything from my bosses to cancel work because of the heat.
Yeah.
Working man drivers who we love on the text line. The
I
Shop
really
Mazda
don't feel
text
bad
line,
for 'em.
one price, one person, 1 hour.
I don't feel bad for him, delivering that mail in the 90-degree heat. If they ever sat in this room, it's a solid 72 degrees right now, and I swear it'd be a whole lot better if it was 68. I don't understand why we can't get it to 68.
If the fact that you didn't go to if you didn't go to Cherry Creek High School, we could just take that as a big sarcastic joke. But
are you sure?
We have to have a raised eyebrow.
Would your
towards
life
you.
be better if it was 68?
I'm raising. Can you hear me raise an eyebrow?
No.
Scott, what would an eyebrow raise sound effect be? Huh?
It'd be kind of a Shaggy. It'd be kind of a Scooby-Doo kind of sound.
Right.
Andy Lindahl is our intrepid reporter on the scene. He's going to be on with us with moments to report about what he saw out there at practice. And, Sean Payton is talking right now, and Dan is furiously trying to figure out what the hell is going on with the Broncos. So they wrapped up way early, too. So not only are they – where did you read it? Kliss or somebody else?
Yeah, Mike Kliss put it out there.
What did he –
He just said off-season is in the books. Sean Payton has canceled the final day of minicamp.
Okay. Well, that sounds like it really is canceled. Like they're not doing anything. That they won't be there tomorrow.
You know what's stupid about it is that every year I've done this on every team, they either cancel it entirely, like apparently Sean Payton is right now, and they say go home early, or they do like a field day, but they'll never tell you, right?
Why?
It's got to be the ice cream. It's got to be the surprise. It's the little carrot. It's, fellas, if we have a good day today, here's what will happen. Everybody's already booked their flights. I get it. They're millionaires. Nobody cares. But now they all got to go pay more money to just change their flights. If they just would have told them originally, they could have booked it the right day originally.
I don't know, man. We're really concerned about millionaires and changing flights on Southwest.
Yeah.
Let's go to Andy Lindahl out there at Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit. How'd I do on that, Andy? Is that I think that's what it's called now.
Yeah, it's not the sign in front of me, says D-Mac. They haven't changed the signage yet.
All right, give us the news. What should we know about practice today, Andy? Give it to us. Come on, give it to us, Andy.
Well, I mean, look, this was the first day, and D-Mac, you can attest to this from being out here. I know Tyler made a few. This is the first day a lot of the offensive work was actually away from us. For whatever that's worth, it looks like it's looked all along.
Well, hold on. Who was the first team? Who was repping quarterback? Who was getting the first team reps as quarterback today?
D-Mac, they were so far, it was tough to tell. I can just put it to you that way because we were having to look through guys. I think today was the Zach Wilson day, but I'll double check. They all had a little bit of their moments, but look, when I say it's looked the same, Stidham and Nix continue to throw the outside pass, the crossers, the short stuff, wing it out to a back, hope he gets upfield. Zach Wilson continues to put it downfield, and I talked to a guy today that said, here's what's going to be interesting, and if you find Kay Adams, we'll talk about it on our show. Kay Adams today all of a sudden is saying Zach Wilson's very much in the mix for starting, and she believes Sean Payton believes that. And I think Kay's got a connection to Sean. So I'm not going to ignore that. I've had somebody tell me that basically Zach is the one that is throwing the passes that a starter's going to need to throw. Stiddy, I think, has picked up on that. He tried to test a couple more deep than we've seen, but for the most part, it's still the short stuff outside. So I think it sets up again. Sean, when asked about the quarterback, says he is every day, reiterated the thoughts from yesterday that all these guys have had a good camp and all these guys have had good practice and not committal to anybody as far as the rotation once camp starts. I'll tell you what was the most interesting, fellas, and I asked him towards the end of his presser about it. We finally got to see a kickoff drill.
Oh.
And they did that to our side of the field, and it was pretty, you know what, it's fun. The play is kind of fun again. So we had Mims back there, McLaughlin was back there, Let me go get the kid. 41, not Drew Sanders. Who's the kid? The other running back they picked up on space isn't his number.
I will find
Blake
out.
Watson,
Is it?
43.
That is Drew Sanders. What number
Blake
is it?
Watson, 43, the undrafted free agent that everybody made.
Blake Watson. Yeah, Blake Watson. Okay, sorry.
They were all returning kicks, and Lutz was doing anything from a pop-up to somewhat of a line drive to trying to squib it. Like, Lutz was trying all sorts of different kicks. And I asked Peyton at the end, I said, did you tell him to do that, or was he just doing that? And he said, basically, not only are the returners trying to figure out how they're going to have to field these balls, but Lutz was trying to see all the different ways he could kick it. And, Sean made it very clear you can't go messing around with this and kick one of your guys in the back because the ball will be down there. But he said the object is going to be don't let it go straight into the end zone so they don't get it at the 35 or whatever it is. So it was kind of cool to actually see them practice kickoffs today.
You know what's going to be interesting about that, Andy, is the whole league is experimenting. Nobody knows what they want to do. My best guess is you're going to see a lot of balls kicked on the ground. You're going to try to see if you can get some get some turnovers in there accidentally. And then eventually what's probably going to happen, they're all going to give up on it, and they're probably just going to kick it through the end zone anyways, because if the rule does its job, which is create more excitement, well, that means there's going to be big returns, right? And if there's big returns, that means the teams they'd rather give up the extra 5 yards. So it'll be fascinating to see how this all goes down. But Andy, what any further update with Cortland Sutton today? Was it the same deal as yesterday? Did he do anything?
Yeah, I mean, again, Tyler, they were really far. I didn't see him doing too much, and I don't expect it. Leahy had told us that they don't want him to get hurt, and it goes back to the conversation you guys were having. I mean, I think he's here. I think they want him here. He couldn't have said enough how he wants to be here, right? But I'm not positive. Again, you guys tell me. Someone calls up and offers the right draft pick for Cortland Sutton, and Tyler, I know you've talked about how he's got special leverage, and he is truly the number one on the team. But if they get the right offer, they're trading him, right?
No doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, again, what really are the expectations this year? So I don't think they want to risk this guy getting hurt at all. And frankly, look, most of the passes we saw today were going to the backs, and then they were messing around with the special teams. But they did a punt session. They did a kick session. The quarterbacks threw in the nets. It had a last day of school feel to it. I do wonder if the players kind of knew the old call offer tomorrow was coming. It was kind of a lighter vibe. Like, we actually saw a fight at last year's OTAs, or last week's OTAs, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
A couple guys actually got saucy with each other. There hasn't been any of that the last couple days. So.
Anything from could you ascertain anything from the D line or the rush or anything like that who you might be interested to watch during training camp?
Well, again, Scotty, as far as the new guys go, I'm trying to get everybody's name down. Malcolm Roach, we've all talked about. John Franklin Myers are guys to look at. I will tell you this too, guys. Patrick Surtain was in the last couple days. Not a lot of nobody on this team is getting real too psyched to test Surtain. So things do look a lot different with Patrick in there. So that's been interesting. Like I said, Myers and Roach, the guys that I've talked to think that they're going to make this team better against the run. I think we still would love to see a pass rusher identify themselves as the guy that you absolutely can't ignore, that maybe you have to game plan against. Not sure that person's identified themselves. A couple of times, that we saw where the pass rush looked pretty good. Mike Sanford was quick to point out that he thought the QB, in one case Zach Wilson in particular, called the wrong protection and kind of created his own problems on the rush. So, again, we'll see. We'll see. Guys, it looked much like it did after the summer, but for whatever it's worth, Sean Payton was asked after, during his little presser, you seem more comfortable with us being the media.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Yeah.
And he had the line that maybe he said, well, maybe I spent too much time marking my territory. I won't give you the exact way that he put it, but you know how a dog marks his territory?
Yeah.
Basically, that's what Son suggested. That's what he was doing too much of last year. And so he thinks he is more comfortable, and he's more comfortable with the guys and this and that. So we'll see if all this kumbaya remains when they've got a game coming up Sunday. But right now, everybody's enjoyed their spring into summer participation.
All right, great job, Andy. We'll see you here in an hour and a half or so.
I asked a question for you, too, about the kickoff. You can go ahead and just mercilessly grade me the way you do everybody else.
Oh, looking forward to that. Dan, are we going to...
Back into the presser.
Back in the presser, Andy Lindahl. At least you had the courage to ask it. And unlike our compadre.
Well, I didn't get a media laugh. I mean, I'm really sad. No media laugh. And, you know, we're all trying to do Carson when we get out there all of a sudden.
Thank you, Andy. We'll talk to you when you come in. We'll see you, pal. All right, there you
go.
Boys. I love you, too. Love Andy Lindahl. Oh, Andy's taking some shots right there. I know.
That's a great line. If in fact that's what Sean Payton said, right? That he was too busy marking his own territory last year.
You know, Sean revealed really where his head was at when he talked about when they beat the Packers. Why can't I be happy? Really a great, honest moment because he's death gripping the steering wheel in the Cherry Creek Shopping Center mall as they're about to go to sushi with his family. They just won, and he can't park. He can't get out of his car. And he says on a conference call the next day to the media, why can't I be happy? I think Peyton was going through some whatever needed to happen in his life to just make him feel better about his life. I think he's done.
Maybe. I doubt it.
Feels like it.
Here's the deal, man. You ever been in a bad mood the day before you go on vacation? Huh? You ever been unhappy? You ever been yelling at your coworkers, or you say see you later? Have a great vacation.
I get it, Tyler, but he had a half-hour presser last week, a 27-minute presser the week before. The rookie mini camp, he was in a light mood. He's been in a light mood the entire time.
I'm sure he's reflected, and I'm sure it's true, and I'm sure he does look back on it like maybe I shouldn't have marked my territory. However,
I think one of the biggest growths of this team happens if Sean Payton becomes more aware of Sean Payton.
Yeah,
I promise you.
And I'm not so sure that maybe the relationship with Russ, even though it's not his guy, wouldn't have gone as far south as it seemed to have gone had he not been trying to, as he said, mark his territory. And who better to mark a territory with a veteran quarterback that, had a crappy year the year before.
My only point is I promise you, come week 2, come week 3, he's white-knuckling that steering wheel the exact same way he was last year.
Not buying it up.
Well, no, that's how football goes.
Okay. All right. Oh, well, we'll see, won't we?
He'll be white-knuckling.
Okay, but it's different this year. I mean, listen, man, it's a 5. Listen, Vegas got them at 5.5. 5, yeah, man. I mean, listen, we know what this year is going to be. You better have your head on right, or it is going to destroy you, I guess.
No dumb question. Who wins more games next year, CU or Broncos?
That's a great damn question.
Yeah, we did that before.
I think it's going to be the Buffs.
I went through the Buffs schedule and I broke down like all their records from the year before and everything. And I really do think the Buffs should win 6 or 7 games. I don't think anybody's sitting here saying the Broncos are going to win 7 games.
We have a way for you to win Zach Bryan tickets. We'll give you details about that next.
It's Brett Kane out here at the Rexall Customer Appreciation Event 425. So come check it out. We got a whole bunch going on here. As there's 40 tables of vendors and services. There's 3 food trucks. We got live music. Like, I'm going to hop on this axe throwing thing here pretty soon because I've never done that before, and I feel like I'd be a good shot. We're going to test it. We'll see. There's bags. There's a whole bunch of things you can come out and do. By the way, you can come out, do some good, donate some blood while you're down here as well. So there's so much happening at the Rexall Customer Appreciation Event, as we're going to be out here until 2 o'clock. So you got about another 40 minutes to stop by and say hi. Again, all the food, all the music, great times, a whole bunch of different things to check out. So come out here and see us at the Rexall Customer Appreciation Event, being out here till 2 o'clock. See you then.
So this is like Zach Bryan music. Like this is kind of how it sounds. I like it.
He's Scott described it yesterday as he's a storyteller. That's the best way to describe it.
I actually kind of dig this. Now I've heard like 3 songs that all sound kind of the same. Kind of reminds me of like John Mellencamp a little bit, or something along those lines. Scott, am I crazy on that? Is it kind of similar to stuff like that?
John Mellencamp's a little harder, rockier, obviously. But I think this guy's a storyteller, dude.
Well, I like that. I'm kind of digging Zach Bryan. I'm going to throw some Zach Bryan on later.
I'm telling you, he's good.
I'm going to sit back on the porch and enjoy summer and listen to some Zach Bryan.
If you're feeling a little emotional, you're feeling a little reflective,
that's the guy.
He's the guy.
You know, D, take the bike home today. Grab Mama by the hand.
That's right.
Pump up her rear tire.
That's right.
And then sit out on your little back deck right there with the margarita and look out into the
Whoa.
Oh, Mama was having a good day yesterday, by the way.
Is that right?
Oh, man.
What does that mean?
She just had a good day. She had a bad day the day before. She had a good day yesterday, to my benefit. We had a little back porch sitting in the new neighborhood.
Yeah.
Whoa. I'll tell you what. This is wearing me out. Anyway, Zach
Do you have to tell us every time you have sex? Do you have to tell us?
I didn't even have sex yesterday, and she was wearing me out.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it's just like, it's just a lot of enthusiasm.
That's why you take 5.5-hour bike rides.
Work the balls.
The key word is burn. So is that song named Burn, or is there's burn in there?
Burn, burn, burn.
Burn, burn, burn.
Triple burn.
All right. Well, I like that one. So Zach Bryan, Burn, 303-504-0925. We'll do another keyword in an hour. And every time we announce it, and you have a chance to win. So we'll do it tomorrow at 12:20, 1:20, and 2:20 as well. And at the end of the day, we got 2 pair of tickets for the big show coming up this weekend. Friday and Saturday. Zach Bryan, my guy. I think I'm kind of digging the old Zach Bryan. I'll throw it on the Google machine there. Put it on the audio box. Stick it on. I'm not listening to this stuff when I'm riding my bike though. It's you got to go uphill, not downhill. This seems to me something you listen to at the end of the day.
Probably.
Not when you're hunting hills like I was earlier today.
You got your techno on for that?
You know what you need to do if you're going to go uphill. You got to hit that 13-minute guitar solo on Freebird right when you're starting to hit a hill.
Are you kidding me? I'll take that all day. I'm as free as a bird, and the theme is right for riding and avoiding traffic. Okay, we'll have no dumb questions here in a little bit. Jeff Legwold will be along shortly when he crosses all his T's and dots his I's for ESPN to let us know what's going on with the Broncos. But we do have Sean Payton talking about what he's doing to trees. And, okay, Sean, why are you in such a better mood these days, my friend?
Look, there's probably a little bit of that first year where you're pissing on all the trees. And I'm probably guilty of that. But I think it's the thing. Look, I got into coaching and teaching with the idea that I was going to be a college coach, hopefully maybe in the Big Ten. And then this career is interesting. It'll take you places that maybe you didn't expect to. And I've always, when young coaches will ask, you always talk about being present, where you're at, where your feet are at. And then the other stuff kind of takes care of itself. And that, I would say, happened with me quite a bit. And so the reward of seeing someone develop and accomplish and then gain confidence, the reward of that constantly comes with new players, with veteran players, and it's kind of addictive.
Oh my God, this guy is so in love with Bo Nix, it's ridiculous. That's my
I would
takeaway.
tell you this: I would have wished he'd, at least to his admission, right? He's repented a little bit.
No doubt,
as well as he can. I like this version of Sean Payton a hell of a lot better than any version I saw last year.
Sure, you keeping an open mind then, Scotty?
Oh well, I'm a Bronco fan. I've told you before. I don't. Unlike you guys, I didn't wish for Russell Wilson to fail. I don't wish for Sean Payton to fail. I want them to get good again.
Okay. Are you going to change your opinion about what you think about him as a person?
Well, no. Listen, Our lives should be surrounded about forgiveness, and I think we struggle with that. I know I do. Forgiving people or things that have hurt me. But I think that's a huge step that he basically said he came in there wanting to prove he was his territory and his dog, and he went on all the trees. So I think that's a step in the right direction as far as how I feel about him.
I'm not even the anti-Sean Payton guy, but I'm telling you guys, if you think this is sticking around, you've lost your mind.
You're a little cynical. Tyler's a bit of the cynic here. I kind of dig it. I think it's genuine.
I think you guys.
But see, I think where Tyler's the only mistake you're making, though, Tyler, is I agree with you. Once a season starts, the pressures of head coach in all pro sports, but football. I mean, Dick Vermeil was one of the most genteel guys that you've ever seen, and everybody loved him. And yet he admitted he was so obsessed once the season got on, he was living in his office during the season. And that's I think that's an unhealthy part of the territory, right? I think Andy Reid's even talking about growing out of that a little bit from his time in Philadelphia to where he's at now in Kansas City. But so you're right. I think he'll go back. But now, does he have at least a focal point and a more balanced point that he can at least get back to calmer, and as D-Mac says, not sit there, white-knuckling at a Benihana's?
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. This is the circle of the NFL life, man. You get to the offseason, everybody's having a good time, everybody's relaxed. You get to preseason, you got that opening media barbecue. Everybody's cracking jokes and having fun. You get through the first couple weeks, it's Russell freaking Wilson, y'all. You get to game day, it shortens up a little bit. You get to Monday after game day, it starts tightening up. By week 3, you're back to who you are.
I think part of it, too, is, listen, man, we're out here in the West. I consider it the West compared to the East. And there are a lot of media people out here. There are a ton, as we've just pre-wrote the past couple days. But it's a different vibe, man, than the East Coast. There's a lot of us, but they're not out to get you. They really aren't. I swear to God. But there's a lot of attention to it, a lot more in New Orleans. So I think when Sean Payton just saw a lot of people around, as he did last year, he thought everybody was kind of out to get him. They weren't. But he didn't know that. And,
see, but the that Tyler was just talking about, we never saw it all last year, even in the preseason or in the workups, the OTAs. We never saw this calm of Sean Payton at all last year.
Yeah.
No, I think, too, Russ just wasn't his guy, guys. It just wasn't his dude. They didn't have a lot in common. He didn't want him in the first place. He came in third in terms of the job because they wanted Harbaugh and they wanted, help me out. Amico, that's right.
Amico.
So, I don't know, man. There was a lot on his plate, and that's all been cleared. It's all been cleared. And it certainly feels like it. Now, if it's a bunch of hooey and it doesn't matter and he's going to just melt down and be, whatever, okay, well, we're fixing to find out, as Gary Kubiak once said. But right now, if you're a Broncos fan, as long as you can accept what this year is most likely going to be, I think you should be in a good damn mood.
Do you think fans really will be able to do that, though?
I don't know. That's a good question. I hope so.
I think it's like an NFL head coach. Like it's easy right now. It's easy as a fan to be like, okay, I get it. It's about 3 years. You get to week 3, you get to week 4, you get sick of losing. I don't even think fans can do that.
Well, but let me ask this, and I know they won more, although they were a 500 team through 7 weeks. I look at Gary Kubiak, who you think, D-Mac, the best coach the Broncos ever had.
Yep.
This guy was always off the field, away from football, the most personable guy in the world. Would sit there and ask about how you're doing, how's your family doing. I've always had a great relationship with him off the field. And yet, and you played for him, inside them white lines, he wasn't afraid to get on and get going, was he?
Oh, no.
So he at least had some sort of balance that Sean Payton didn't have at any time last year. So if Sean Payton, and listen, I believe people can change, and I understand the stresses and powers of the job. I've been covering it too long not to see it and see it affect people. Look at people, how they age. But if he can somehow find a balance now that when he's away from the facility to actually let his hair down and take a deep breath and say, hey, Tyler, how you been, man? Hey, good promo the other night. I was listening to your show. And be more that guy. See, and let me ask you this right here. Would you not hope that don't you wish Bud Black, who always seems like a chill guy all the time, Maybe he needs to get inside the lines and up that attitude a little bit inside the line.
Oh, there ain't no doubt. The guys are way too comfortable with Bud Black. Way too comfortable.
He's been pointing fingers left and right.
I know.
Yeah, I'm
but
actually being serious. Do you really feel like they're comfortable right now? Because the environment that he is at least portraying to the media after the games doesn't seem like he is trying to make it a comfortable environment.
I think he doesn't say boo to these guys. I think there's no pressure on these Rockies guys, and the performance on the field proves it. I do believe that.
But you know what? That also is not just Bud. That's above Bud too.
Yeah,
that's above Bud
that's
too.
an entire culture.
They've just accepted losing, which is the worst thing an organization can do. You can't be okay with losing, and right now that is the culture. A lot of young, talented players, but sadly, the culture there right now is okay with losing, and that does go above Bud. But he's part of it too. Everybody's comfortable with it. It's no big deal to lose at 20th and Blake, and that's a problem. It's time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Okay, no dumb question. If in the rest of your life you had to go with no availability for a swim or no availability for a ski, what would it be?
Oh, I'd give up swimming.
Snow ski.
I'd give up swimming so quickly. Are you kidding me? That's not even close for me.
So you give up the beach and the sandy shores and the warm water?
I did. I got a job in Boston, and I turned it down for a job in Denver. I've actually already done that.
I'm Colorado guy through and through, born and bred, right? I love skiing. Got the pass, do it all. I've been skiing my entire life. But yeah, I'd give up skiing. Skiing's here's the thing.
For the beach?
Yeah. Yeah.
Forget
because
that.
here's the thing, like
or the lake.
If you wanted to make water your
Whatever.
life, you can make water your life year round. You can. You could be a swim guy in the pool in the lake every single day of your life if you live in the right spot.
Dude, if I couldn't go to the mountains, I wouldn't think life is worth living. So I don't know.
The mountains in the summertime. You mean if you couldn't go to the mountains with snow?
Well, what are you talking? Well, I'm
saying you no snow skiing or no playing in water.
I would mountains. I wouldn't even think
so
twice. So
you would take
about
3 months of being able to ski against what Tyler said, that basically you can find nice water to play in 12 months.
Yes. Wait, can I go to the pool or no? Forget it. I don't even care. I wouldn't care.
You don't get to go to the pool or nothing?
I don't care. This is not even for me. I'm a little disappointed in you, Tyler.
Why?
Mr. Colorado. My God.
I'm thinking logically here. Even if I got to ski every single day, I could only do that for about 4 months out of the year.
Oh hell, man, forget it. One of the greatest times the best times of my life are associated with being on snow in the mountains in Colorado. Period. The end. I could never give that up. Never, ever, ever.
I'd rather have my toes in the water and ass in the sand somewhere.
Yeah. What prompted that question?
Well, because he's got his toes in his water, and look where he is.
Well, no, because you were talking about some while ago, and it just made me think of how big a skier you are. And I'm thinking, this lake out here right behind me, I haven't even jumped in yet, and I love sitting in there and jumping in it.
Why don't you go and stick your hand down a catfish throat and do that, whatever they call that?
My brother's noodled before.
Noodling, right?
Noodling.
Man, why don't you jump in that lake and noodle?
Wait, can you guys catch me up on noodling?
Oh, you stick your hand down a catfish mouth and you pull it up out the lake.
Wow. If you just stick it down, they'll clamp onto your hand and then you pull it out.
That's what you do.
What you got to do is you got to find the certain areas. It's usually a bank, and they'll brush up and dig out a little
the noodle spot, the noodle hole.
Protected area, and then you go in and you start feeling, okay, there's a fish, and you find it to his mouth, and when you get your hand to his mouth, you reach in, and then he'll bite down, and then you grab, and then you pull that sucker out.
Have you seriously never heard of that? Or
never
seen
heard
that
of noodling, no.
Oh, it's wild to watch.
There was a show on Discovery, had a series on where they were taking city folk and stuff out noodling.
Yeah, it's wild. I have a no dumb question for you that's pretty relevant, and I want to get to it right now. We have a special guest coming in to talk about pass rushing, coming in here in about 5 or 6 minutes. A year ago today, guys. A year ago today.
Yep.
So here we go. Kyle Lowry will inbound it. The Nuggets lead it by 5. Denver looking to win the NBA championship. And here we go. Lowry looks in. Inbound. Over to Strus. Lowry 3. That one misses. Rebound down to KCP. 8 seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline. And he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace. Oh my God, I can't believe they did it.
Cause for 2 seconds, take your headsets off and just listen to this crowd.
Roger.
Wow.
Okay, guys, rank it.
Of all the championships?
Anything you want with sports, rank it.
That's a good one. Well, Tyler won one.
I know. That's why I'm asking the question.
It's hard to get over the one you win.
Of course,
right?
rank it.
Yeah, it's hard to get over that one.
Nothing's getting over that for me.
I'd say that number 2 for me.
Oh, man.
Next to your championship.
Yeah, next to one I won.
Over everything in college.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would go my championship. Ooh. Now you're making me think.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. That helicopter, man, that was a pretty cool moment.
Right?
That was a pretty cool moment.
Right. Right.
For me, yeah, I'd probably go 50 helicopter Nuggets.
3.
No. It'd probably be 4. I gotta put the Buffs in there.
Sure.
Yep.
So 4.
4.
Okay. What's 3 then specifically?
Buffs.
Buffs what?
Championship. National championship.
Okay. That meant that much to you in 1990, huh?
Well, my dad played there. I grew up going to Buffs games.
Okay, no, that's cool. That's cool. I didn't know that meant so much to you because you're just a little kid.
Well, I went to the year before. I went to the Orange Bowl where they lost to Notre Dame.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Scotty, so number 2 to you?
Well, yeah. My state championship was pretty iconic.
I bet.
As a high school guy. So I might even go state championship, NBA championship, Nuggets championship.
Wow, state over NBA.
Now,
and then 4 would be my world championship.
So you guys are terrible family people because I could list about 100 kids events that would top that particular one. But I'm a bigger family guy than you.
Somebody must have got killed on the text message.
I mean, it literally wouldn't even rank in the top 100 of sporting events in my life because of all my kids' accomplishments. But if we're just talking professional, I mean, because in life, it's not even in the top 100. But in terms of professional sports, it's the best professional sporting event I've ever been at. And the only reason it tops the Avalanche, does it top the Avalanche in 2001? Damn, that was pretty good.
I would say the Nuggets and the Bork championship were pretty amazing.
I'm going to say it does top 2001 because the Avalanche had one before.
Yeah, exactly.
And it does top the Avalanche because the Avs won in Tampa, not at Ball Arena the year before.
Well, it's also okay to have sports bias. Like, what's your favorite
Miami.
sports? Like, it's okay.
Oh, I'm dead even with the Avs and Nuggets in terms of that, man, because I was lucky to be at all 3, and I was at 50. I mean, I've been at some bananas events. I was at the Super Bowl when Russell Wilson threw the interception and the Patriots won that one, which is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. So I've been very, very lucky to be at huge sporting events.
If you had a birth of a grandchildren, where would that rank? Grandchild.
That would maybe be in the top 50.
Yeah.
That would be. Well, when is that birth happening?
I don't know. Whenever.
Whenever.
I mean, all I know
Oh,
is
no,
you're
no,
Mister. I never
no,
want
no, no, no.
grandchildren.
If there's a huge difference if I become a grandfather next year compared to 5 years from now. Context
Just be careful and knock on the door here in the next 7 8 months.
All right, well, something good to think about, but we salute the Nuggets and the organization. And, you know, sometimes it feels like 100 years ago, but right now, hearing that highlight, it feels like it happened 5 seconds ago. Seriously. I got chills listening to you and Kaz right there, Scott. Mostly Kaz.
I tell you what, I broke up on that, and I surprised myself that I got that emotional.
All right, good stuff, man. We'll get into it deeper. Also, we'll have the latest from the Broncos training camp. Pass rushing. What is expected of Baron Browning? That was a big topic earlier this week. We'll dig into that coming up next.
Hey, it's Brett Kane one last time out here for the Rexall Customer Appreciation Event, 425 Quivvis Street. Still got another 20 minutes to get out here and say hi to us as there's a whole bunch going on. 3 different food trucks, music out here, raffle prizes all day today, 40 different tables of vendors and services. So come out and check it all out for yourself. There's an axe throwing contest over here. They got a bag set up. And you can do some good by donating some blood as well. So stop by and say hi to us. Got another 20 minutes that we will be here. So come on out, 425 Quivvis Street, as we are broadcasting live from this location for the next 20 minutes or so. Again, 425 Quivvis Street for the Rexall Customer Appreciation Event, as it is a beautiful day. Stop by and say hi. We'll see you guys out here.
Thank you, Roach. Hey, it's D-Mac for Old Chicago. The unbelievable lunch combo, $9.99. Oh, man, this is amazing. Old Chicago has an unbeatable lunch deal. The $9.99 unbelievable lunch combo. Cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad, and an icy fountain drink. All for under $10. Come on. Delicious, generous. It's Old Chicago. You're saving lunch. The $9.99 unbelievable lunch, weekdays till 3. Dine in, call in, limited time at Old Chicago. Find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Barron, you made yourself almost a public stock that people can invest into. How'd that come about, and is that you betting on yourself?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I think more so for me was just being able to gap the bridge between the fans and myself, and Vegetable brought the opportunity to my agent, so it was something I was interested in. I thought was pretty cool, so it's something I want to be a part of. I really don't get into the logistics of things. I just focus on my day in and day out operations here, and I let them handle that for me.
Well, that is fascinating. That's Baron Browning yesterday out at the Broncos talking about a way to invest in himself. We have Parker Graham from Vestibule in here. What is Baron actually talking about?
Yeah, a lot of people would say that. Well, thanks for having me, guys. So Baron's talking about he's actually the very first athlete to launch on the Vestibule platform, which is a federally regulated stock market, basically, that allows fans to invest in the careers of athletes. And as Baron goes along his career, if you're a shareholder in Baron, you'll be getting paid a dividend or a distribution based off of what he makes on the field.
Okay.
So it's really creating a stock market to invest in athletes for the first time.
Wow. How? Why Baron? How? What? Tell us behind the scenes there.
Yeah, Baron's he's an interesting guy, right? He's kind of the perfect storm of an athlete who's kind of undervalued right now, right? He's been injured a little bit. He played out of position the first couple of years in the league, and now he's finally at that position where he can really shine. And I think the flashes that we saw last year. I mean, you could see he's got something really special. And so that's what really intrigued us about him.
That's interesting because he was talking about not having to rehab this offseason. Go ahead, Dan.
I feel like it just provides me an opportunity to kind of knock off some kinks and rust that I wasn't really able to, kind of get ahead of last year, kind of just being behind the 8 ball, trying to rehab and then coming kind of late into the season. So it feels good to just be out here and work on things that I can improve on.
Okay, well, he's betting on himself, right?
That's 100%.
And I guess everybody else can too.
Exactly. Sean Payton actually said that a couple of days ago too. He said that exact words. He's betting on himself.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Well, what is the story with Baron? How's he feeling? I mean, what's your relationship with him like?
Yeah, I mean, like Baron said earlier today, like he's really focused on ball. He is super obsessed right now about coming out and just performing for the Broncos. You guys have a really unique year this year where you've got a bunch of edge rushers in the room. They're going to cause some havoc. If we can just get the offense to work, like things are going to be pretty solid, right?
Well, we hope so. That's for sure.
He's saying that. Where do you live now? Where do you live?
Me? I don't want to say it. I don't want to get in trouble here. Kansas City. Yeah, that place to the east there.
So you sure you're rooting for Baron? Yeah.
I'm definitely rooting for Baron. I'll tell you what. So I'm a former pro, played offensive line in the pros, played a lot of defensive ends and rush edges, and I got to tell you, this is the first time where I'm super excited for an outside linebacker or rush edge to go sack the quarterback all the time. I tell you what, if he could have 10 sacks against Pat Mahomes, I would be super happy. That would be great. That would be great.
All right, so if people wanted to get involved with this, what's the best step?
Easiest way is to go to the app stores, both Google and Apple, and download the app and get involved. His offering is available right now, and it's going pretty quickly. So,
what's it going for?
Right now, it's $10 a share, $100 minimum investment. And we actually just crossed the $300,000 threshold, so people are really excited about it.
So you put in $500,
yep,
and you now have X amount of rights for his lifetime earnings in the NFL.
Correct. Yeah. So just on the field earnings. So basically, Baron's gonna be paying his investors 1% of his on the field earnings. So right now, if you own a certain portion of that, you're gonna get your pro rata portion of that. This year, obviously, he's on that rookie deal, the last year of his rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not very much, but next year when he re-signs and gets an extension, that's where the money's really made.
So how many other athletes are interested in doing this? Baron can't be the only one.
He's definitely not the only one, no. So we have really hundreds at this point. And
hundreds?
So we're actively working through with the Fed, getting these next guys up, and our next 2 athletes are going to be revealed in the next couple months.
But it's going to be a light switch, and it's going to be hundreds.
No. So each athlete's individual. It's an individual deal. It's just like bringing a stock to market in the IPO market.
Okay.
So it takes some time, but probably within the next 12 months, we'll have roughly anywhere from 50 to 60.
All right. And these would be, I guess it would make the most sense like a stock up and coming.
Exactly.
It can't be well established, guys. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there's just not as much value there, right? If you were to invest in a Pat Mahomes is already making $500 million. You want to catch Pat when he's at Texas Tech.
Correct.
And that's where we're going after.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys aren't the first ones to do this. There's been others that have come and gone, right? Anything that separates you guys? What's different?
I think the biggest thing is that, number one, these are actual stocks. So you're actually investing in an athlete, and the shares don't trade based on performance. It's based on buys and sells. So you buying a share and me selling a share, that's what the stock price trades at. These other platforms are all just synthetic and performance-based. The other thing is that anybody can buy it. You don't have to be a wealthy person to access this. This is for any Denver Bronco fan or any fan of football, for that matter, and also any big-time money investor that wants to get involved as well.
This is kind of a wild fantasy football thing.
It's kind of like fantasy to the next level, right?
Yeah, very much.
If you
the
can
next
imagine,
level.
right, just watching on Sunday and you're watching Barron and he makes a sack, like you're thinking to yourself, "Wow, I just got cash in my account right there from that play." So
hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, 10 sacks against Pat Mahomes. I'm right here for it.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
All right, one more time. What's the smartest way for people who are interested to
Again, just go to
the
the app stores, download the app, become a user on there, and invest in Barron. You can do all that right now today.
That's a trip. By the way, offensive line, huh?
Offensive line. That's right.
You guys go one of two directions,
does,
bro.
He does look a little bit skinnier than me, and
100%.
I'm pretty proud of how skinny I am.
Really
How much do you weigh?
226.
Yo, you're 226?
Yeah.
I'm 235.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
got him.
You still got me.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you're a little bit taller than me, though. You're like-
6'8".
Yeah, so I'm a flat 6'7".
Dang, you are
so,
kind of fat.
yeah.
Nobody would.
100%. Yeah. I'm
Nobody
pudgy.
would think that you're a football player.
I get basketball all
All the time.
And what's funny now is I just tell them, no, I was actually on the diving team. Really
That's
good
right.
diver. Yeah.
Well, you're aerodynamic.
That's
you got
right.
the head.
Aerodynamic. Never been called that.
Thank you, Parker. We appreciate it. And hey, we're all rooting for a good year and a great career from Baron Browning. And right now, he is shaped up to be the number one pass rusher for the Broncos. We'll see how everything goes.
Yep.
You never know.
And we all need him to get healthy.
Yeah, man.
He is healthy. We need him to stay healthy.
Yeah,
That's right.
man, that's great. Thank you, Parker. We
Thank you, guys.
appreciate it. Okay, we'll check in with what happened at Broncos mini camp today with Jeff Legwell coming up on PhD.
obviously, it can't happen if you don't have a lot of picks, but we were close to our normal number of picks again. And then, the validation, they belong. You get to see the early first impressions, and then we hold reservation till, we get the pads. But I was encouraged with this class.
Jeff Legwell from ESPN joining us in 19 minutes. The next chance for you to qualify for Zach Bryan tickets. Keep listening for that. Jeff, okay, we get to go home from school early, I guess, right? And no shenanigans, no field days, no nothing. They're just done. What went into that decision?
Well, I think the head coach is ready to be done with the off-season program. My indication was early in the week that they probably would make this decision moving forward. They feel like they got done what they wanted to get done, and I think given the fact they expect to start training camp in the quarterback competition kind of where they're leaving now, I think just makes it an easy call for them, and then he gets to reward them a little bit for what was good attendance and good participation and all of that.
Well, speaking of things that are done, is the Courtland Sutton holdout done? Is that over with? Is he going to be here at camp? I know he said he's still thinking about it, but I'm curious your thought. I mean, is where does that whole thing stand? To me, it kind of feels a little bit like by the fact that he's here, well, he's probably going to be here again.
Well, Tyler, I guess I figure, but if a guy avoids the mini camp fine, he's probably going to avoid the much bigger training camp fine. I guess that's how I look at it sometimes. And I think if you're Courtland and his agent, this is kind of the good faith gesture you show. Hey, I came to mini camp. Let's finish up these discussions on something with the contract. I still haven't been given much of an indication, if any, the team is very interested in doing anything. But Sean Payton keeps saying he believes it's going to get worked out. And Sean did say today that he met with Courtland this morning, and he said it was a long meeting. So, maybe they hashed out some of this stuff anyway. But I think Courtland would like them to think he might not come to camp if nothing's done, but that's a pretty big financial decision because you get fined every day, as you know.
Hey, just one quick follow-up on that. With Courtland being here right now but not participating in practice, everybody said that was part of the plan, right? Well, whose plan? Is that Courtland Sutton saying I would show up, but I'm doing a hold in? Is that the team not wanting to participate? Whose plan is that?
Probably a little both, Tyler. I mean, from the team's perspective, if he's injured, in theory, he hasn't sort of been formally medically cleared from the ankle surgery. So technically, they probably couldn't cut him anyway, even if they wanted to, until he's medically cleared.
Oh.
But I think the threat of injury is what, if he really injures a hamstring, because he looks like he's been working out like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
He looks in shape. He looks ready to go. And I asked him yesterday, do you think you would be medically cleared? And he said yes. But you still don't know the conditioning level exactly. And to throw a guy out there, I think the team would think it's inviting injury. And I think from Courtland's perspective, I think attendance is what he's looking for, not necessarily to get out there and grind it with all the other guys. And it would have only been 2 days now. He did some light running yesterday and all of that. But I think this was sort of a ceremonial goodwill gesture, and he's hoping they'll do something.
Kind of a two-part question, Jeff. Kay Adams, I think, put out there that said today that Zach Wilson is very much alive in this quarterback challenge to be a starter. He is definitely in play. One, your thought on that, and the second part is, are there throws that quarterbacks have to make come regular season that, you can get away with not having to throw them right now? And have you seen those quarterbacks being able to perform that as training camps wrap up?
Well, Scotty, to the first thing, if the Broncos can eliminate any of the three from what's gone on the last few weeks, well, geez, they're Nostradamus then, because I can't imagine you would eliminate anybody from the competition right now. So, yeah, I think they're all involved. I think of the three, it's very easy to see, even though Peyton Manning hates the phrase immensely, but the arm talent isn't hard to find among the three players because one guy has it over the other two. And I think that is his puncher's chance in this going forward. I think it's awfully hard for the Broncos not to make Bo Nix the starter if he is indeed the long-term plan. But I think both of the other guys have sort of puncher's chances, and Stidham could win it with consistency like Simeon did over Sanchez and Paxton Lynch that year. He won it with consistency and reliability. I think that's Stidham's trump card, and I think Wilson's trump card is athletically he can simply throw it a hell of a lot better than the other two guys. So I think all of them are in play, but I think, the deck is slightly stacked to Nix at this point because of where he was picked and how much they've invested in that. But yeah, right now, I think Bo Nix, if he played in a regular season game, I think every defensive coordinator I know would take away everything between the numbers and make him challenge people to the outside to see if he could do it. And I think if and when he plays, that's what he's going to have to deal with immediately. He is going to have to show he can fit those throws in between the corner and the safety, or drive the ball hard enough to beat the corner to the spot.
It's a pretty fascinating decision, Jeff. Is it more important to win that first game or to start developing for the next few years? And at the end of the day, that's what you have to decide.
That's where they're at. I think you just got to decide developmentally for the player involved and developmentally for the roster. I think it's just as bad to throw a guy in early if your team isn't ready for that.
Right.
I think that wrecks players just as quickly as anything the guy does or doesn't do. I think the one thing the Broncos have done is their offensive line, if everyone is healthy, is a strong point for this team, and that does give them a little leeway of making the quarterback decision. If they want to go with the rookie, they could conceivably do that with a healthy offensive line. Now, if guys get injured in camp, then I think that impacts the decision.
Are there any other battles going on? We got a punter battle. We got the quarterbacks.
We got a good battle at corner. I think in training camp, once Estime is back on the field, I think running back is intriguing to look at. But at corner, I think is the biggest battle, and inside linebacker. I know that won't get the confetti cannons going, but I think those are the two. I think those are the two biggest non-QB battles going right now. And the receiver rotation, not necessarily who the receivers will be, but who's playing when. I think those would be all the things I'd be looking at.
All right, Scott, you got anything else?
Yeah, the last one I would go to was tight ends, and we talked about this, guys, yesterday or the day before. That's the thing, the one position they've never had. Dulcich obviously on the injured list last year more than playing. Is there any movement or any hope, or is there any idea of what's going to happen at that tight end position?
Scotty, I think they're still banking on Dulcich being in the mix. Now, early on in OTAs, Sean Payton looked at all of us and said, yeah, Dulcich is doing great. He'll be on the field. The quote was sooner rather than later. And today I stood there and watched, Dulcich again working off to the side. So he did not participate in any of the team stuff in any of the off-season programs. So they say they're being smart and that he'll be ready for camp. But I'm always, sports writer cynic. I believe it when I see it. So, if he's ready to go in camp, I think they're banking on that being a legitimate objective, that he will be on the field and that he will be the primary receiving tight end, and that Troutman, who was held out the last 2 days, again, they said they were just being precautionary, but he missed the last 2 days of the off-season program, and that Troutman would be the hybrid blocker receiver.
Are you buying that Sean Payton's in a different mental space after urinating on trees?
Did I answer too fast? No.
Thank you.
I will tell you, I've long been told by people I know who've coached with him and many people I know who've covered him that there's off-season Sean Payton and there's in-season Sean Payton.
Okay.
And this is off-season Sean Payton. Very,
Not see off-season Sean Payton last year.
We saw it a little bit, but Mike Shanahan was the same way. I mean, I'd have long, winding conversations with Mike in June and September. I was pretty sure he was going to back his car over me if he got a chance. So.
Oh, that's good stuff. All right, Jeff. Overall, what do you think? Overall, it's done.
Do you wear overalls?
I'm making June proclamations right now.
I guess for what it is. I mean, here we go. It's it is what it is. You can only play the team in front of you. You can only evaluate the season that it presents itself. Overall, what do you think?
I still think they're thin in spots, a lot of spots. They need a lot of impact at tight end that I'm not sure they're going to get. And none of the three quarterbacks, even moved much separation in my eye. And, basically these were prom night drills. You better look good on prom night for sure. I mean, it's thrown on air or thrown against defense is told not to rush very hard. So I think the quarterbacks did what they were supposed to do, and they held up their end of the bargain. But I don't think the Broncos would be any closer to an objective decision. If they've made up their mind, that's one thing. But I don't think any of the three, sort of leaves here feeling like they had nudged ahead a little bit in reality.
When do you pack up the family camper and head to the mountains, lake, ocean? The Jeff.
Go back to Japan.
Go back to Japan. Yeah, like when
you guys are getting me on the. You just want me to get the hell out of town, Legwald. Okay.
Yeah. Where do the adventures take you this summer, Jeff?
Oh, I'm a free spirit. I wake up and decide right then, and then I just go.
Get in the car and go, baby.
Yeah.
I love Jeff's life.
That's fantastic. All right, Jeff, we appreciate it. And we'll talk to you. I don't know what happens now. Seriously, I'm actually literally asking that.
We still talk to him, don't we?
I know, of course we are.
Unless next week you will not, but then after that, certainly.
Okay. So definitely not next week.
Definitely not next week.
Leggy's getting it on next week, wherever it may be.
And maybe in a couple weeks, Jeff, we could talk to you about the Milwaukee Bucks draft and what you saw them doing or doing.
You did. Once again, that University of Arkansas geography class kicks in, and we all learn.
Thank you, Jeff. We'll talk to you later. Thank you, Jeff.
Milwaukee is just a suburb of Chicago. I think he lived in the suburbs.
You think he's still vested in that more than anything?
Yeah, I think he's vested in that. Yeah. Hey, he is a huge hoops head, by the way.
Oh, I totally understand that. But
you guys ever done a get in the car and go vacation? Just get in the car and go. Wherever you go, you go.
We've done a week touring around Colorado where we did not make a reservation until that night.
Okay.
We literally did that in the mountains. We drove to one place. We figured out where do you want to go tomorrow, and we spent a week driving around Colorado doing that.
I always feel like I missed out, like on the college thing. Like everybody goes like backpacking in Europe or wherever. You just go without a plan and you go. Right?
I have not done that.
Closest thing I've ever come to in college on spring break with a roommate. Got in the car and go.
Yeah.
Guess where we ended up?
In college, you probably
Cheyenne.
No, they went to the gambling there.
Vegas. We got in the car and we went with no plan, but we just happened to land in Vegas.
Yeah, I mean,
I was with a bunch of guys, and we were in England. We went there for a Ryder Cup, and
Wow.
we put our names in to play St. Andrews, and it was a lottery at the time, and actually I got my name drawn.
Oh.
So we're down about 6 hours south in England somewhere. So we just hop in the car, two groups of us just hop in the cars, drive all the way to St. Andrews, pull in there after dark, and just start knocking on doors till we find a bed and breakfast that was actually open and had room.
Wow.
And so we didn't, otherwise we were going to sleep in the cars just to play St. Andrews.
That is outstanding.
Awesome.
I celebrated a buddy's divorce by seeing an AC/DC cover band in Portland, Oregon called Hell's Bells. It was an all-female AC/DC cover band. We had no reservations whatsoever. And I'm only saying not keeping his name out of the conversation because he got so hammered, he got thrown out of the bar before the band came on that we went there for. We had no place to sleep in Portland. We had no place to go. And we hadn't thought it out. And just we just went back to the airport after seeing an AC/DC cover band. That is actually true. That was one of the more fun nights of all time. Sometimes in life, fellas,
it's the way to do it.
Don't even have a plan. Why bother?
Hey, no dumb question. You ever been with a group? We were out having fun in Boston one time on an off day, and it got late in the night, so we wanted to stop Nathaniel Square, right? So there's an Irish bar there called the Black Rose. And supposedly, that's an Irish-run people bar. We get there, and one of our buddies probably didn't hold his beer consumption as well as others.
Sure.
and a guy you know, too. And we go, okay, you guys come in. You're in. And he pointed at our buddy, and he goes, everybody but him.
We have your last chance today to qualify for Zach Bryan tickets coming up next. Hey, it's C-Mac, and it is summertime. It's warm temperatures, and if you're not feeling great about how you're feeling right now, perhaps losing some weight will put you in a better frame of mind, and it's remarkable how easy and quickly it can work with Sota Weight Loss. Go to SotaWeightLoss.com, click on one button, and save 15%. It's that easy, as well as losing the weight like it was for me. Dropping 3.12 pounds of fat per week till I dropped 40 in total was a game changer. I'm in maintenance now, but saving money and losing weight, it goes hand in hand with Sota Weight Loss. Click on Request a Nutritionist Callback, and a Sota nutritionist will be on the line before you know it. My nutritionist was Amanda. She was amazing for me. And the program is incredible at home, work, on the go, with the nutritionist coaching and support 100% over the phone. The reviews are ridiculously good. Danny, I started at 322. With Sota, I let go of 72 pounds. If you have a substantial amount of weight to lose, I highly recommend Sota. Well, Danny, so do I. So go to Sota Weight Loss, the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction. SOTA weightloss.com. Sota Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art. It's been great chopping it up with my guys Reed and Tom on the Premier Heating and Air Show Saturday mornings right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Premier Heating and Air Show is powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning. Listen, this show combines sports and home comfort. It's a different type of thing, but it's fun, a lot of fun and informative. And with temperatures being in the 90s, you don't need to suffer. Premier, the name says it all. They're Denver's premier heating and air professionals on the Front Range. Get a free furnace when you buy AC. 0% interest financing for 60 months and a $49 AC tune-up. That is a cool savings right there. That comes with a free diagnostic and repair. Come on now. The temperatures are heating up, but that doesn't mean you can't stay cool in your castle. Call 720-547-8009 or visit premieraircolorado.com to schedule service or get a free estimate and mention my name for exclusive offers. Premier is an independent American Standard dealer.
We're having an all-night revival. Some call the women and someone steal the
This is Zach
Bible.
Bryan, huh?
This is about the fastest Zach Bryan song you'll find.
Tell you what, I'm liking Zach Bryan more and more the more songs that I hear. And the Zach Bryan keyword is revival. Revival, text it to 303-504-0925. So we've given you 3 different keywords. So you've had 3 different opportunities. Everybody hat goes in the same boat. That's not right. A hat wouldn't go into a boat.
Same.
They would go into the hat.
They'd go into the hat.
Same piece of paper goes into the same hat.
That doesn't even make sense. But whatever. It's summertime. And revival is the key word. You got to text that to 303-504-0925. And now, Dan, you got 20 minutes to do that. And then we're going to pick out 2 winners. Is that right, Dan? Before the end of the show today. So if you're, smarter than the average bear, or maybe you're just listening to this now, we'll do this again tomorrow at 12:20, 1:20, and 2:20, and have 2 more pair of tickets to give away to Zach Bryan. Dude, I'm telling you, man, I seriously do not know his music, but every song I hear sounds pretty cool.
It's legit, man. He's on top of the world.
You got to be in a certain mood, though. I'm getting that sort of vibe. Yeah, Scott.
Tyler, no dumb question. You think somebody did a talking to D-Mac about Zach Bryan?
No, that is definitely not true.
Well, he was definitely not making it sound like a cool deal yesterday. That was
because I didn't know crapola about Zach Bryan, but we're playing his tunes. I mean,
dude,
you
you talk about stuff on the show all the time you don't know crapola about. You were just talking quarterback stuff. Well, no, never mind.
Well, let's get on to Let's Football Go then. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner.
Playing a little football.
That's Mountain High Appliance at mountainhighappliance.com. And they're located in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They are the most complete local appliance store there is, mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, what is good?
All right, we had Sean Payton talking down at Dove Valley today, talking to Legwald about certain position battles. What about the running back position? How does Sean Payton go about figuring out which running back is the guy?
You know, I can recall, a free agent tryout we had that I thought was going to be more of a scat back and then became a much more physical runner than we ever expected. Alvin Kamara was a different player than we thought we were getting when we drafted him. We drafted a guy who was the number 2 back at Tennessee. We saw Joker traits, and then the first handoff in the first preseason game, he goes 52 yards for a touchdown, and all of a sudden we might want to run him off tackle. And so, but that's hard to see here, but it's easier to see when you get into training camp and in the preseason.
Okay, so Sean Payton needs to see a little bit more from the running backs in live game action in training camp. Who do you guys think will be the starting running back week 1?
Well, now it's easy. Now that I know Estimate's going to be back for training camp, but I'd be shocked if that was enough time for him to just take over from Javonte. I mean, I think Javonte Williams will be the starting running back for the first few weeks of the season. I, like many people, like Audric Estime. He seems like a fun guy. He's got a very, very similar running style to Javonte Williams. And let's hope that he takes over, because I think we would all agree that Javonte doesn't seem to be the same guy that he has been.
I think the whole starting thing, I roll my eyes at. Who's out on the field on 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line? Wait, you didn't like when
they put Philip Lindsay and what's his name? Melvin
Gordon?
Gordon?
Same play.
Yeah.
That was so stupid. It's a dumb thing to say who the starting guy is. It's who you're going to lean on, who you're going to rely on. Who you're going to need the most?
Who's going to get the bulk of the carries?
That's right. And by the way, in the NFL, you don't really – it's not like that anymore. There's just not that bell cow running back. That's another old-fashioned expression that doesn't hold much water. Why do you think these guys aren't getting paid? Because no teams are really counting on one guy. And if you're that one guy, you better be the Swiss Army knife, Scott, like Christian McCaffrey, and be able to do – or Deebo Samuel and do a bunch of different things, not just one thing.
Yeah, I think I'd be interesting to see. I'm not ready to get up on Williams yet. I think, last year he wore down. I think the knee wore down, the strength wore down. He's now had a few months to get ready, so I'm counting on him to get back to form this season. If not, you've got a little protection behind him with a draft pick who's hurt also and having a minor surgery, which I always told this out. It's always minor when it's not on you.
That's right.
So this is 2 years out, and we shall see.
I do wonder, week 1, though, how many running backs are on the roster. Because in the room right now, you've got Javonte, you got Samaje, you got Audric Estime, you got Jaleel, you got an undrafted, I forget his name, the kid that Andy was talking about.
You counting Michael Burton or not?
No, I'm not counting Michael.
He's making the team.
You know what? Actually, we should, yes.
He's definitely going to make the team.
Yeah, you're right. We should count him in that mix. So that's too many bodies. That's just flat out too many bodies. Does Samaje get cut? Is there a chance that Javonte gets cut out of training camp?
every year there seems to be a vet cut. And it is shaping up that the biggest name vet cut would be Perine or Javonte. For the reasons you list. Estime is going to make this team, okay?
Yeah.
And I think Jaleel McLaughlin's going to make this team. And there probably is room for one more dude. So, I don't know. I don't think Samaje and Javonte make the team. I don't. That doesn't really make a whole heck of a lot of sense. And I know Samaje can catch the ball. I know he's got some flexibility. And I know Estime is built like a brick shizzle house, which gives you that whole sort of thing that Javonte gave you too. It'll be really interesting. That is actually going to be a fascinating battle during training camp. Dan, what's next?
All right, fellas, Aaron Rodgers and Hassan Reddick are skipping the Jets' mandatory 2-day minicamp. Both absences are unexcused, meaning both players are subject to fines. So Aaron Rodgers took the required physical and participated in the team's media day, both on Monday before leaving town. But let's hear from Jets head coach Robert Saleh on the unexcused absences from Rodgers and Reddick.
So we've got 2 inexcused absences. One obviously being Hassan. Spoke to him over the weekend. Appreciate the dialogue. He's in a really good place mentally, working his tail off like we already know, and but he's choosing to sit out this one inexcused. The second one is Aaron. Aaron and I spoke before OTA started. He's been very good in communication. He's been here the entire time. It's inexcused, but he had an event that was very important to him, which he communicated.
Okay,
what's
so
the event?
Big deal or not a big deal?
What's the event?
That the Jets decided to not excuse his absence.
What's the event?
Well, I don't think they actually are legally allowed to excuse it. I think that's the way the CBA is. You can't actually forgive those fines.
What's the event?
I don't know.
Scotty, what's the event?
It's the same one. Their new pass rusher was on an inexcused absence also.
I don't know. Maybe there was a new strain of ayahuasca that came out.
When's the Mushroom Conference in Denver? When is
Oh,
that
yeah,
every
he
year?
was speaking at that. That is this summer. This summer.
Dying. Well, he did that last year, too.
Oh, was that last year?
He did it last year. If there's a new one, okay. I mean, he was at the one last year, at least. I'm dying to know what the event is that's more important than the practice. What is the event?
I mean, that bust. I had a conspiracy theory on it that Saleh just busted by saying it was inexcused. But I was wondering, maybe the Achilles is flared up or something, and they just didn't want to have the storylines. But sounds like that's not it.
How could you sit there at that press conference and not just ask him what's the event? What is more important?
Who's the pass rusher they just traded for that's not in camp either? And they said he was inexcused too, even though they talked to him.
Hassan Reddick.
Reddick, yeah. So Reddick's not there either, but just do you care what Hassan Reddick's doing?
No, but Saleh didn't say Hassan Reddick had an event.
Well, his is different.
He did later on in the whole quote.
Well, his is different because Reddick is holding out because he wants a new contract.
Wait. So was Reddick an event or he's trying to make a point?
No, Reddick is holding out because he wants a
contract.
Boy,
that's pretty funny because they got rid of John Franklin Myers because of Reddick. So that is funny that, they lost.
They made the trade for Reddick. He's got time left on the contract. They want him to play out the current contract.
Yeah.
He wants a new one.
And they
He's got 1 year left. I think this is the last year of his deal.
I am dying to know what is more important in Aaron Rodgers' life than the job that pays him $50 million a year. I got to find out, man. I mean, where are your priorities, bro? Like, you got to be kidding me. What in the world is more important than a job that's paying you $50 million a year?
Being the vice president.
Jeez, man. This guy is such a weasel turd. Rodgers is just, that dude is something else. He is a trip. I hope they fail so miserably this year. I am rooting for that.
Aaron Rodgers is at the status that every athlete wishes they could get to, where he can dictate where and what they want to do.
So arrogant, man. I don't know. I really seriously do not know how people are Aaron Rodgers fans. I don't get it.
I've had a weird soft spot for Aaron Rodgers for a long time. But this is pretty bad. This is pretty. Come on, man. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Mini camp.
Yeah, man. It's 2 days. Everybody's canceling it anyway.
Maybe he had a kid.
What? Okay, fine. Hey, If he had a kid, fine. I'm there with you. Fine. You think that's really it, though?
Don't you think they'd excuse it if that was the case?
Hell,
they can't. They can't.
They can't by the CBA's what Tyler said a while
say
ago.
he had a kid then, man. If he had a kid, they would just say he had a child and he was at the birth of his kid. It's clearly not that. It's
Maybe they're
definitely
trying to keep
not
it
that.
private. I think you're just wound up by him, and so whatever happens.
I can't stand him. So maybe you're right, but I mean, the guy to me is just one case after another. Just a weird dude, and I get it. His teammates like him. I see that. I can tell that. But to me, as a fan, I don't know how anybody can be a fan of Aaron Rodgers.
If he comes out this year, wins 12 games, and throws for 5,000 yards, and guess what? Then miss all you want.
There you go. The event. This is such a load of crap. Stop this whole spring stuff anyways. It's so dumb. It's just dumb. Preseason games are dumb. This OTA
Spring's
stuff
not
is
dumb.
It's dumb, Tyler.
not.
It is dumbski.
It's important.
The whole volunteer sort of thing, but it's not volunteer.
Oh,
but then
well, that's all dumb.
We got
sure.
3 days that are mandatory, and then we're gonna amp up. We're gonna get in condition. We're gonna get in football shape, and we're gonna stop for 6 weeks. And none of this makes any sense.
They need spring football.
You could have 2 weeks of spring football if you really needed it, not 10 weeks. The whole thing is silly.
Well, it is silly right now, the voluntary involuntary deal. I agree with you on that. I'm just saying they do need spring football.
Didn't spring football end like a month and a half ago at CU? And somehow they're going to be okay with no preseason games? And they're going to come back in July or something for 3 weeks and play games?
But they still had spring ball.
For how long?
2 weeks.
Okay. Next story, Dan.
All right, quickly, fellas. Aaron Rodgers' replacement is looking for a contract extension. The Packers GM Brian Gutekunst said last week that the team wants to extend the quarterback. Love did confirm the negotiations on a long-term extension should increase following the conclusion of the Packers' mandatory mini camps after tomorrow. Jordan Love said, I think the contract talks will continue. And when asked if he believes if a new deal could get done prior to the start of training camp in late July, Love kept his answer short and sweet and said, yes, that's what I've heard, close quote. What number are you guys comfortable giving Jordan Love if you're the GM of the Packers? What's a good number for Jordan Love?
$40 million to $50 million. Is he your guy or not? If he's your guy, pay him. If he's not your guy, move on. Guy's been there for 4 or 5 years, so either you is or you ain't. Is you or ain't you? Oh, brother, where art thou? Is you or ain't you, Jordan Love? And if he is, pay him as such.
I don't know. Is Kyler Murray is?
I don't know.
He got paid is.
Yeah,
that's right.
They got to figure it out.
Well, I know, but that's my point.
You can't hem and haw on this stuff.
Is Justin Field is?
Not right now, he ain't.
Well, Justin hasn't been paid, but I mean, there's a lot of guys that have been paid like they are and they are not is.
Well,
the is don't get traded. What if they don't pay Love and Love's traded?
Well, then I guess he ain't. I don't know, man.
I don't know. I mean, the question is, would you want to pay him? Would you want to pay him?
No.
He. You know what? I have more faith in Justin Love than Justin Fields.
I don't. I think Fields is a better quarterback than Love.
32 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
It's all right.
That's all right. That's pretty good.
I think Love's got a better. I think Love has a better upside than Fields.
Then pay him. So that was the question, not what we feel about him. How much should you pay him? If you feel like that, what would you pay him?
Yeah, I'd pay him. I mean, he's proven enough to be the guy. He has.
All right, Scott, would you pay him?
You know what Herbert's stats were in? Okay, was he hurt in 2022 also? No, he wasn't, right? His last year he threw for 20 and 7. The year before that he threw for 25 and 10. The year before that 38 and 15. He's considered like an elite quarterback more or less, right?
Absolutely.
Jordan Love last year threw for 32 touchdowns, 11 interceptions.
Then pay him. I don't think he's that great, but if you think he's that guy, then cool. Then pay him. I mean, it's not really that interesting.
Can you tell me why you love Fields so much and you hate Jordan Love so much?
Because the Broncos should have done the right thing years ago, and not making the playoffs for the past 9 years sucks. And
you know what Field stats were, by the way?
On the lousy team, yeah. What were they? Probably bad. Probably not good.
16 and 9.
All right. I mean, they weren't a good team. They moved on from them. They got Caleb Williams.
Did the
I wish him
Packers
the
make
best.
the playoffs? Is the definition of a good team a team that makes the playoffs?
Yes. You make
Did
the playoffs,
Packers
you're a
make
good
the
team.
postseason last year?
They did. They lost to the Broncos too, but they did make the playoffs. Hey, bro, I don't care. You think it's easy to find quarterbacks? If you got your guy, you got to pay him. They don't fall off trees. And
that's why they will pay him.
So pay him.
Yeah.
You'll pay him. You won't pay a running back. That's the way it goes. So pay him. I don't know what else there is to think about. Who else you going to get there, Packer people? Aaron, you already...
Cheeseheads.
Packer people.
Hey,
Packer humans.
You got to pay Jordan Love. He had a tough game against Denver, but like you said, I thought he was pretty good.
But here's the deal. This is why it's so stupid to keep a guy on the bench for 4 years like they did with Jordan Love, because you got 4 years to figure it out. Because if you think you're going to find somebody in free agency, you're on crack. It ain't happening. You got to get – do we all realize at this point how lucky the Broncos got with Peyton Manning? How unbelievably lucky the Broncos were? And look what else they tried to do to replace him. Sanchez, Keenum, Osweiler again, Flacco, Bridgewater, Locke in the second round. But even just the free agents, like how desperate that was. Stidham is basically one of those type of guys. Zach Wilson.
Yeah, let's all hope and pray that we got this done.
No kidding. And I guess my biggest frustration is I just wish the Broncos had gotten to this the right way in 2018, and I wish they did it the right way in 2021, and they didn't. But they did.
So let me ask this. Zach Wilson starts this year, throws 32 touchdowns, 11 turnovers, 11 interceptions. What do you do next year, Tyler?
You play the guy. Oh, well, you got to give him a new deal. That's a fair point.
Oh, Zach Wilson?
Zach Wilson.
Not Zach Bryan.
Shoot.
Zach Wilson goes 32
you know what?
touchdowns, 11 interceptions next season.
What's your record?
And start 10-7.
That would suck because, no, I would not have enough faith that I would want to pay Zach Wilson, but if he does that, you would have to pay him, and you would have to continue moving forward with him.
Well, you're going to have – okay, all right. Can I give you a reality?
That would be the biggest thorn in D-Mac's side in the world.
Well, okay. Are you ready to get – if you're going to do that, you ready to get rid of Patrick Surtain or Quinn Miners?
No, you don't have to.
Well, you're going to have $100 million in cap space next year. You got Surtain and Miners coming up around the bend for gargantuan deals, both of them. Where are you going to spend your money? And you're not going to have a primary receiver because you're probably moving – well, maybe you're not moving on from Courtland Sutton if you're doing all that. But Courtland, by the way, if you have that record with Zach Wilson, who's catching those touchdown passes? That's going to be Courtland Sutton. So we're going to pay Courtland Sutton $25 million too? That's going to happen?
Sure. Let's pay them all.
We'll pay,
not my money.
We'll pay everybody, right?
Not my money.
Oh, okay, cool. But everything comes at a price. So
well, give me the priority: quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback, and guard. What are easier to find and replace?
So old theory, the order would go quarterback, corner, wide receiver, guard. Maybe you could flip it, but now it's quarterback, wide receiver, corner, guard.
But which one's the easiest one to replace?
Guard.
Gosh, I don't know, man.
Guard.
So there goes Miners. So Miners
I feel like
gone
wide
away.
receivers grow off trees.
Guard is the easiest to replace.
Well, then that might be number 2.
I seriously feel like you get 4 premier wide receivers every year.
You think it's easier to find a receiver than a guard?
I mean, I'm not necessarily saying that, but what I am saying is that the prices these wide receivers are getting seems insane to me because they feel replaceable.
We got Nate and Andy coming up at 3 o'clock. We're going to give away, now we can give away those tickets. We're getting a name there, maybe there, Dan, for Zach Bryan. And the Rockies, the wheels on the bus, they are having an epic collapse today. Maybe having the worst collapse they've had all year. Details next.
Getaway day.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new car or vehicle, do yourself a favor. Just trust me on this one. Do yourself a favor. Go to my friends over there at Phil Long Ford of Denver, because you're going to have a great experience. This is Tyler Columbus, and I buy all my cars from Phil Long. I've been going there since my rookie year, and I keep going back because it's easy. They get you in, they get you out. It's a smooth experience. There's no pressure. You're always going to get a great deal, and the inventory is incredible at Phil Long. Matter of fact, it's as strong as it has ever been right now today. Cars, trucks, vans, pickups, electric vehicles, they've got it all over there at Phil Long Ford, with an incredible website where you can go online, shop for anything that you want. They also happen to have an incredible service department over there, award-winning service department. So after you buy your new vehicle, keep it serviced by Phil Long. It will stay in tip-top shape. So make sure you check them out online at their website at phillongford.com. When you go check them out, let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over.
Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, but every case is different. So finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just okay and having an amazing time. Okay, this is where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes to be the superstar and save things for you. If you've just laughed this off, it ain't no big deal. Well, listen, it's time to not settle. It is time to perform. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, with treatments of success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, and they can help you too. The initial visit, $99, but if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Contact them today. Stop putting this off. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'll give you the Rockies meltdown of the day. These guys. Miles Taminga and Jacob Nolan are the winners of the Zach Bryan tickets. We'll have more Zach Bryan tickets to give away tomorrow with keywords that we're going to list off at 12:20, 1:20, and 2:20. Congratulations to Miles and Jacob. Way to go. 2 more pair tomorrow. Very quickly here, guys.
Yep. Let me throw this over. If you're going to Rocky especially, I read a great article yesterday. I should have sent you guys. I just forgot. On Tovar with the Rockies.
Oh, okay.
And there was an interesting point I was going to throw out to you guys, no damn question. You know, we talk about how brilliantly lucky, let's be honest, if Love is the guy, that the Green Bay Packers can go from Favre to Rodgers to now Love, and they've never really had to go what we've seen for the last 8 or 9 years.
Yeah.
And the Rockies turned into a developing a shortstop factory?
From Tulo to Story to Tovar, it's been pretty good. Basically.
I mean, that's 3 really good players right at that one position.
You have not really gone down at that position. At that particular position, it's been all right. It really has been.
Let me ask you a question, because it is interesting, and shortstop is a very important position in baseball. I mean, growing up in youth baseball, it's always where you put your most athletic dude right in the infield. How many positions? But it means nothing, right? So they've hit on that, but it means nothing in the team's success. How many positions do you have to get right in baseball? How many do you need right to have, like, real success?
You need starting pitching. That's the most important thing. It's really all about pitching, in all honesty. Once you make the majors, everybody can make plays at shortstop that are a major league player. It helps if you're a better hitter. But, like, the value of a third baseman like Nolan Arenado, it's relative to who your starting pitchers are, basically.
To simplify it and rise, and you need more than one starting pitcher, obviously.
You
do. But if you can be strong up the middle in baseball, you can be super competitive. If you're always putting a pitcher out on the mound that's solid, if your catcher knows how to call a game and can catch, if your second is short or defending that middle of the field and your center fielder can play, you're going to be okay.
Yeah. Well, I guess they're missing the rest of those.
The Rockies have not been able to develop pitching, and that proved itself today as this is another remarkable one. It looked like they were getting, look at this, they're going to put up, it's just a home run. Oh, ground rule double. I don't know. Wheels on the bus. I'm going to throw them under the bus right here. I get it. You won yesterday. It does feel like this. When the Rockies win, it feels like they think, oh, yeah, we won 1. Now we can lose 3. Like, there's no, like, impetus to, like, win 2 in a row. So Bud Black becomes 500, 500, 100. Congratulations. And then they come out today. They're down 10-5, and there's a humongous rain delay. And you think, oh, well, they're just going to give up. Forget it. They battle back and score 3 runs to make it 10-8. That is in the top of the 7th inning, guys. We're in the top of the 9th. Care to wager a guess? It was 10-8 after a big
10-9. 10-9. It's got to be 10-9 by now.
17-9 Minnesota.
Excuse me?
Again, let me repeat. It was 10-5. You came back after the rain delay to make it 10-8. It's an inning and a half later. It's 17-9.
It's unbelievable, actually. It really is.
I know I know that you've been hard on Bud Black, and I agree with that. And I had some hope that they were actually trying to start to maybe develop guys and so on and so forth. But, dude, that whole place needs engineered from whoever's in charge of the draft, who's ever in charge of the minor league systems, all the minor league systems. I mean, that thing needs to be overhauled.
Oh, I'll give Bud Black a break on this one, okay? This ain't on Bud Black. This ain't you. This is because you stink. This is a we stink game. You have no heart. You have no talent. You scored plenty of runs, 9 runs, and you're losing by 8, and you're the Rockies, and you scored 9 runs. You just stink. This ain't on Bud Black. This one is not on Bud Black. This one is on the organization. This one. You get to own this one.
But have a good day.
Why do I care so much? Seriously, why do I care? Why do I care?
Because you when you moved, you got out all of your baseball jersey stuff and you wear it every day.
I can't help.
So you're in manager mode. You're in manager mode right now.
But yeah, I'm in organization mode. It's just, I don't know. Have a good day, Scott.
I really don't care.
I know you don't care. I know you don't care.
I feel fine. Who cares?
I know. Nobody really cares except for me. No, I'm the only one that's. I don't know. I think Kaner cares. I think Brett cares. I see the glossy look on Vic and Moshe's eyes like I do with you and Scott when Brett brings up the Rockies. He painfully does this as well in the morning.
I don't mind talking baseball. I love it.
I know. All right.
I saw a great stat. Nolan Ryan pitched in 128 one-run games. He was 0-97. How much support did Nolan Ryan get?
That's an interesting stat.
Nate and Andy coming up next. Thank you, Grizz. Thank you, Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner. You made this a better day.
You just put in the work. And I just think that's the part that I love. There's nothing like doing the work. There's no substitute. There's no substitute for the hard work.
He's got a couple vices.
So is he rolling around in jeans playing volleyball? Is
I
that
hope
what he's
so.
doing?
I would hope
Looking
he's going to
for
be
a
doing
game
that.
like White Men Can't Jump, hitting all the parks.
Wandering about in Coeur d'Alene.
Yeah. You want a little something of this? Let's make it interesting.
2 middle fingers.
Welcome in, everybody. Happy Wednesday. It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show, and yes, it is a Sean Payton bro summer, and it is started. He's done. He's out of here.
Well, he heard the forecast for tomorrow, and he's like, nope, we've done what we need to do.
Off to Coeur d'Alene. He'll be there with who Elway?
Elway, Gretzky.
John Cooper. John Cooper hangs out. There was a couple others. I don't remember who else is in the Coeur d'Alene crew.
Nah, yeah.
I think they rotate in and out a
they
little
all
bit.
left, and was Barkley up there? They all left, and he was bummed.
Everybody went back to their real lives. Sean Payton was still sitting around sad. It's not as much fun when it's just me and the caddies.
Well, it's like you're the college kids hanging out with the high schoolers, and they all had to go back to school, and you're like, oh, here I am.
Do you think Sean Payton was ever approached by a local high schooler to buy him beer?
Maybe.
It's one of the caddies was like, can you guys hook us up?
Hey, man, you going to be around later? There's this party.
Yeah, it's we're just going to be hanging out. Pat Burrell hangs out, Kelly Chase, and a few businessmen. The Breakfast Club, as they call themselves.
A few businessmen.
I
wonder who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm curious. Now you piqued my interest.
We need to know these things.
Who are you?
The Gaza Ranch, a golf club near the lakeside mountains of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, with a clientele that includes Kim Kardashian, Justin Bieber, and Chris Pratt. That's where Sean Payton is hanging out for the summer.
He's there.
Good.
Yeah.
Private plane.
That's where he's doing all the summer projects.
Sure.
Obviously.
You know what? I can relate to that part of Sean Payton. What summer project you got? We got to get certain things done before football hits.
Sure.
Because I lose a few Saturdays anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you gotta take care of the stuff. Mm-hmm.
As far as you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So that'll do it for OTAs.
That's it.
They were mandatory.
That's all.
Until they weren't.
Thanks for swinging by.
How was practice today?
Hot.
You were in attendance. I was not in attendance.
Today felt campy. I will say today felt training camp-like.
Okay.
I felt bad. I went on. You and I have jumped on with the afternoon guys doing the good teamwork thing.
I believe we're the afternoon guys.
Oh, yeah, the midday guys.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The people before us. We're trying to give them an update, right?
The openers, yeah.
But sure.
Mm-hmm.
But you couldn't see much. Today felt very purposeful where they were facing the hill.
Okay.
And the bench was very much blocking the view. So
I see.
Couldn't have been farther away from us. And then we were, was trying to get an angle. And yeah, so whatever. I was like, please don't. They've actually done a lot of stuff near us and the other things that we've been able to watch. I don't know what yesterday was like.
Who was QBing with the ones today?
Yeah, they asked me. I couldn't tell. I was trying to pick it out. I saw plenty of Knicks passes. I saw plenty of Wilson. Matter of fact, Wilson had a nice one that I thought was Stidham because I still wasn't used to 4 not being Stidham.
4
then
is
I had
Wilson.
To go, oh, wait, that's Wilson.
Yes.
And then Stidham tried to push the ball down a couple of times. So there you go. Yeah, whatever. You know how it is, man. It's he was asked yet again. So Leggy asked him what has taken place here that may influence the rotation. Not asking for the starter, just what's the rotation going to be when we get to camp? And Sean again gave about as non-committal an answer as we got yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said some things about each guy and, not just the QBs, but everybody seen some good competition and da-da-da-da.
He likes to quickly get off quarterbacks and be like, in all positions. And it's
in all
like,
positions.
Dude,
we're not worried about all
We
positions.
don't care.
Welcome to Denver.
Exactly. There's one position that we're asking about. Did anyone ask him about the punter battle today?
No, but you'd be proud. I almost felt bad for you.
For me?
Yeah, they did kickoff drill today. Right up your alley.
The day I wasn't there.
Hey, listen, it might have been the most excited I've been to this whole deal. I was like, all right, I'm moving over here.
I've been to the practices waiting for this
I
thing.
left the media horde, got to where the cameras set up their tripods. I was all by myself. I watched Mims field a couple.
Yeah.
McLaughlin field a couple. I keep forgetting the new running back, that the undrafted free agent that they signed. He got one.
Totally.
Yeah, Watson, I think it is.
Blake Watson?
Blake Watson, 43. He'll be
Okay.
number one in our hearts by the time we get there.
In your hearts, without a doubt.
Yeah. Number one of the corners. He's a seventh-year corner. He got a couple looks at things. So, yeah. And then it was cool because
number one.
what I thought was interesting was Lutz was doing all sorts of different kind of kicks, which is where you'd have dug it. He popped a few up,
Yes.
ran a few on the ground,
Yes.
did one where he, just kind of tried to drop it in. But I asked Peyton about it after practice, even did a follow-up because that's how jazzed I was. And because I asked him, the follow-up was, did you tell Lutz to try all that stuff or was that just him? He said, it's just him trying the different ways. He said, the point is we just don't want it going straight in the end zone because we don't want to give him the 30. So everything else we're going to try. He said the other thing you don't want is to try to be slick and then hit the ball off the back of another player and give him the ball right there.
The one thing that I wonder about is that thing that he said right there. We don't want to just give him the 30.
Right. Will that change?
That's what I want to know. Like, are they going to find out quickly either through maybe the return teams are going to be better than we realize or through simply the attrition of it all of like, well, what is the physicality like of this play? Since we're not just going to boot it through the back of the end zone anymore, there is going to be more contact. Is that going to bang up the special teams unit more? Is that going to affect the depth of the team? And could we simply decide, just give them the 5 yards?
See, that was the chat on the sideline because there was one where, and again, you don't know because they weren't going physical.
Sure.
But there was one they set up where you and I kind of wondered would this happen. McLaughlin starts one way in like a great backside zone play. There's the gap. Immediately, foot in the ground, other way, nobody would have caught him. I mean, nobody would have caught him. First off, the gap was pretty wide. Secondly, when McLaughlin gets up to speed, he's probably the fastest guy on the team, right?
Could be, yeah.
So if they get one of those, 6 is going on the board.
Yeah.
And to your point, if it happens enough, I was talking with our buddy BK, so he looked it up. I think we only had 6 touchdown returns last year total in the NFL. So, or
on
something,
kickoffs?
Yeah, something ridiculously
That even
low.
feels high to me.
So,
yeah.
But again, if we start, let's say we see 6 in the first month, because it's a new procedure, you're right. I bet you they go, the heck with the 5 yards. You can have it.
I really want to, I wonder what that number is right now. Yeah, that even feels high to me. It very well could be.
You and
right.
I didn't see any. I mean, Mims got close a couple of times, but I don't think took it all the way, right? Did Mims have one of them now? Did he maybe get one?
Kick return TDs
Total.
there.
In 2023.
In the 2023 season, there were 4.
4. Okay.
4 kick return TDs. Mimsy had 1.
He did get one.
Yeah.
There we go.
Damian Pierce of the Texans.
Okay.
Jalen Reagor in New England. But the Eagles fans love that. And Andrew Beck had one last year.
For the Texans.
Was the Andrew Beck the...
He was our fullback tight end guy.
Did that happen on an onside kick?
I think you might be right.
I feel like I remember that happening on an onside kick. Yeah, there were 4 kickoff return touchdowns last year.
So there you go.
That's it.
So I'm telling you, if we get 4 in the first month, again, because everyone's not used to this, they will start giving them the 5 yards.
Isn't that wild? However many hundreds of kickoffs there are in the NFL in a given year, and we get 4 taken to the house.
I don't know how long it'll hold our interest. The play is interesting again.
It is.
I actually was really excited to watch what was 10 minutes of kickoff stuff.
I'm annoyed that of all the days,
I know
it was the one that I didn't
Nate's
go.
Not going to be happy. Nate wanted this.
I love special teams.
I know you do.
I find it to be a fascinating part of the game, and I like watching it done well.
Well, I hope they've got a guy.
Yeah.
Because, again, Mims looks like he's kind of right for it. Audric Estime, I think, could be interesting in there. You know? Could you set up something with one of the bigger backs? You take your pick, where maybe they come and they take the first hit or two, and then they pitch it. Do you do something with a QB like the Justin Fields thing? I know everybody laughed, and, of course, Russ is the first to volunteer him for it. But I could see Fields being a weapon, running an option-type kick return play.
Could be a rugby type of play, and overlap from behind, and zap, you're gone right there.
So
there's a lot of options, and I'm eager to see which coaches get the most creative with this thing.
The creative ones will win.
Yep.
Because, again, they don't know what to expect. And Sean even said that. He goes, we're going to have to dedicate a little more time to this now.
Good.
So
Which to me is kind of wild that they didn't do it until the last day of
Well,
OTAs.
I'm sure they did it. We just didn't get to watch
Probably
it.
the
But
days
to
we
your
weren't there.
point, I'm
Yeah.
a little surprised maybe they're not doing it every single day.
Fascinating stuff right there. It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Nick Kosmider at 4 o'clock. We talked to Alan Roach today on the show at 4:20. Andy, why are we having Alan Roach on the show
We're going to
today?
lie to Roach at 4:20.
That's all it is.
That was per his request.
Okay.
He went over to London, and he was the PA guy for the baseball for the Mets and Phillies
Mets and
series.
Phillies.
And I just thought, else you also got to talk about. I don't know if you saw this.
Yeah.
It was Utley and somebody else. Instead of throwing out the ceremonial first pitch, they decided to do a double play, and they even got.
It was a turn two. It was Rob from Welcome to Wrexham and from Always Sunny.
Yes,
he
and
was
so
out
they
there.
decided to turn two, and
He's a big Philly fan.
yeah. So there you go. But we'll ask him about how that went. I'm curious. Did the English care? Do they care? Our English gentleman who called the play seemed to have a lot of passion for it. But
Yes.
how did this take over there, and how did he think it played? And then Roach is also in the new NFL Madden game, so we can ask if he's got all his work done.
He does it all, man.
And
Alan
then he's
Roach.
leaving. He's on a plane again tomorrow.
Coeur d'Alene?
No,
He didn't get invited to that party?
He might be able to get invited to that, but no,
You
he's
never
like
know.
he's like off to do 12. I think he's got the Olympics too. I don't know. He's kind of a big deal.
We got 4 packs of tickets to Waterworld.
Yeah,
To
belly
give away
flopping Sunday, Nate.
Today on the show.
You're going to show up?
You're belly flopping on Sunday?
I don't know if I will.
But you'll be there.
Oh, I'm emceeing.
You're the MC.
Hey, when you come to Altitude Sports Radio, I'm the good time guy.
So you're emceeing the belly flop contest on Sunday.
What do you think of that? Yeah.
It's a good gig.
Yeah. I don't know. After
not
watching
bad.
the guy that won it last year, who was wiry and short,
but committed.
Dude, yeah, he was as red as a lobster. He looked like he had been out in the Florida sun in the middle of July without a single lick of tanning cream all day. But he won. Now, he said his ribs hurt. So I don't know. I may try one. Probably I won't.
Here's a question for you. You said in the Florida sun.
Yeah.
Would you get burned worse just laying out all afternoon in the Colorado sun or in the Florida sun?
Great question. I don't really know. I feel like you might get more sun. Well, then what do you want me? He was as red as if he was shirtless on Pikes Peak in the middle of the day.
Aren't we closer to the sun?
Sure, I don't know. Red's red. Nate, I'm just trying to draw a picture of the mind for the people can understand just how red this belly was.
They're closer to the equator.
This is the star, so I don't know.
Okay.
You tell me. I won't fight. I'm just trying to get people to see
Denver,
how red the gentleman's belly was.
The Sunshine State is all.
Well, that's Florida.
It's from a movie line, actually.
Which one?
It's from Old School.
Wait, really?
Yes.
Now that I don't remember.
Denver, the Sunshine State.
I don't remember him
Denver.
saying. Who said it? Will
Gorgeous.
Ferrell?
It was Luke Wilson.
Oh, bummer.
It was the beginning of the movie.
That's probably why I hadn't settled in yet.
Still shifting
Nothing
around.
really got my attention until the cover band came on.
Finding your
then
snacks.
They had all our attention. And the guy getting mad about him sitting in the back seat wanting his seatbelt on.
We are with you today until 6 o'clock. Again, Kosmider and Roach are going to be on the show. That's going to be a hell of a combination. We have much going on. We'll take a break. When we come back, Zach Wilson.
Zachary.
Hadn't looked great.
Not to our eyes.
Not to our eyes, at least. But is he a candidate to be the starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos? One connected NFL reporter seems to think that's a real possibility. We will play that audio for you next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
we gave them a lot. We gave all three of these guys, and of course Jared's a year further along relative to, understanding it. But the two younger guys, and I say the two younger guys, the two new players, both Zach and Bo, man, there was a lot of install in a short period of time. And realistically, in the season, you spend a week on one plan, and in here, we're moving. So overall, though, it's what we saw and what we evaluated, and that's encouraging.
Hey, that's Sean Payton today. Broncos wrap up mandatory minicamp. Everybody is now officially on summer break. Mandatory. It's mandatory.
No, what else have you been calling it?
Miniature
There
camp?
we go. You like the full word. It's a miniature camp that only went 2 days.
It's a miniature camp. That's all it is.
It was miniature today.
They all arrive on tricycles, and they have a good time. All right.
They wearing the hats.
The fezzes.
The fezzes. Never mind.
So, Sean Payton.
Shawnee.
Was asked today, why does he look more refreshed?
Yeah. Why is he chill? Why is he chill, bro?
Why is Sean such a chill bro right now out there at mandatory miniature camp? And Sean Payton used an interesting analogy to explain what his attitude was like last year. Here's Sean Payton.
Look, there's probably a little bit of that first year where you're pissing on all the trees. And I'm probably guilty of that. But I think it's the thing. Look, I got into coaching and teaching with the idea that I was going to be a college coach, hopefully maybe in the Big Ten. And then this career is interesting. It'll take you places that maybe you didn't expect to. And I've always, when young coaches will ask, you always talk about being present, where you're at, where your feet are at. And then the other stuff kind of takes care of itself. And that, I would say, happened with me quite a bit. And so the reward of seeing someone develop and accomplish and then gain confidence, the reward of that constantly comes with new players, with veteran players, and it's kind of addictive.
What?
Yeah, he admitted that he probably was too grumpy last year as he tried to set his rules.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what the rest of the answer was. He basically said, I never thought I'd be a coach in the NFL, which was,
I missed.
I didn't media laugh, by the way. You'd have been proud of me.
I know you didn't.
From the media.
See,
and you know what was funny? He didn't even care. He just said it. People laughed, and he just kind of let it, and then he went on with his answer.
I've never heard that expression. Have you?
What?
Urinating on all the trees?
No, but and as an owner of dogs, I get what he's talking about. I got one letting everybody know he's in the neighborhood now. So, yeah.
It's a dog analogy?
Yeah. Okay. You mark your territory.
Ah, I see.
Dude, on walks, my daughter and I usually walk the dogs, and we joke that it's dog Twitter, where all the beef happens. Because the dogs will catch a scent they don't care for, and they will drop their own tweet right there as well.
Did you know that according to researchers at Brisbane's Griffith University, that human urine can provide plants with a quick top-up of nutrients?
Cool.
The old adage of...
So then we shouldn't be punishing for the person that heads to the bushes.
So apparently peeing on trees is good for them. A little bit of fertilizer.
Well, it lets the other dogs in the area know this is mine. Now...
But then they all pee on it.
Right. It doesn't. Yeah. To your point about the failed part of the analogy, it doesn't seem to ward anybody off.
Dogs are pretty dumb.
Yeah. Well, they are. They're great. I love them. But yeah, that stuff doesn't. Now, if a larger animal has set scent down, they seem to notice that. Then I've had dogs recoil real quick, like, all right, not our territory. Well, it's been great. Let's walk over here.
Wait, they know if it's a bigger animal?
Yeah, I've had one let you know. Dude, out west where we live, there's all sorts of stuff roaming around. There was one night I found out I just passed an area that a bear had been in about 5 minutes earlier.
Does that apply to humans as well?
I don't know. I've never...
Like, let's say Shaquille O'Neal has peed on a tree, and then, I peed on a tree.
Are you sniffing it? No. You're not a dog.
No, I'm not. But if somebody that was in tune to such things, would they be able to tell the difference?
I don't know. What do you want to do? You want to?
These are the questions I have.
You want to come and relieve yourself in my neighborhood? We'll walk the dog past it and see his reaction. Is that what you want to find out?
I could do that.
You think the dog's afraid of you?
That could be fine.
I'm not sure the dog's afraid of you.
If I pee on the same bush as Sammy, my 3-year-old, who, by the way, has become a regular outdoor peer now.
Sure.
This is now his thing.
Whatever's easiest.
It's wherever. If he's in the backyard playing, he is not going inside to go to the bathroom. Mm-hmm. Just like, sorry, neighbors. This is what he does.
So you're basically Big Daddy. You're raising Frankenstein, the kid's name in there.
It's what he's done.
Frankenstein goes wherever he wants to all throughout the movie.
It's just what he's gotten into.
Just don't let him be the stinky kid.
He likes seeing the distance.
If you've had asparagus, I think yours would be more off-putting than Sammy's. But I don't know. All I know is I know the dog behavior. I don't know how it translates to humans.
Despite being a human and peeing every day.
Well, because, again, we tend to keep ours located to one spot.
Okay.
Right?
Anyway,
this is the things you think about as we pass the time.
I was taken aback by the analogy.
All he's trying to say was, look, we felt it last year.
Yeah.
You and I know. We talked about it. He was really trying to set, this is how I did it in New Orleans, and you're going to do it how we do it in New Orleans.
Yeah.
Only to have the media basically tell him, we're 3 times the New Orleans media corps. There's 5 times the interest, even though that team's beloved. You're not going to be able to control everybody.
In his analogy, is Russell Wilson a tree?
Is
Nathaniel Hackett a tree?
What I talk with Russell about is none of your business.
The playbook was the tree, and he was trying to let Russ, this is my tree.
I see.
You're going to run it. You know, it was Frankie last year, and they talked about the Green Bay thing in particular, where he's driving around and can't get out of the car for sushi.
Yeah.
And he didn't know why he couldn't have happiness. Well, we found out at the end of the year why. Right?
Yeah.
He wanted his plays run his way.
He hated
I don't
work
care
every
if we're
day.
winning.
Yeah.
You're not winning the way I've asked you to try to win.
Yeah.
So I don't like this.
He walked into a film session like, oh, God, I got to do this again.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He seems happier these days.
Here was the first play as I wanted it.
Yes.
And so now I'm not happy that play wasn't executed because I felt it was there.
So all of this conversation having taken place, urinating on trees and whatnot, Zach Wilson is a Bronco now. You saw him today. I saw him yesterday.
We've seen him throughout the process.
He's Zach Wilson.
He is. Now,
he's as Zach Wilson as Zach Wilson gets.
Part of the Zach Wilson experience is you see the arm that got him drafted number 2.
Physically gifted.
He has the physical gifts that, frankly, nobody else in that competition has.
Physically
But we've
gifted.
also seen the decision-making that got him traded for a bag of peanuts to Denver.
Turns out you can be an athletic freak at quarterback, and it'll get you far. It got Zach Wilson all the way to the number 2 pick in the draft. It's not going to get you all the way there, though. We know that. So, Andy, you flagged this, and I think this is interesting. Kay Adams is on her Up and Adams podcast. Up and at them. And Kay Adams, who Sean Payton seems to like her.
Yeah.
He talks to her.
She seems to get stuff that does feel like it would only come from Sean Payton. She was the one basically guaranteeing us pre-draft that the Broncos were taking Nix. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And she even had an episode with Bo Nix where she seemed overly cheerful and letting him know, I'm rooting for you to play for Sean Payton because I think you're gonna.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when I heard that, I started to think D-Mac's prediction about Nix being 12 was going to happen, even though it didn't make any sense to me.
So, Kay Adams is talking about the Broncos quarterback situation.
This is today's episode. I
On
saw
her
this
show.
bright and early today.
Okay.
It's like 5 a.m. as I let the dog do the business we're talking about.
On multiple trees.
7 a.m. Well, it's just our yard.
Okay.
It's his yard.
Just one tree. Either way. Kay Adams, she has notes about Sean Payton and the Broncos quarterback situation. Roll it, spring.
I get it. Like, some of you think he was taken in the first round, whatever you're doing. But you think coaches, I 100% believe Coach. He is going to go with whoever gives them the best shot. He's going to make the right choice. He doesn't punt on seasons, okay? In 16 years as a head coach, he's never won fewer than 7 games. So this job is going to have to be earned. And that's why I don't dismiss Zach Wilson as a candidate. I think it was a really thoughtful decision. I think there were other candidates he could have looked at to bring in. Maybe a Sam Howell earlier who got snatched. Like there were other dudes. You can chime in if you want. Hamilton, is there any other people he could have looked at?
Yeah, I mean there were. Justin Fields was another one he could have made a move for, and it doesn't sound like they really aggressively pursued that either. Yeah. So Zach Wilson, it was an intentional choice.
I don't think it was like let's get a body in here and give it
Yeah.
to Bo and maybe he'll learn something from Zach Wilson. No, he sees something he wants to uncork in the sucker. Let's just be honest here. James Palmer, he's as close as anybody. He's at these practices. He's plugged in. And he told us that Wilson he put this thing on the map for us. He's looking sharp at ETS. ESPN reporters reporting that he's looking good as well. We saw the ability he had coming out of BYU. Somewhere along the line, things were broken for him. We get that, and it's hard to peel that back. It is very hard to put the quarterback toothpaste back into the tube. But if anybody can do it, and I believe that, and has the talent to do it, it is Sean Payton. So I'm not writing Zach off as a candidate.
I'm not sure we're asking anybody to write him off, but again, you just made the face I made.
I missed those reports.
Yeah, I did not see where a lot of people were calling Zach Wilson having great days. He's had nice throws.
Yes.
But we've seen
he throws a nice ball.
We've seen the awesome and the completely undefensible in the same practice.
Andy, I watched him uncork one yesterday, deep left sideline. I think it was intended for Tim Patrick. It was a beautiful throw.
And effortless, right?
Yes. Directly into double coverage.
Yeah.
It did not get caught. It was... I saw the thing in the air. I was like, "Ooh, this is exciting!" Oh, no,
wrong choice.
Yeah,
that wasn't the guy.
That was no. Okay, but that's Zach Wilson. This is who the guy is.
Now, I also will say Jeff Legwold's been very open, and I've talked to some other people too that have watched practice. I've got two people, Jeff, one of them, that have said Zach is the only one, though, trying to throw the ball like a starting quarterback's going to have to throw it.
Mm-hmm.
Stidham and Nix are living off the underneath crossers and the quick flare-outs to the back. There was a ton of that today. So I do think Zach is showing Sean, hey, I know what throw is going to happen. Now, Stiddy threw a couple of them the last couple days, so maybe Stidham's picking up. I can't live. Again, I love Jeff's analogy he gave us a couple weeks ago. Stidham and Nix are playing par golf. They're just trying to make sure they don't, go bogeys. Whereas Wilson is actually trying to drive the green.
Right.
And as a starter.
And he's going to hit some in the water.
Yeah.
And
some are going to get picked off.
And that's Zach Wilson.
As a starter, though, you're going to have to be willing to throw some of those.
Yeah.
Because, again, I don't believe you've got the skill position talent to consistently 3 or 4 times a half go 12-play drives and score a touchdown. I just don't. You're going to have some big plays. You're going to have a couple that you make on your own that wasn't necessarily the play design.
Right. They need to find some aggressiveness somewhere in this offense, and Zach Wilson's like the one guy that can give it to them.
Because he's already made the mistakes. Again, it keeps getting pointed out to me, and we forget this. Zach Wilson is the guy that started more games than either of these guys in the NFL.
Right.
Stidham may know the offense. He's started 2 games here. He's only got a 2-game head start starting on these other 2 games.
He's got the year of being in the room.
Right.
But again, and it's interesting because she references, the Zach Wilson is not just here to teach things to Bo Nix.
Well, what's he going to learn anyway? She
even
admitted that.
If we're prioritizing somebody teaching Bo Nix anything, Stiddy has to be here.
I thought her most interesting statement there was he was brought in because Sean thinks he can uncork something. So I will ask you this.
Yeah.
Something to ponder. We all think that, and I think Sean's eggs are all in the Nix basket because he drafted him.
Yeah.
But just for the sake of the discussion, would it really? Sean could still get the same ego stroke, which I do think matters. Sean could still get the same ego stroke if he fixes Zach Wilson.
Yes.
I bet you there's a part of Sean that wouldn't mind week 4, the Jets. Let me show you what I can do with the guy you just cast aside.
I mean, that's just it. The guy who did the worst coaching job in the history of the NFL, the words of Sean Payton, Nathaniel Hackett, coached Zach Wilson last year and was terrible with him. And the thing ended in an absolute mess. Wilson getting benched, Wilson being asked to step back into the starting role, Wilson not wanting to step back into the starting role. It was an absolute disaster with that team. All of the nonsense that Rodgers and Saleh and Hackett said about Sean Payton he would love to prove those guys wrong.
With the guy that they couldn't make it work with.
Right.
I think that's and let's just speak openly as we have all offseason. You know what Stidham is. I don't know. I don't have one good reason why Jared Stidham starts opening week. I just don't. He may know the offense. He may know the calls, all that other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The intriguing guys are Wilson and Nix. And Wilson has shown us every time he gets to get your little intrigue, your curiosity peaked, he does something that makes you say, well, I've read this book. But we don't know what we don't know what Nix and Wilson look like under Sean Payton. Even Payton knows what Stidham looks like and went and got 2 new guys.
Stiddy gives the Broncos the best chance to win week 1.
To have the Sean Payton offense look the way he wants it to look.
And my response to that is, so what?
Right.
Who cares? You don't have, but Sean Payton wants to win every single week.
He probably does care. I don't think Kay Adams is not wrong when she says he's not going to punt on a season. He showed us that a year ago.
She said, quote, I 100% believe coach. He's coach.
He's coach.
Mm-hmm. Not Sean, not Payton. He's coach.
Look, we all bring this up because I would not be shocked if she's getting this straight from Sean Payton.
It's Crackman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Snake Craigman, it's Andy Lindahl. We join you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Nick Kosmider coming up at 4 o'clock for a recap of the day's events at Mandatory Miniature Camp, which is now concluded. They will not practice tomorrow. Supposed to be a 3-day week. They're holding it to 2.
There's rumors that might happen. I can't wait to get Nick's take.
Should we pick the lowest fruit?
Sure.
On talk radio.
Why not?
I mean, we could do a segment of Caitlin Clark if you wanted to, but we'll do it this way. Should they really be canceling an off-season practice right now?
Yeah. You know why I don't get worked up about that anymore? They're not allowed to hit.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They can't contact each other.
Mm-hmm.
The guys are rushing, but not really. The DBs are in the lane, but not really. They're not getting aggressive and getting all up in the receiver's chili and all that kind of stuff.
But with a rookie quarterback.
Well, but, I mean, what more?
Preparing a rookie quarterback.
Here's why I don't care.
Is less football practice the answer?
I don't care because I've seen he and Stidham basically throw the same passes every time I'm out there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I let him get away
mm-hmm.
and let me see what you come back looking like. All right?
You don't want to go with, why don't we put skirts on these guys? What is this, flag football?
Hey.
Participation ribbons for everybody.
I will tell you this. I admire and I give Sean Payton the tip of the cap for not making everybody go out there to have field day or put the coach in a dunk tank.
Snow cone.
Or, pick out your favorite Kona ice beverage and then we all go home. Cool, dude. You're treating them like adults. Fine.
Go to Top Golf.
Yeah. The bonding. Let's go bowling.
Team bowling activity.
Now, I guess back in the day, Jake Plummer used to organize. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Team leader doing the team stuff, all about it.
Yeah.
It just doesn't ring the same when the coach is having to do
I like when the team leader organizes the stuff. You can go to San Diego.
Yeah.
You can go to Russ's house. You can.
Well, it's a sweet field. Someone's asking about Tim Patrick. Didn't you notice him yesterday? Tim Patrick, I think he's made a couple of catches.
Yes.
But,
yeah.
I can't.
He's out there.
Again, guys, I'd love to give you a real.
It is so hard right now to make hard evaluations because of the sort of casual nature of the practice.
The guys are not. There's a physical limitation to what you can do. They're not getting rough with each other yet, and we all know football's not a touch sport. They're supposed to get up in there, and they can't. So,
Andy,
we'll
Rockies lose a squeaker today.
Oh, tell me about it.
17-9.
Who'd they hang that on? Who got the loss?
That was El Gomberino. Austin Gomber.
Oh, yeah.
Gave up, I believe, 8 earned over 3 innings.
Okay.
Come on, dude. We need you to keep the trade value up, even though they're not going to trade
They're not going to trade him, and they don't even have any way to take his place.
Doesn't matter.
They should. You're right.
Off day tomorrow. Then the Pirates come in for the weekend. Paul Skeens is scheduled to start on Sunday.
Oh, yeah?
So a good day to head out to Coors Field to get a little Skeens in your life. Paul Skeens will be towing the slab. Last night...
was there an incident?
Last night, Paul Skeens pitched against St. Louis, which was great game. A 2-1 Pirates victory as that game ended up. But that thing was... The highlights of that game were absolutely riveting. Skeens, by the way, went 6 1/3 last night. Unstoppable. Scoreless work. Gave up 5 hits. Struck out 8, did not issue a single walk. Paul Skeens was stellar over his 103 pitches last night. In fact, got a nice hand from the crowd there at Busch Stadium. Hey.
Did Livy Dunn,
well done,
participate in the hand?
I hope she did.
Was she at the place? Where were they?
They were in St. Louis.
You said that. I heard you say Cardinals. I didn't hear you say where.
I don't know if they. I said Busch Stadium too.
Well, whatever.
Should check out the Craigman and Lindahl show sometime, Andy. It's not bad.
I've heard it's good stuff. You know what's funny? I'm not even getting distracted by a text or anything. I just let it go by. Paul Skeens, fine mustache, hot girlfriend. Good for him.
Yeah.
Got it all going on, don't you, kid?
Did you see there was the number that they put up last night of the amount of games he's had with 20 plus pitches like over 99 miles an hour. And it's like every one of his starts, the guy's he's uncorking gas on every pitch. Speaking of uncorking gas, this is from the...
Did you do that on purpose?
that was a classic radio segue right there.
Yeah.
So this is the Pirates broadcast last night. I believe this is Greg Brown, Neil Walker.
Okay.
Doing the Pirates broadcast last night, and we're going to need a ruling on this one as Greg Brown and Neil Walker on Sportsnet Pittsburgh, as they're breaking down Paul Skeens and his stuff. Did somebody uncork some gas, as it were, near an open microphone in the studio? Let's make a determination. Roll it, Spring.
Under 95 miles an hour. We've just had 3 strikeouts and only one hitter, Paul Goldschmidt, lined out at 101 miles an hour.
95 and higher considered hard hits, or barrel balls, I guess you'd say. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Give it again.
I thought that might have been a vocal tick.
Go ahead.
But the internet thinks it may have been something else.
The Reddit sleuths are out.
Isolate just that part for me, Spring. And again...
Twitch has already voted.
Was somebody farting on the telecast?
Okay. Give it to me in the
give me the whole
give
sentence.
The whole thing again.
Give me the whole sentence.
Isolated. There seems to be no.
There's no
debating.
Yeah.
But how about in the sentence?
It's in the
sentence.
sentence.
You know what? I'm going to put both earphones in for this.
I will say this, Andy. In the isolated nothing but brown area, in the sentence, there's gray area. Okay, give it to us, Spring.
95 and higher considered hard hits.
Now, you didn't...
I thought that was like an or an
You didn't adjust the audio, did you, Spring?
No.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
What's your vote?
That is flatulence right there. That seems that's cut and dried. You know what? He got both feet in bounds. That's it.
You know, the good news is it did sound like he cut it dry.
You know what I love? Here's what I love about my guy, Nate. I'm going out to OTAs. I'm trying to give some kind of analysis of what I see today. My man, Nate, has been cranking away over a hot microphone and your computer to figure out, not only did you hear it, but now you're going to give me the breakdown of should we be concerned about a trip to the restroom in the break. Did sound like everybody was okay. What are you going to do? You're in a baseball booth. It's hot.
It is.
Hey, where were they again? I'm going to assume St. Louis is hot and humid as it always is
Muggy.
in June. Yeah.
Muggy.
Yeah.
At this time of year.
My guy's just trying to make it through the game. Just trying to get out of this dang environment.
Need some air.
You can't tell me it's enjoyable to call baseball in the Midwest this time of year during the day.
The whole thing is like, and I don't know, what is this again? This is Sportsnet Pittsburgh. Like, are they cool or not? Because in some places, they'll just be like, wear the moisture wicking polo
yeah.
and broadcast the ball game. And in other places, they're like shirt and tie.
Did you see John Sterling, by the way? I saw an article, I guess it was on Sports Illustrated.
Okay.
The reason why he suddenly retired beginning of the season, and this plays into your point, I'm not just going off somewhere.
Flatulence?
No.
Okay.
The reason that he decided to up and retire was he said, I didn't feel like getting up and looking pretty to go to the ballpark every day.
He was on radio.
He said, well, because he was shirt and tie guy.
Yeah.
He said he didn't. You know what? And that's Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson's on radio. Dude is always in a coat and tie. Well, we're going to have whatever early season game in Boulder. It'll be 103, and there's Johnson looking like he's in the boardroom.
Somebody get Sterling a clip-on.
Yeah, it's just one of those breathable, like you said, polos.
All right. Spring, give me the full sentence one more time. We need a final answer on this. I thought it was a vocal pause, but others seem to think possibly this was gas. Again, Paul Skeens is throwing gas, but was there flatulence in the booth?
95 and higher considered hard hits, or barrel balls, I guess you'd say. One ball, one strike.
Was it him or his partner? Were two guys in the booth?
See, we don't know that is.
See,
there were two of them.
When I used to run Rockies games, guys would take turns. They all call innings, right, in radio. Is this how it is in most places? I don't even know.
This is television. This is Greg Brown, Neil Walker.
But
this is
still,
TV.
they can get up and leave. It's my inning, right?
They can pull a Hawk Harrelson and disappear for 2 innings.
Seriously, Drew will not be mad if Huson or Spilly or Corey decide to get up and leave the booth to handle something.
When we find out going downstairs, you take over, okay?
You know what I mean? And I know Jack and Jerry used to take turns. One would leave, the other would hang out.
Go hit the John.
That's why they got their different innings that they're calling. So he might have felt that he was in a safe space because his partner had left the booth.
No, they were both talking on the. They were in mid conversation.
Then are we sure who
about
it
Paul
was?
Skeens?
We don't know. Sure who it was?
That's just it. We don't know. Could have been a producer. Could have been the stat guy.
Because if it's me
we
and
don't
that's
know.
about to happen, I am talking over all of it. You don't need to stop to let the other happen. Just let it happen and talk louder.
That's why Andy is so good at filling the airtime, folks.
That's right.
In more than one way. It is Kreckman and Lindahl.
That's right, Tone. All right, let's talk a little bit about your weekend plans. It's Wednesday. You can see the weekend coming. Do you have a couple date nights between now and then? Is Saturday kind of the designated date night? Have you been going on a few less date nights because you've been dealing with erectile dysfunction? Well, if this is the case for you, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just okay and an amazing experience. And if you want that amazing experience, the guys that can figure it out for you are at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments that'll work when pills or herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. If you need someone to talk to about this, and look, don't let this spiral into depression or pulling away from people that you love, or maybe even just not participating in the relationship, you can find help at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They know what they're talking about. They've been serving Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've treated successfully tens of thousands of men. Your initial visit's easy. $99 includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, TMPSA test, and if you're advised, they'll give you a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work, that visit was free. Give them a call, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hour number 2 of the Craigman and Lindahl show. Let's jump out to the Ramos Law hotline right now. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Our pal Nick Kosmider joins us right now on a Wednesday afternoon after mandatory miniature camp was cut even more miniature as there will not be any practice tomorrow. Nick, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me. Although, Spring didn't tell me I was going to have to follow the flatulence detective segment. I feel that's kind of like, being at a Rat Pack lounge and having to sing after Sinatra. It's just, I don't know how to follow that.
Well, you got to be ready for anything, Nick.
You do, and and the other thing you got to remember here, Nick, is you never come on the opening segment of the show, so no matter what, you're always following gold on the Craigman and Lindahl show.
It's fair. It's fair. And it couldn't possibly be that I just happen to be listening and haven't always been listening to the opening segment. So that's probably a good idea going forward, is to just to tune that part out.
We're gonna need you to be a P1 and moving forward here.
Just know we bring it every single segment.
Right. It's amazing.
Right.
It's
Fair
gold.
Enough. Fair enough.
We're gonna win awards someday, Nick.
Yeah, it's.
right.
I mean, Nick, every story you file at The Athletic, know as you send it in, like, okay, this is the groundbreaking stuff right here. My editor's mind is going to be absolutely blown, and the readers will be glued to every word on their screen.
Those are words that you have said, and I'm not gonna dispute them.
Hey, Nick, I got to throw a theory off you, man. Nate and I were talking about it. Help me out. I mean, we've all pretty much seen the OTAs. We played the audio last hour before the segment you spoke of, where Kay Adams threw out there that she thinks Zach Wilson's seriously in the mix for the starting job.
Did you know Nick Kosmider, he's a regular on Up and Adams.
Oh, I didn't know that. Good for him.
Yeah.
Well, this makes it all the better because, Nick, I feel like Kay, it feels a little bit to me like Kay maybe gets a little stuff from the coach, like there's a relationship there.
Information.
Yeah. What did you see? Do you like she did 3 minutes on he's not a throwaway body. They brought him in here for a reason. All these people have said he's looked good. Look, man, the practices I've seen, he's had moments, and then he's had other moments where you're like, as Nate says it, yep, that's Zach Wilson. What have you seen? Did I miss something?
Yeah, I think, and you guys mentioned it, and I'm there with you in terms of, obviously, he's the most talented passer of the football in terms of being able to push it downfield and being able to throw the ball in a way room. But he's also clearly pretty well behind the two, and including Nix, who is a rookie and is in his first year in the system, just like Wilson is. I think from a schematic standpoint. And here's the other thing, guys, that remains the big question for me. Sean Payton has been adamant that one of the biggest issues that they had last year was the amount of sacks that they have taken. And nobody has taken more sacks in the last 3 years than Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And again, how much is that just going to change, with a few months in Denver system, being coached perhaps in a different way by both Sean Payton and Davis Webb, the quarterback's coach, who sort of said today, look, Zach Wilson has had a lot of coaches thrown at him, a lot of different things. We've really tried to have an open conversation about, where he's comfortable, what he thinks he's good at, and really try to lean into those things. And so I'm not discounting that they can maybe help correct some of these mistakes that have been accrued during his years in the Jets, who have been, pretty dysfunctional, quite frankly, offensively over those 3 years. But again, it's just the profile still does not fit what Sean Payton has said that he wants to see, and quite frankly is so similar to the other Wilson who they just cut in March. That's why I just have still kind of a hard time seeing it. And there's nothing that happened that totally changed the picture of Zach Wilson. Again, we saw 5 practices. He's still learning this. Perhaps training camp with the off season to the summer to digest what it is that he's doing. He can hit the ground running, and we can't discount that. But I just don't see him right now in any kind of pole position for that job.
I'm looking at 2022. Russ had a 10% sack rate, and he was coached so well by Sean Payton and Davis Webb and Joe Lombardi, it improved to 9%. I mean, you're talking about a guy with an 11% sack rate last year in Zach Wilson with the Jets. It's just there's such a long way to go to get to a number that's going to be acceptable to Sean Payton and this coaching staff. Okay, so Nick, Sean Payton referred to it yesterday and said, well, I have a deadline of the week before week 1, essentially is when he's got to make up his mind. You've watched a couple of days of this mandatory minicamp and the OTAs. What is your sense, your lean right now of how reps are going to get divvied up? Those critical training camp reps are going to get divvied up by the time we get to late July.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is Sean Payton has not really tipped his hand about what the format is going to look like, but he hinted today that we'll have a plan when we get to training camp. In other words, they did this, to borrow Vic Fangio's term, an even Steven split of the reps during this off-season program, right? Each guy had more or less the same amount of run with the first, second, and third team units. It was always kind of 4 plays and out in terms of the offensive series that they had. It was pretty equitable in terms of the workload, but that's not going to be able to happen. You guys have been to enough training camps to know that the first, second, and third teams don't get an equal amount of play on the field. You have too many guys that you need to get ready. So it's just not formatted in the same way. And therefore you can't have an even 3-way quarterback competition for much longer than, a week or so. It just simply, there's not enough snaps to go around when training camp starts with all the things that you're trying to accomplish. So I think that they might have something similar in perhaps the early days, the first week. But I would be stunned if after that first preseason game there wasn't a clear pecking order of, hey, we've got a guy in mind right now that's number 1. The number 2 is going to get a clear kind of uptick over the number 3 guy, and then sort of keep rolling from there. Again, only 8 teams last year kept 3 quarterbacks on their roster. The odds would suggest that only 2 of these guys are going to make the 53, and you've got to get to a point where you're building toward that decision sooner rather than later when late July rolls around.
Really pulling out the PTSD with the even Steven there. I'd forgotten about that. Thanks, Nick.
That was Camp Lockwater right there.
That was where he would not. They were even
Sounds
Steven.
like a government contract, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, real quick, what'd you think of the kickoff stuff today, Nick? I kind of enjoyed watching that. It was nice to see something new. What'd you make of all of it?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, this has been one of the more kind of things I'm excited about for this season. I think when you so dramatically alter something to the degree that they have with this kickoff rule, you're just dying to see what it looks like because, again, it's so much different. You're talking about guys that are lining up 5 yards apart, kickoff and coverage teams, and return teams rather. You're not moving until the ball gets hit. You're trying to bounce the ball in this landing zone. There's 3 different spots that the ball can come non-returned kicks can come out to, and then there's the very idea that you have virtually no data on what this is going to look like. So Ben Kotwika, the special teams coordinator today, described it as right now we're in the lab. We are tinkering with all of this stuff, and you're going to have to be willing to adjust pretty frequently in the early days of this new frontier because you just don't know what it's going to look like. I have this idea that just watching it, Andy, and I don't know about you, but to me, it just seems like it's going to be so easy to get kicks returned past the 30-yard line because a lot of these teams are trying to bounce the ball perhaps early in that landing. So maybe guys find a crease.
Uh-oh, Nick, your phone's going to hell on us real quick. We'll see if we can get this. We got him now?
Nick, go ahead, talk.
Hold on.
Do you guys have me?
We have you now. Go ahead and
There
continue.
it is.
So you said in the landing zone, that's where we kind of lost you.
Yeah. So and then that's where teams are gonna I think have an opportunity pretty easily to get the ball past the 30. So do teams just start booting into the end zone and eating the extra 5 yards? There's a lot to be seen, and I do think it's going to be a lot of fun. Give you really something to watch in the preseason.
Finally, a reason to watch preseason football. That's what I've been looking for.
Means all that schedule mates, you're going to join me watching games.
Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. He will write up one more recap of mandatory minicamp, and then it's the summer, and he'll be scrounging for stuff. Nick, we appreciate it as always, buddy. Thank you.
All right, fellas. Take care. Thanks.
All right, Nick Kosmider with us from theathletic.com on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com.
Real quick, I did not realize this until I heard Leggy on earlier. Not a single snap out of Dulcich this year. this
No.
offseason.
No.
That concern you?
Sean Payton was really trying to speak it into existence. It didn't happen.
Not a single one. Someone asked about the tight ends earlier, which is what I thought about. Lucas Kroll is fine.
Right.
But we need more than fine if this is going to change something in this offense.
Troutman
didn't do too much towards the end. He had a little something going on,
Yeah,
too.
Troutman didn't practice yesterday.
Dude, no Dulcich. No Dulcich.
It's the Lucas Kroll show.
How can you have faith?
Kroll.
I want to believe they're going to get this right. Remember when Julius Thomas had the first 2 years of dealing with the high ankle stuff and then finally got right in 2013? He was amazing.
Yeah.
I hope that's what Dulcich's story is. It just doesn't feel that way right now. I don't know how you can rely on him to be the Joker.
Guy just can't get on the field.
I know, it stinks because he's good when he's on it.
Yeah.
He's just never on it.
In the brief glimpses.
Chris Bryant thinks he misses too much time.
Good. That's good.
Like a little of that.
I like that one. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I earned one.
That was good. That was deserved, I would say, right there. We're going to talk to Alan Roach coming up here on the other side. Roach is back stateside. He was the public address announcer for Mets Phillies over there in London town, in foggy old London town. We're going to talk to Alan Roach about what is baseball like in England. That's coming up next.
welcome to Wrexham, Rob McElhenney. He'll be throwing the pitch to six-time All-Star and World Series champion Chase Utley. Oh, what's this? It looks like there's going to be a mound division. Coming out of the Philadelphia dugout is star of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and ABC's new series, High Potential, premiering this fall. It's Caitlin Olsen. Caitlin is signaling to the dugout. She's calling out Bryce Harper. There's going to be a change. Bryce Harper is going to first base. Chase Utley to second. And Rob McElhenney's at shortstop. Fans, let's hear it for what looks like the first ever ceremonial double play.
Avalanche goal.
There you go.
I was waiting for him to yell that the whole time. That was Alan Roach.
Our guy.
On the mic. There at London Stadium, home of West Ham United. Last weekend, it was the home of Mets Phillies. And Rob McElhenney turning 2. That was a fun little moment. Joining us right now, the greatest public address announcer on planet Earth, Alan Roach, on with Crackman and Lindahl. Alan, welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
Guys, thank you. I'm doing great. I did not know until this moment. I assume that was recorded off of ESPN. Was that really live on ESPN?
Yeah, it was a tweet, dude, that I got from MLB, and I was like, Roach is doing play-by-play while trying to be PA for people that probably have no idea what's going on. How hard was all that?
I honestly had no idea that was on TV. I was told before the games that normally when I do stuff like that, like the national anthem is on TV and maybe some other events are on TV. And the reason that's important is because of timing. Then we have to get timing from the TV in order to do the stuff in the stadium, blah, blah, blah. I'd never heard that anything we were doing or anything I was doing was on TV. So I'm shocked to find out that part was on. And I'm starting to think now the reason for that is I bet they wanted like their play-by-play, the real guys on ESPN to do it, and they all said, I ain't doing that.
Well, Roach, I mean, I started watching it. I'm like, God, this is confusing, and I know what baseball is. You know what I mean? So
we rehearsed that without, obviously, the key characters, just stand-ins. But they gave me that script at, 10 o'clock that morning. When we were kind of going through rehearsals. So I had read it twice, and I was like, oh, man, how is this thing going to go? So did it look great on TV? Did they pull it off? Was it?
Sure.
It didn't look like a circus?
Yeah, sure, man. Whatever.
There was a little circus.
I'll tell you, well, here's the problem, Roach. The cameras weren't keeping up with everybody. I'll tell you what, when we get done, I'll text you the tweet so you can watch it all. But, yeah.
Well, and there again, if it might have been a last-second thing that they made the decision to carry it. But if TV was planning on carrying that, they would have been part of the rehearsal that morning, and they would have done blocking, and they would have known where to go with the cameras. Fair enough. It's funny. It's funny to me that ended up on TV.
We love doing.
I'm loving the live production review that we're getting.
We're loving nothing like angering the guest as we get things going.
Awesome.
Roach, how was baseball in foggy old London town there? Did the Brits enjoy it? A spot of tea and a double play? How did all that go?
It's gotten progressively better since year one. Year one was 2019. That was the Yankees and the Red Sox when we played 2 games, and in 2 games there were a total of 50 runs and 9 hours and 45 minutes of baseball. Oh, my gosh. Then last year was Cubs-Cardinals. They were kind of real games. And these games were pretty good as well. And
that second game was great.
Yeah, the way it ended. I never heard what happened to the catcher. Did he injure his ankle severely, or was he okay?
I thought he was okay.
All right. It was a great play to end the game, yeah. Your typical bases loaded, 2-3 double play to end the game.
Yeah.
Put that in your scorecard.
What is there an appetite for this out there, Roach? You've done obviously plenty of the London games. I mean, is there an appetite for American sports out there?
Is there an appetite for? Yes, there is. How big is the appetite for American baseball? Or I guess that's the only baseball there is. I don't know. The only judge or the only way to judge that I have for these games was at some point during each game they were flashing up things on the board and they said, if you're from the USA, cheer. If you're from Great Britain, cheer. And the Great Britain cheer was louder, but not very much louder. So not very scientific. So, maybe 60% or 65% is Great Britain. And there's a lot of one thing I did notice this weekend more so than any of the other years was lots and lots of other jerseys. At the NFL games, we've seen that forever, but, we've been doing NFL games there for 25 years now. I saw almost every other baseball team represented by someone with a jersey or a hat, and I don't remember seeing that in earlier years.
Did you see a Rockies jersey?
Oh, good question.
No.
Oh,
okay.
No, I was going to leave that alone. I said,
okay. I ask follow-up questions sometimes here. Roach, speaking of that, and like you said, you've done a number of the NFL games over there as well. You're doing Major League Baseball. In general, these sports that are, so decidedly American, and I guess this pertains a little bit more to the NFL, but do you feel as though there is a greater understanding or a greater thirst from the audience, from the folks that you talk to over there? What is that all like?
For baseball, I don't notice the thirst, but I do notice the interest. For instance, when I was walking in on the second game day, so Sunday, there were some people that were just jogging by in the park as I was walking to the stadium, and I heard them go, "Oh, what's going on over here?" And the other one said, "Oh, it's American football." So I don't think they're totally hip on the baseball part of it yet. But like I said, NFL started doing games there in 2006. So, and as far as an understanding of NFL games, yes, absolutely. The first couple of years that I did games, it was like people were buying tickets to come to the circus to see what the heck's going on in the three rings, And now it's football fans, a football atmosphere. Again, you still see all the jerseys, but the American teams are very well represented by well-traveling fans in many cases too.
All right, I am curious. Did you interact with any of the players? I know your job doesn't necessarily take you right to the players all the time. If you did not interact with them, or if you did, how have they dealt with, you've done a number of London games. They only got to play one game for football, and then they're done. They're back on the plane, whatever. How is it trying to play two games when you're trying to get your body right? Have you heard anybody talk about that from the player perspective?
I would say to a player, look at your paycheck. Look at my paycheck. My schedule's just as bad as yours. Shut up and play baseball.
And there it is.
Go play.
No, I don't interact with the players, and I'm sure they were asked that question in media sessions and things, and to be honest, didn't pay attention. But really, it's not that big a deal, especially for East Coast teams. When East Coast teams fly from New York to California and then back from California to the East Coast, that's the same distance as a flight from the East Coast to London.
Okay.
Now, the time zone part is different, but I don't see any problem with it.
All right, real quick, how ready do you think they are for full-time football? Do you still think that Jacksonville playing half their games in London is going to be a real thing with Jacksonville building that new stadium all of a sudden?
I didn't read up much on it. There was something about Jacksonville City or the stadium commissioner, somebody kind of complaining that they were playing games in London, and I thought, maybe this is the precursor, this is the catalyst that leads, to a fight between, well, we don't want you to play any games in London. Well, we have to play some games in London, and then maybe that's starts to steer the ship a little bit to one way or the other. I don't know. I mean, the NFL can do whatever they want to do. When the NFL decides they want a team or two teams in London or somewhere else, they'll have that. And if they don't want them, they won't have that. I'm not privy to if they do or when they do.
All right. Oh.
So we're talking to Alan Roach here on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. He joins us, by the way, on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Roach, as you heard right there in the open, I gave you my terrible impression of you yelling Avalanche goal, which to me is such a quintessential Alan Roach line. I've got a couple of other.
You can't use big words like that.
I know, right?
Quintessential. What does that mean?
He's a Vikings fan. Keep it simple.
Critical.
If I have to react to your question, I need to know what quintessential. I can't even say it.
One of the vital terms that you use. It's one of your signatures, man. Like when you think of Alan Roach, you think Avalanche goal, right?
It's your calling card.
Yes, if you will.
Yes. That's very nice.
Okay.
I appreciate that. Was there a question in there?
There was.
It's coming.
I was on my way.
Till the big word threw you off.
But there's another part to this because there's other elements to my Alan Roach impression, and normally I only ever I do my Alan Roach impression for whomever happens to be standing next to me in a given moment. Like for example,
how often does this happen?
You'd be
more
surprised.
than you think.
You'd be surprised.
We all kind of we all impersonate you.
Like you can ask Andy this. Like I very rarely will say just Larry Walker's name. I have to say Larry Walker.
Yeah.
I have to say it in that way. Or, for example, anytime I am on the train at DIA as the train is slowing down, I always have to say, hold on, please. I got to do the whole Alan Roach thing. Like, so obviously, I have those things that you say that are burned into my brain when you think of like sort of the catchphrases or whatever it is that you have bellowed out the most in your public address career. What do you consider to be your catchphrases or signatures?
Wow. So yes, that's a great question.
Thank you.
And first of all, thank you for all the nice things you said, and you hit them all. I mean, hold on, please. That's that one gets anybody that's not a sports fan, and Larry Walker will get anyone that is a sports fan. Yeah, those are the moments, and the Avalanche goal, and even the early days of the Rockies and all the other names, Dante Bichette, and it was kind of back when I first started, and the Rockies was really my first job of doing big time sports. I was told, because I could never hear or wasn't out there, I was told that people would repeat what I said in their head or kind of out loud after I would announce a batter, whether it was Eric Young, whether it was Larry Walker, whatever, and not, stand up and shout it out, but just kind of almost involuntarily repeat what I say. And I always thought that was cool, and that meant that I was somehow touching people intellectually, so that they would move their mouth. So it's a great honor to do all of those things. I love them all. Don't have a favorite, but yeah, so many great memories.
All right, you may not have even noticed this, but we got a guy that listens a lot. His name's Matt Deanda, good dude, right? And he pointed it out to me. The Florida guy feels like he's ripping you off from the Panthers arena. Have you thought about taking up a copyright suit with Florida Panther guy?
Oh, that explains the call I got today.
Yeah, Roach, it just feels a little copycat is all I'm saying.
I've been in London. I have not watched either of there's only been 2 games, I think, right? I've not watched either of those 2 games. This morning, in just a random business call about something else, the guy said, so I've been listening to you do the games, the NHL game. And I'm like, I'm not doing the NHL games. He goes, yes, that's got to be you. I said, no, I'm not doing them. And then we went on talking about something else. You guys are very enlightening today.
Well, yeah, I'm glad we can just be here and help you out.
It happens occasionally, Roach.
By the way, how far through the Madden stuff are you? And have you had any rookie name kind of bite you?
Funny timing. Noon tomorrow, I do the first 3 hours of Madden for the release in August.
How does that work, by the way? You crank out the names? Is it just like touchdown Vikings? How does that work exactly? Give us the sort of play-by-play of how that operates.
It's nice that most everything's already been done. I've done it for 6 years. So all I have to do is add the new players that have been drafted or free agents, I guess, undrafted free agents, and guys maybe that have made a name for themselves that didn't expect to last year when we did the sessions. But it's really simple and truly amazing what they're able to do. I can say, and I always struggle coming up with names, but I can say John Elway's pass intended for Keenan McCardell, intercepted by Nate Jones, 2nd down and 4, and they use each one of those pieces for, every time they ever need that piece.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like I have to sit down with every rookie and say, carried the ball for 5 yards, carried the ball for 6 yards, carried the ball. Pretty much all I have to do is say the rookie's name a couple of different ways, and they just stitch it in. Their computers are so smart that they just stitch it into where it's supposed to go.
So obviously, when you start knocking this out, like you're going to have to, you got to hit Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels and Marvin Harrison Jr. And there's these names that have all of these different syllables.
Why'd you leave out J.J. McCarthy?
I did. Well, I was going to get there eventually.
What about Bo Nix?
But that's just it. I want to. Are you able to? And we can't afford the royalties, obviously, here, Roach. But are you able to give us a little sample of how you will say the Broncos rookie quarterback's name? Because I don't know if you know this or not, Roach. He has the shortest name in NFL history at 5 letters. It is the shortest name in the history of the NFL. So what will it sound like when Alan Roach says his name?
Does he tie for shortest, or is he the overall absolute king of short?
I believe he is the overall king of short.
Really?
There was like one dude who was 6.
Because he's only Bo. It's B.O. That's it. B.O. Nix.
That's his name.
For a quarterback or for any player?
Any player in the history of the
You're
NFL.
blowing his mind.
Who was Ed Ott? He was a baseball player, huh?
Yes, I would have gone with Mel Ott. That was 6 letters, but yes, along those lines. Mm-hmm.
All right. The whole math thing threw me off. Now I don't remember your question.
He wants you to say Bo Nix. How will that sound?
Yeah.
Can we get a preview?
Yeah. No, you're not going to get that.
You got to pay for that.
I knew it.
Well, he's got to be careful. My man is making money.
$59.99.
Yeah. Are you on Cameo, by the way? Are you doing any Cameo?
I do a fair share of cameos. It's great that Avalanche fans are my biggest Cameo, subscribers or whatever, and it's great to help people out and brighten their day and just say hello to them or say Avalanche goal, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. Nate and I are on there for $5, so top that.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yep.
Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Hey, great to have you on. We all need to go hit the Lariat Lounge.
You guys, your timing today is. I'm not going to tell you I'm going to the Lariat Lounge because there will be, just ones and ones of my fans that would come there and bother me.
Well, your ad runs quite profusely on this station, so we're kind of a big deal all of a sudden, Roach. We're a favorite of Westward, and according to Barrett Sports Media, we're the 20th best show in the major markets.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll take 20.
Well,
it's better than not being there.
Congrats to you. And Larry Lodge, by the way, is awesome. The owners I've met so many times, and that's why I work with them, because they're just great people and they have great food and great beer. And yeah, as long as we're plugging them, man, they're a really neat place. I love going there.
You drive your Johnson Dodge Ram to them, so great. We're all perfect. I think we hit them all, Roach.
Well, since you brought that up, let me tell you.
Roach, good stuff as always, man. We appreciate it. Let's do it again soon.
Hey, I'm always home except when I'm not.
There he goes. That's Alan Roach. Everybody.
Man, he and I had some fun rides to and from Bronco games because we basically live like 3 blocks from each other. And so we just ride together to the Bronco games, and he'd be doing PA and I'd be doing the sidelines, and it was a great time. We had a great time in Seattle one time. He got a little tired of the Uber driver where he, in a deep voice, said, "Quit turning the car so fast." And he gave him the death stare, and I'm like, you might want to do. He did freak the guy out when the voice of Zeus just tries to roll at you that you're jerking the car a bit. You tend to chill out.
I need to inform a bunch of texters how wrong they are.
Okay, give it to me.
Okay,
I see what's going on.
Bo Nix, 5 letters. Okay?
And his official legal name is Bo.
His name is Bo. Bo
Nothing
Nix.
else. Not Beauregard.
For everybody that sent in Ty Law, I'm looking right at Pro Football Reference. Taiwan E. Law.
Boom.
Tajuan.
And there's even an E in there.
Bo Nix. That's it.
Just B.O. and Nix.
He's not a Beauregard.
Nope.
He's not a Vincent like Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
He's just Bo.
Bang!
Jamal Murray made a shot. It's Crackman and Lindahl.
Oh, yes.
Yes, it is Craigman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Thank you again to Alan Roach, who was with us right there. Felt like he tolerated that.
Oh, no, Roach always has fun, but Roach is also, he's funny.
He's
not giving you anything for free, though. He knows.
He said J.J. McCarthy.
I know, but that's not how he's going to say it.
I was on to him.
J.J. McCarthy.
How do people say the name Bonix? We're with you today until 6 o'clock, and coming up at 5:20.
Oh, I can't wait for this. This is going to be fun.
Yeah,
tip of the cap to you.
This was merely just curiosity, okay? So, Andy, the great Jerry West passed away today. Sad news. The great Jerry West passed away, I believe, at the age of 86. Did the logo pass away? All-time great NBA player. Did you realize he has gone into the Basketball Hall of Fame 3 times?
No.
He went in as a player.
Yep.
He went in as an executive.
Okay.
And also, he went in as a part of the 1960 U.S. Olympic team.
Wow. Good for him.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
And 3 times into the same damn Hall of Fame. That's how good this guy was. But yeah, Jerry West passed away at the age of 86. He scored the most career points in the NBA Finals, 1,679. The thing that's insane about that, and all those trips to the Finals, I believe 9 trips to the Finals in his career, 1 title. 1 title. They got the Knicks 1 time. He was 0-6 in his career against the Boston Celtics in the NBA Finals. The one makes the difference,
though, for so much history, doesn't it?
In 1969, nice. He won Finals MVP. To this day, he is still the only man to have ever won an NBA Finals MVP on a team that lost in the Finals.
When you're good.
That's
pretty good.
Pretty damn good. There was the year, I believe it was 2015 or 16. It was the year that Iguodala won Finals MVP for Golden State. LeBron should have been the Finals MVP for the defeated Cleveland Cavaliers in that series. LeBron was unbelievable in that series and should have been the Finals MVP, but they ended up giving it to a guy on the winning team. But Jerry West, I mean, the records, what he did for the sport, his career as an executive, he worked with obviously with the Lakers forever. He worked with the Memphis Grizzlies. He worked with the Golden State Warriors, and he was working with Steve Ballmer and the Clippers in the last couple of years and was a part of putting together the whole Kawhi Leonard, Paul George combination, kind of broke up Lob City and put together the group that they have in place now. But yes, Jerry West passed away at the age of 86. But what we're going to do coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock was I was looking at the basketball reference page today of Jerry West, and I saw that he was the number 2 pick in the 1960 NBA draft. Normally, naturally, my brain goes, who was number 1? If Jerry West was number 2, who was number 1? Oscar Robertson.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. That's right. The Cincinnati Royals, who would later become the Sacramento Kings, took the Big O at number 1. The Lakers took Jerry West at number 2.
Quality draft.
So in my head, I'm like, is that the best? Is that the greatest 1-2 in the history of the NBA draft? And so I ended up, and this was, I swear to God, Andy, I walked in today 30 seconds before the start of our show because I was just engrossed in my computer at Basketball Reference and totally lost track of time to the point where I was almost late to work of just like clicking through every single NBA draft since 1960. And I will tell you my findings coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Plus, I got some assists on a couple other sports. But Oscar Robertson, Jerry West, an unbelievable 1-2 combo in the NBA draft, in any draft. In fact, I believe there's going to be an argument to be made that the Big O and the logo is the best top 2 picks of any draft ever.
Okay. We talked about it. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Then I will tell you right now, the 1983 NFL draft says hello big time.
Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense.
In this conversation. But you're just talking straight up top two. Like, the thing that's wild about it is you go through it and, you see all these drafts where it's like, oh, Tim Duncan, number 1. Oh, David Robinson, number 1. Oh, LeBron James, number 1. And then you look at number 2 and you're like, ugh, what are you guys doing?
What happened there?
Exactly. Or you have the occasional draft where, it's number 1 is El Bustola. The Greg Oden, Kevin Durant draft famously comes to mind of Seattle was sitting there and able to get Durant at number 2. And that's the thing that happens in the crapshoot of the draft world. But the Big O and Jerry West were the top 2 picks in the 1960 NBA draft. Does anything touch it?
I will give you an example from the NFL because here's one that I mentioned to you, only to find out I was not even close.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the 2001 draft, number 1 pick, Michael Vick. I was like, well, LaDainian Tomlinson had to be 2, right? No, LaDainian Tomlinson wasn't until 5th.
Who went 2
Leonard
in that
Davis, Gerard Warren, and Justin Smith all ahead of LT. Are you kidding me?
Davis?
Leonard Davis,
Yeah.
Justin Smith. Gerard Warren ended up being a fine, to use your word, a cromulent NFL player.
Fine.
But Justin Smith didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Really.
Mhm.
And Leonard Davis, again, maybe, I don't even know, he was fine. He was a tackle out of Texas. How the heck do you pick those 3 ahead of LT, who was a one-man offensive machine?
It's a funny thing about NFL drafts, isn't it, Andy?
Yeah.
The funny
Look, to your point,
funny
guys,
thing.
you remember, you think went 1, no, they ain't go 1-2.
Yeah. What was stunning to me was, and again, like, I went really deep dive on the NBA on this, but like I figured I'd write down a bunch of candidates. Andy, I literally wrote down 2 others.
Wow, okay.
2 others.
All right.
And to me, they're nowhere close to the Big O and Jerry West. They're just sort of in the conversation. One of them's really damn good, okay? One of them, I believe, is 2 Hall of Famers. The other one was very recent, in fact. But we'll dive into all this coming up here at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. On the other side, we have got NFL news for you. Sean Payton sending everybody off for the summer. We'll get to all of that. Plus, Robert Saleh is on the exact same page with Aaron Rodgers about his unexcused absences.
Sure.
How does that work exactly? We'll find out next. Game 3 NBA Finals tonight. Series shifts to Dallas. Mavs 2.5-point favorites. Can the Celtics put a 3-0 stranglehold on the series? Or is Dallas going to climb their way back into this whole thing? By the way, saw a tweet today. Jerry West checking out early to avoid seeing another Celtics championship is God tier hater. It's a good tweet right there.
That right there is keeping the rivalry alive.
That's what we're talking about. Right now, it's time for football news on the Greg Minute Lindahl Show. Mark Springer, what's going on in the world of the NFL today?
Let's find out in the High Five. We'll start, of course, with the Broncos. And great news, I think. I don't know. No minicamp practice tomorrow. Scheduled to be 3 days. It'll just be 2 because Sean Payton says that the 2 days went well. They went so well that he's canceling tomorrow's practice. Let's talk about quarterbacks, though. Sean Payton was asked today, did anything happen thus far in OTAs and minicamp that would influence how the 3 quarterbacks will operate during training camp? Here's Sean.
No, it went how I wanted it to go. And again, I've said this not only at that position, but, man, the inside backer position, the corner position, the safety position. We'll have a plan when we start camp, and then we begin to make some decisions relative to reps, all that. But right now, it kind of went like we expected. A lot of good things and a lot of good stuff to coach off of, things to correct.
Yeah, a lot to correct. There's no doubt about that when you watch what this offense has been so far. It's inexperience all over the place. It's Zach Wilson who doesn't know the system. It's Jared Stidham who knows the system but has only played 4 games. And it's Bo Nix who's a rookie. So put it all together, and you're going to see an awful lot of mistakes out there. However, Sean Payton, and to his credit, he talked about it as well. Andy, I think he is appreciating coaching somebody that is out there trying to carry out his vision for the offense.
Yeah, and we'll see who ultimately he chooses to pick, because I think what is going to make this interesting, going back to the Kay Adams comment about how she does believe Zach Wilson's in the mix, I do think at some point he's going to need to see either Nix or Stidham or both are going to have to start throwing it down the field a little bit more. Sean's got to know we can't live the crossers, the timing stuff, let him run after the catch. That's a big part of the Sean Payton offense. But Drew Brees also was good at taking a shot to Marcus Colston.
Could take a push,
big pop play. Saw it with my own eyes in 2016. He's going to need somebody willing to throw those passes, and Nix and Stidham have been hesitant to do so, at least what we've seen in camp so far.
Stiddy hit a deep crosser to Marvin Mims yesterday. He had one to Troy Franklin during one of the OTAs, but you don't see a ton of it. They're just not really hitting big plays, at least so far out of what we have seen. Another critical part of practice today, the media had their first look at what the new kickoff stuff looks like. Sean Payton, gives a full breakdown on what he's thinking with the new kickoff rules and sort of Will Lutz and his choice of the kind of kicks out there during practice. Here was Sean Payton getting grilled by the host of America's 20th favorite afternoon sports radio show, Andy Lindahl. Let's roll it, Spring.
Have you been able to figure out anything about the kickoff in this process? What are you going to do?
Well, listen, we spent time on it, and I would say one thing that's going to be necessary, our budgeted time, for instance, that we're so used to in the kicking game, that's got to be able to adjust, because the last 3 years, you'd put in 2 kick returns. Any more than that, you'd ask yourself why, because you weren't getting the opportunities. So I don't think it'll be the amount of returns that requires more time. I think it'll be the unique change to what we've all known, and so that's going to require more time in training camp. And I think it can be an edge for us, and I expect it to be.
Getting nailed right there by Andy Lindahl.
Did you tell Will Lutz to try all the different kicks? And he said, no, that was just Lutz trying it out. That's what's so cool about this. I think literally everybody on a kickoff team, from the returners, the return players, to the blockers, to the kickers, to the kick coverage, None of them knows how this is going to go, and all of them have to try to figure it out. So, and think about it. How many guys do you think will actually be on both units
that
need a little time to practice both jobs? It's going to be... It's cool because it's the first new thing we've seen in a while, Nate.
But in the limited practice time available to them, as well as what has been collectively bargained, there's going to be mistakes.
Well, yeah, because, Nate, how physical are you going to get with this?
Yeah.
It's going to be, I think, a very physical play.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I thought the NFL did some of this to take the physicality out of the play.
Right.
To lessen concussion risks.
Supposed to be physicality with less full speed collision.
Right. You're not going to be running the 40 yards anymore.
Right.
Which, again, remember the 40-yard dash, for those that don't know at the Combine, came into existence because they wanted to measure how well a guy could run down to cover kickoffs. That's why it's there. That's why it's 40 yards. And now they're not going to have it anymore, so we're going to get rid of the 40-yard dash? No, because that's now the metric of speed everybody goes by. But to me, these guys are running at each other. It's a little bit more like your average football play from the line of scrimmage that you see in game. But, man, it's guys are going to be trying to blow somebody up on the backside so your returner can cut back and get that way. Are you going to practice that? Are you going to be able to practice that without guys getting hurt? I am fascinated to watch that part of training camp.
I believe blowing somebody up on the backside, that was the problem with the Pirates broadcast, as we were discussing earlier. Spring.
Oh, no, the windows are open.
High five. Aaron Rodgers yesterday was not at day one of Jets minicamp.
Unexcused!
Robert Saleh said it was an unexcused absence, even though he also said that he talked to Aaron about where Aaron was going to be. But nonetheless, it was an unexcused absence. Robert Saleh today clarified about his relationship with Aaron Rodgers.
Talked about it yesterday, but Aaron and I are on the exact same page. There's no issue between Aaron or his teammates, for that matter. So, like I said, we addressed it yesterday. It's not. It's more of an issue for everyone outside the building than it is inside, and that's about it.
But it's unexcused,
right? Same with the pass rusher.
You didn't excuse it. Now, here's the question. Hassan Reddick is holding out because he wants a new contract. So he didn't go to mandatory minicamp. Aaron Rodgers skipped it because he's doing whatever kind of crazy crap Aaron Rodgers likes to go and do. But apparently that's okay with Robert Saleh. So is Rodgers going to get the fine?
Yes.
Because you know Hassan Reddick is getting the fine no matter what.
Yeah, because it's...
Have they confirmed they'll be levying the fine on Aaron Rodgers as well, or is there a double standard for the guy that we actually know runs that organization, Aaron Rodgers?
I don't think you have a choice. I think it's if you skip these days, you're getting fined. There's no getting around.
According
That's
to the
just
CBA.
what it is, yes.
Okay.
So I don't think they can get out of it if they don't want to. According to Diana Rossini, Rodgers is skipping all the mandatory minicamp this week because he prefers to be somewhere else away from football. That's his choice. That's what she wrote. Okay, nobody seems to know what it is that he's decided. Is it a Taylor Swift concert? Is it another ayahuasca treat? Is it nobody knows.
Right.
But, again, he says his team... Saleh can say his teammates are fine with it all he wants. I find this interesting simply because we're coming fresh off a report in February or March of whatever it was that his teammates are annoyed. Kind of like with Russ here. You've not thrown a single touchdown pass for this franchise, yet we're dealing with this OC nobody seems to like because of you, and we're doing 5 other things because of you, and now you're not coming to minicamp?
One of the other things I wonder about with all of this, and this is beyond just a Jets issue, Andy, is a league-wide issue. I mean, Rodgers has been very transparent about, like, I like to go and take hallucinogenic drugs.
Right.
And according to the league... It's all on the up and up, and Rodgers isn't failing any drug tests as a result of ayahuasca or whatever else that he may be into. At the same time, though, I don't think the NFL wants to be viewed as, like, condoning the use of mind-altering substances. So, like, is somebody at the league office going to call Aaron Rodgers and be like, can you shut up about some of this? We don't need to... look as though like we're okay with everybody out there taking the brown acid.
Aaron Rodgers doing whatever when he's up for league MVP is one thing because you help put eyes on the television set.
Sure.
Aaron Rodgers has not been seen in an NFL uniform since the first 5 minutes of the game of the season last year.
He was great on Hard Knocks,
So-
though. Weird
sure.
thing that's going on right here, and it's funny
Salah's
to me.
got to be annoyed, doesn't he?
Salah had his frustrations last year. I
Yeah.
mean, Salah was. He was threatening to take everybody's phones to find out who was leaking information to reporters about Zach Wilson not wanting to come back and play at the end of the year. Now he has to stand in front of the media and be like, I'm on the exact same page as my franchise quarterback who didn't feel like showing
We're
up.
running an offense only he knows.
To mandatory mini camp. Like OTAs, you can get away with this stuff. Mandatory mini camp, this is the part where the football player is supposed to show up and play football.
Yeah, that's why there's no getting out of it without getting fined.
I mean, this puts another log on the fire of Robert Saleh. You are not in control of this operation right now, and it's pretty evident to all of us. We know you wanted to fire Hackett, and we know there's one reason why you didn't.
I'm with you.
It's a bizarre
Gonna make
situation
for a fascinating August for them.
going on with that team. Spring.
High five. Hey, shout out to the Broncos for baiting the Vikings into trading up a spot to draft one J.J. McCarthy. Today, J.J.'s head coach, Kevin O'Connell, talked to the media, and he was asked who is going to be QB1 when Vikings training camp starts. Here is Kevin.
I would say Sam. Sam would be, the guy I would look to based upon the spring he's had and really where he's at in his career and his quarterback journey and what he's been able to do coming in and really, hit the ground running and really kind of take advantage of a competitive situation. But at the same time, JJ's really improved. Nick Mullins has had a great spring, and Jaron has also improved. So I've told all four of those guys, look, depth charts are great, and it's great to understand where I'm at currently today, but that'll mean really nothing, about, the future. That'll be nothing about a week or two out. And most importantly, we played four of them last year, including, one guy who was not in our building throughout the offseason or training camp, and relied on him to come in and win a game and then try to, play it out from there.
All right, Andy, what's your sense on this? Because we've talked over and over again about the Bo Nix thing and Jarrett Stidham currently being ahead of him in the pecking order, but also Bo Nix played 61 college games and he's 24 years of age. I mean, McCarthy, despite 2 years as a starter and his sterling record, is also 21 years old. What's your sense? Is the Viking situation drastically different than the Broncos?
I think you and I were just waiting to ask each other the same question. Who's more intriguing, Sam Darnold or Zach Wilson? I think you hit it on the head. J.J. McCarthy's played less football.
Yeah.
He's younger. He's only 21. You got more time with him. Bo Nix is 24, the same age as Zach Wilson. Everyone kind of realizes that we'd like to have a nice long run with you, so the sooner you're ready to start. Plus, he played 1 million college games,
Right.
which J.J. McCarthy is not.
Yeah.
So I'm not really surprised by this. By the way, you picked up Zach Wilson for peanuts. They handed $10 million to Sam Darnold. So I don't think – it seems pretty clear they were trying to figure out how to get J.J. McCarthy by all the pre-draft stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But you still gave $10 million to Sam Darnold, which is not nothing, so this is fairly predictable. My question then back to you is, do you wish the Broncos would have made some sort of announcement that's akin to this? Or are we fine just waiting to see how camp goes?
The fact that the Broncos left it as open as they did, again, just and maybe it's my own confirmation bias, but it's just like it's just going to be Nix.
Probably. It feels that way.
Right. You're not ready to declare anything right now. And again, what is the point of taking reps away from a dude? We've already talked about the lack of time and preparation that there is. Bo Nix needs every rep with the ones he can possibly get. Don't mess around with it simply because you think, well, we got a better chance at 2 wins in September with Stiddy in there and his institutional knowledge than going with Bo Nix. Who cares? Play the kid, get him his experience. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Jerry West, R.I.P., number 2 pick in the 1960 NBA draft behind Oscar Robertson. Is that the best 1-2 ever in any draft? I believe there is one solid competitor. We'll tell you who that is next. This has been a good day for digging through these sports reference websites. We've been having fun with this. So, sad news. Jerry West passed away at the age of 86. The logo, I believe he was 12-time All-NBA, was Jerry West in the career. 69, he was the Finals MVP. Unbelievable, the resume that Jerry West put together both as a player and as an executive. You basically can't tell the story of the NBA without Jerry West. Top 75 team, top 50 team. Won the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2019. Yeah, Jerry West. As an executive, Andy, an 8-time NBA champion as an executive. Showtime Lakers, having put that entire thing together, was still with the Lakers when they got that first title with Shaq and Kobe. And then he was a part of Golden State, winning it in 15 and 17. 8 rings as an executive, 2-time executive of the year, the great Jerry West. Jerry West was the number 2 overall pick in the 1960 NBA draft. Who went number 1 in that draft? Oscar Robertson, the Big O. Prior to Russell Westbrook a few years back, Oscar Robertson, the only guy for the longest time to have ever averaged a triple-double in a season. Hall of Famer, all-time great. Can make a strong argument, top 10 player in NBA history. Oscar Robertson, Jerry West, 1-2. So I was looking at that and I was like, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And so I started scrolling through top 2 picks of NBA drafts, thinking, well, I'll find a bunch of other ones and then we'll discuss, was this the greatest? Spoiler alert, Andy, I did not find a bunch of other candidates in the history of the NBA. Instead, what I found was basically, in my estimation, 2 other years that are like notable. 1992, Shaquille O'Neal, Alonzo Mourning went 1-2. I believe they're both Hall of Famers. I believe Zoe's in the Hall of Fame. Shaq and Zoe went 1-2 in 1992. Shaquille O'Neal out of LSU, Alonzo Mourning out of Georgetown.
Pretty good centers there.
Pretty good. Again, and I'm clicking year by year, and what I keep finding is some years they both stunk. A lot of years, number 1 was good, and number 2 was like, what are you doing?
Well, an example is, let's go to 03.
Yeah.
Milicic goes 2. Should have been Melo.
LeBron James goes 1, and it's Darko at number 2. Like that kind of stuff happened, and you go through any draft in sports, and like this stuff is happening constantly.
Yeah.
Where the number 1 pick is like an absolute star, and then you go to number 2 and you're like, what in God's name was going on right there? For example, the 2020 NBA draft, Anthony Edwards, number 1 overall. Pretty good.
Working out all right for Minnesota.
Number 2, Golden State took James Wiseman out of Memphis.
Whoops.
Whatever even happened to that guy?
No idea. Sure, he's playing somewhere.
You know, like, okay, 2019. Zion Williamson, Ja Morant, 1-2. But you've got Zion who never stays healthy.
Right.
And you have Ja who can't, stop throwing guns around over at the Glendale Ballet.
By the way, it appears your guy Wiseman's with the Pistons.
Okay. Still in the league somewhere.
Right.
Yeah. And then there's other drafts like the 2018 NBA draft where DeAndre Ayton and Marvin Bagley go 1-2 and Luka Doncic goes 3. You idiots! But this is all over the place. The other one that I came up with that I thought was pretty good, 2022, Paolo Banchero and Chet Holmgren went 1-2. But that's a to be determined. And maybe Ja, gets his poop in a group and comes back and plays, and Zion stays healthy, and that draft becomes special. But not yet. I believe I want to say it was 96. Allen Iverson at 1, Marcus Camby at 2.
That's pretty good.
That's
but
pretty
again,
good.
Here's the problem. So I'm looking at an NFL one in 71. We've got Plunkett and Manning.
Yeah.
Plunkett was drafted by the Boston Patriots. He became famous with the Raiders, as I know him, right?
Yeah.
So back to your point about Marcus Camby, I'm trying to remember who even drafted Camby. Because he ended up having a bunch of stops in his career.
Sure.
Really good player, but not a
Sure.
Jerry West.
No. You
You know what I mean?
No. Camby was originally
Was he a net?
a Toronto Raptor.
Raptor.
He was
There
a
you
Toronto
go.
Raptor for 2 years.
Look, he was a good Denver player.
Won a Defensive Player of the Year award.
Did he end up in Portland ever? Was he a Blazer?
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, Marcus Camby was a Blazer.
But
for
he had a
minute.
few stops.
God
along
played
the way.
until he was 38. I mean, good career.
He's like the Robert Ayers. Remember Robert Ayers? Perfectly fine player, not
Yeah.
what the Broncos were hoping. Ultimately.
No.
But he was good for a few teams. Solid anyway.
All right. In NBA history, Big O and Jerry West 1-2 is the best ever.
Okay.
I've discussed this, and I've sent this to various different places. To me, the closest, and to me, there's a hearty debate to be had. Best top 2 picks in a draft. 1983 NFL draft.
Yeah, I was just about to click on that.
Okay, the Colts take John Elway at number 1, famously traded to the Denver Broncos. Heard of him? And at number 2, Eric Dickerson, drafted by the Rams.
So good.
Yes.
For those of you that didn't get to watch Eric Dickerson run, poetry in motion.
Yes.
You want to talk about probably the most fluid runner. We talk about how easy Zach Wilson tosses the football or pick whoever. That was Eric Dickerson running.
Right.
Like he was gliding.
That's 2 out of 2 Hall of Famers, 1-2 in that draft.
Well,
and
and
obviously,
how about this?
83 is an all-timer of an NFL draft.
Where I think you could even throw it in, the player the Broncos did select was Chris Hinton, who was an incredible offensive lineman that the Colts got.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he wasn't Elway, but he didn't stink. I think he might even be a Hall of Famer.
4 Hall of Famers in the top 10 there. Jimbo Covert at number 6 by the Bears. Bruce Matthews at number 9 by the Houston Oilers. Of the 1983 draft, obviously Jim Kelly went 14 to the Buffalo Bills. Marino at 27 to the Dolphins. Shout out to Tone Loke on the show yesterday. Darrell Green went 28 to the Manders.
Yeah, so
pretty good first round.
Chris Hinton, just to finish the thought, doesn't look like he's a Hall of Famer. 7-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first team All-Pro, 3-time second team All-Pro, and he's in the Colts Ring of Honor.
2011, Cam Newton, number 1, Von Miller, number 2.
So this is where I struggle.
Okay.
Because if you're a Denver Bronco fan, in my opinion, you're relieved that they took Cam and you got Von.
Obviously.
Cam was probably better, though, than a Bronco fan here gives him credit for.
He won an MVP.
He won an MVP. He was a really good quarterback. He kept Carolina so relevant.
Yeah.
And look, he had a fun year with Christian McCaffrey when McCaffrey was a rookie.
Cam's career got cut short because he didn't protect his body, the physicality that he had to play with, and then what happened in that Super Bowl, I think, messed up his head. But physically, he broke down simply because of the way that he played the game, because he was a damn linebacker running dudes over out there.
I always laugh because you and I talked about it. People seem to forget there was a debate. Should the Broncos take Marcel Darius, the big old defensive tackle out of Alabama, for John Fox's defense, or Von Miller? Thank God they took Von Miller.
Again, you go through it. The thing that's wild about this, again, is there's a lot of where number 1's a stud.
Yeah.
98, Peyton Manning at number 1. Ryan Leaf at number 2. Ooh.
I was trying to remember, what was the Jamarcus Russell draft? We talked about that where Russell was the bust and the 2 after him were great. It was in the 2000s. I got it. Like 03 or something. Jamarcus Russell was the number 1 pick, and that was the one you didn't want. Yeah, here it is. 07. So Jamarcus Russell goes 1, at 2, Calvin Johnson, at 3, Joe Thomas. The Lions and Browns were really happy. The Raiders, because I remember Al Davis demanding to have the huge arm of Jamarcus Russell. They're the ones that screwed up, and 2 and 3 were good.
Let me tell you what I think is the funniest top 5 ever. And the best top 5 ever. It's just for the sake of this discussion. And again, we're comparing this to the 1960 NBA draft of Oscar Robertson 1 and Jerry West number 2. The 1989 NFL draft, Troy Aikman goes number 1 overall out of UCLA to the Dallas Cowboys. 3-time Super Bowl champion, Hall of Famer, and a guy that doesn't like watching Joe Flacco play quarterback.
Or Bronco football in general. Let's be honest.
At number 3, Detroit takes Barry Sanders out of Oklahoma State. At number 4, the Kansas City Chiefs, Derek Thomas out of Alabama.
Pretty good.
At number 5, the Atlanta Falcons take a cornerback out of Florida State by the name of Deion Sanders.
Heard of him.
However, at number 2, the Green Bay Packers would draft tackle Tony Mandarich out of Michigan State.
Okay, so this was my draft nerd era, right? Loved it. I remember Mandarich being on Sports Illustrated's cover. He was the next beast. He's going to be a beast. Look out for this guy. Mm-hmm. Oh, man, did that not go well. I think he got popped for roids early.
Yep.
Didn't even, barely play. So this was 89, right, that we're talking about here?
Yep.
Well, look, man, don't forget number 20. Number 20, your Denver Broncos took Hall of Famer Steve Atwater. Andre Rison was in that draft. Trace Armstrong, Eric Metcalf.
Stars. But that's the greatest top 5 ever. It just happens to include one massive bust at number 2.
Boy, you don't want to be that team. This is why, Nate, this goes back to why I was so worried about you taking the 6th quarterback.
Right.
Anywho.
What's so funny about this
They're
is
not the only ones that are out there. Minnesota.
Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
One of them's going to stink.
Chances are real good.
No,
yes.
It's almost definitive.
No, you're right.
History says
Andrew Luck, RG3.
One of them is going to stink.
Ryan Leaf, Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Well, how about in hockey?
Okay.
You hit up our friend Connor, who was more than happy to oblige.
So I texted Connor, okay? And I was like, hey, top of your head, or if you happen to be in front of a computer, what's the best 1-2 in a draft in NHL history? And you've got some really, really solid options in here. First off, I just start with this one. 2013. Colorado Avalanche take Nathan McKinnon. The Florida Panthers, Alexander Barkov.
Yeah, pretty good. Heard of Barkov? A little controversy about him right now.
Working out for you.
That is a great one, too.
2008, 1-2, Steven Stamkos, Drew Doughty.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think Barkov and McKinnon are closer to the Robertson West of what we're talking about, though.
2003, Marc-Andre Fleury, Jordan Stahl, 1-2.
Yeah. Pretty good.
1997, Joe Thornton, Patrick Marleau. 1988, Mike Modano, Trevor Linden. 1987, Pierre Turgeon, Brendan Shanahan. That's pretty darn good right there. 1984, the Pittsburgh Penguins took Mario Lemieux at number 1 overall. The New Jersey Devils took Kirk Muller at number 2. Muller had himself a pretty nice NHL career. Scored 357 career goals. That's not bad. However, this is the one that I think will take the cake. 2004, Alexander Ovechkin, Evgeny Malkin, 1-2.
1-2?
Yeah.
Ovechkin and Malkin.
04.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, 2015, Connor McDavid, Jack Eichel. Not bad.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, not bad. Pretty good right there.
I don't know. Ovechkin and Malkin, that's a lot of pucks in the net.
That's special.
That's a lot of frustrated goalies.
Yeah. That's friggin' special right there.
Boy, hockey seems to, they know who they're supposed to get, right? Although how many guys would like to go back and redo that Cale Makar draft?
There you go. Mm-hmm. There you go. It's fun. It's fun to go
what
through
about
this in the
baseball?
NHL.
Did you come up with anything good in baseball? Is it just too hard?
It's not. There's drafts in there. So on baseball, I texted our buddy Dan Hyatt.
Okay.
He said, buy wins above replacement.
WAR. Love it.
And this will underwhelm because it's baseball, okay?
Okay.
Because the baseball draft is the biggest crapshoot of them all. By WAR, 1985, B.J. Surhoff and Will Clark, 1-2, is the best.
Okay.
As I dug through it, like 1990, Chipper Jones, Tony Clark.
Okay.
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
1977, Harold Baines, Bill Gullickson. Gullickson was just like he won like 160 some games with the Expos and assorted other franchises. But that's like sort of how this
career,
goes.
though.
Baseball drafts are such crapshoots, and like a lot of them. And I just went through the list of the number 1 overall pick, and I would just click on it of like, like who was number 2 of the year? Griffey. That's some guy that doesn't even have a Baseball Reference page.
That didn't work
Right.
out. That's not what you wanted.
It can go just that badly in that draft. I want to say the year Bryce Harper went number 1 overall. Number 2 was like, again, it was just like a player.
Just a dude.
Yeah,
Just a guy.
Just a dude. Like he was a major leaguer, but just a dude. Like the likelihood of there being that many stars in a baseball draft, they're just not really there. 2010 draft. Yeah, like Harper went 1, Jameson Taillon went 2. Jameson Taillon's a good major league pitcher. Manny Machado actually went 3. That's a good top 3 right there. Hey, Drew Pomerantz at number 5. Remember that guy?
Yeah, I do. Wasn't
There's a
drafted
name
by the
for you.
Rockies either. Got
he
traded
wasn't.
there.
No, he's drafted by Cleveland.
Holy cow, how many drafts can we go through where the Rockies screwed up the order?
Yeah,
screwed
right.
up the run on the good guys.
Right. 2019. Somebody, a texter just alerted me. First round of the 2019 draft. Yeah, that's pretty good. Adley Rutschman and Bobby Witt Jr. 1-2. God, that has a chance to be the best ever. That's incredible. That's a good one. That seriously might be the best 1-2 in MLB draft history. The one year the Rockies ever had the number 2 overall pick, they took Greg Reynolds out of Stanford. Luke Hochevar, local guy, went number 1. If I'm not mistaken, I don't even think he signed. But that was the draft that had Evan Longoria, Tim Lincecum, Clayton Kershaw, and Max Scherzer. Yeah.
Well, and then wasn't there also a good power bat in the lineup, the third baseman?
Longoria, yeah.
No, Longoria.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well.
Yep. Okay. So knowing that, Oscar Robertson, Jerry West, John Elway, Eric Dickerson, and Alexander Ovechkin, Evgeny Malkin. What is the best 1-2? Ever.
Well,
I mean, I think all 6 of those athletes that we just brought up
they're
are Hall
all
of Famers.
fantastic.
They're all Hall of Famers.
Is it still Robertson West? See, you know me. My heart
Sure.
belongs to football.
Of course.
So, of course, I want to go Dickerson Elway because, my gosh, both those guys are fun. I don't know that Dickerson holds up to the career of both Robertson and West, right?
Mm-hmm.
You tell me. I mean, Malkin won a lot, but Malkin's the 2 to Crosby. You know what I mean?
Does Dickerson still have the single-season rushing yardage record?
That's a great question. I don't think so. Didn't somebody break it just a few years? Did the Titans back Derrick Henry break it?
He may have.
I think Henry finally took it down a couple years ago.
No, he still has it.
He does.
Yeah, Dickerson still has it.
Wow, then. Well,
Yep.
but see, Dickerson, does it matter that the guys moved around? I guess, did Robertson move around?
Oscar Robertson played mostly for Cincinnati in his career.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough to argue those two.
Elway and Dickerson's fantastic.
It is.
It's fantastic.
But see, this is the other problem, Nate. This goes back to where I did not see either West or Robertson play. I saw both Dickerson and Elway play.
Mm-hmm.
So part of me feels like I got to go with Dickerson Elway. But I don't. But that doesn't feel fair because I didn't watch the other two.
Elway won two championships. West and Robertson combined to win 2 championships. I mean, honestly, if you're going off of championships, wouldn't Ovi and Malkin be number 1?
Fair enough. They both have been. That's funny because the Capitals probably should have won more with
Ovi, but
than
they got the
have.
one. Yeah.
But they kept dealing with the Penguins.
Right.
It's kind of like Manning probably would have had more too if Tom Brady doesn't show up.
Don't forget 92 NBA draft. Shaq and Zoe were both Hall of Famers.
Ah, dude. I love both those players.
Yeah.
That was a fun era of basketball. And they were both just great centers when the center was much different than the center we see today. The center was your enforcer in the middle of the floor.
I believe Shaq and Zoe would have combined for, 5 rings? Shaq got 4 because he got 1 with Miami and 3 with the Lakers. And Alonzo Mourning did win a late career title with Shaquille O'Neal in the 06 Miami Heat. And not really his championship. He was a shell of himself by then, but still.
But Shaq and Zoe, not to make them one person like it just did, are they better than Robertson and West?
No.
So then that's out.
It's tough, though. Shaquille O'Neal was so individually brilliant.
Love him. We love him. We saw him. See, again, what's hard for me, I don't want to show disrespect to the era that I didn't watch in my own eyes.
Zoe was a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. Jerry West, though, 12-time
Here's the other hard
All-NBA.
thing, though, Nate. The games, every era is so different.
Yeah.
We can always dismiss that. You can't. You just can't. You talk about the touchdowns. Again, tell me about a Jerry Rice versus any modern receiver today, and I'm going to talk to you about the absolute physical abuse. It would be a crime. They would call the police in to arrest what the DBs did to receivers back in the era of Jerry Rice.
Yeah. It was a fun debate.
It is fun. I'm so happy you found it. We could have done an hour on it.
Fun debate right here. By the way, just somebody texted in about the 84 NBA draft. Yep, Sam Bowie at number 2.
Yeah, that's what screws it up.
Who went number 3 in that draft?
There's always something that screws it up.
That
I don't know, a guy named Michael Jordan.
He was okay.
Did you see, by the way, this is one of the great stories about what a great man Jerry West was? Stephen A. Smith said he had the take that Jordan should be the logo, and he said Jerry West called him up to let him know he agrees.
Really? That's cool.
He said he couldn't believe it. He sees Jerry West is calling him. He thinks he's about to get an earful, and instead Jerry West is like, don't back off it. I agree with you.
That's awesome. It's Craigman and Lindahl. Yeah, shout out the Big O and Jerry West. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good top 2 of a draft. Game 3 NBA Finals this evening. All right, Andy, what's your sense? Is Boston just too good? Do they have Dallas too figured out? Is there nobody but Luka going to show up in this series or back in their own building? Does Kyrie finally show up for this series? Does somebody else? Is PJ Washington going to be suddenly a factor in this series? Is Derek Jones Jr., is Lively going to be better? I would think Derek Lively will play better going back into his own building now. But what's your sense of this series right now? Is this thing just a quick over in 5 situation? Could it possibly be a sweep, or do the Mavs have one more swing in them?
So Porzingis being out, I do think affects things. Here's the thing. So you bring it up. Part of me says Kyrie's got to refine his game at home.
Yep.
Because he'll have the crowd behind him. But you brought up the good point the other day. He's facing 3 large defenders.
Yep.
And
they've been a problem.
Ultimately, when you go back to the Minnesota series for Jokic and the Nuggets, that's ultimately what led to them not being able to get done. So I don't know that.
I mean, let's be honest. Like 6 of the 8 best players in this series are on the Celtics.
Right. I think this still ends up being a 5-game series and the Celtics get crowned at home like the Nuggets a year ago. I just don't know if Dallas puts up their last fight tonight or the next game.
I mean, we had the same conversation last year during the finals. We looked at Miami and we're like, okay, they got Jimmy, they got Bam, and what else?
Yeah, you're just not good enough.
Yeah.
Not compared to Boston.
Exactly. I mean, that's just, you're going up against a much better, much deeper team right here. Porzingis is indeed ruled out, as Andy said, with his torn medial retinaculum, allowing dislocation of the posterior tibialis tendon in his left leg, obviously.
That's what's up. Yeah, how do you not know?
In other words, his ankle hurts.
Right, and it's causing calf pain thanks to Kurt Zaman sending in the graph we had yesterday.
Yes.
Mr. Body.
Joe Mazzulla says today he remains day-to-day moving forward.
That doesn't sound day-to-day. I'm telling you, I think if they lose tonight, I bet you Porzingis is in next game.
If they win tonight, he's done.
Yeah. You can join us. They may get him in the final few minutes of Game 5 to be on the floor and all that.
That's probably the look that you end up with right there. I'm going to lean Dallas in their home building
Okay.
tonight.
I think they get one of these games, but I don't think they get them both.
I think their role players are going to be better inside their own building. There's just that thing of a team that's up 2-0 that won 2 games on their home court. There's something about them just sort of exhaling a little too much when they go out on the road. This is the night that Luka goes off and Dallas gets one.
Yeah, every team, you don't get your homework done, most of us anyway. You might not have, but most of us don't do our homework till we have to.
Oh, I'm the classic procrastinator. Don't you worry about that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you still got your good grade anyway, punk.
I worked well under pressure. That's why I was almost late today, because I was doing all my homework late.
I know. I was like, man, is he caught in traffic?
I made it.
No,
we got it done.
know.
Hey, we got tickets to Waterworld. We'll give
those away
tomorrow here on the show. I'll be recapping Game 3 of the NBA Finals. We'll be getting you set for Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Paul Maurice has made this thing a little spicy, and we're very much looking forward to that.
He's put out a little of the. He's put out the word on the street.
KNL back tomorrow at 3:00. We look forward to talking to you then. The Blitz with Mark Bertinoli and Mark Springer is coming up next. Thank you again to our wonderful guest today on the show. Nick Kosmider was with us to tell us about Bronco OTAs. Alan